What's going on, beautiful people? Today is the day, I say today's the day, I mean it's going to take several days, but today's the day I start the move into the new studio. Everywhere's a mess, but it doesn't matter because it's all going to be moved and reorganised. Oh, turn it. Yep, so here we are, the new studio. Oh, you're on the tripod. It's a bit echoey because there's nothing in here, but behind me there is the new sink. That's all been fitted. It just needs to be connected up to the water, but it doesn't mean I can't move stuff in now, not tanks, but like hardscapey stuff. So outside of the studios, the old studios, we've got the hardscape section here. We've got these tanks. Many of you are commenting that all this natural light will probably cause algae, especially on tanks on this area. I also want to do a whole 4-foot section here with no tech at all. So it's just lit by natural light, but that's too much for a start, plus also privacy. So I have got frosted background coming for this one, not the mirror. The mirror is great, obviously, but it doesn't let any light in at all. So we want to use the frosted stuff, really. But yeah, it's exciting. I can now get some more tanks up here. The first nano tanks are in, everything went really well. And look, these are the caradinas down here. We've got the crystal reds. Look at that, that's like a, oh, I just smashed the lens. That's like an A grade one, looking so good. Now, when I first got these, they weren't of adult age, but they definitely are now and they're doing really well. So I'm thinking that soon we'll be able to get some babies. I used the Akadama soil, which is like bonsai soil for this one, and it's worked so good. So I'll definitely be doing that again for the caradinas. Next to them, we've got our sort of sword plant display posh looking thing. This is just aqua soil, and then underneath it is pond soil. And as a result, the nutrient balance or mix seems to have worked so well. And this hairgrass carpet is looking good. I know there's lots of reflections at the moment. There won't be once I get all of this sorted out. Now there are fish in here, obviously. We've got the ruby tetra. They're a little bit shy at the moment, and that's just because we've moved their tank. They're already quite a shy fish, and now they like really are, but they'll settle down. So we're gonna have, where Matt is going to be a peninsula tank. I mean, that's gonna look wicked, isn't it?
Out here.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got the peninsula right in front of you there.
Okay.
Possibly another peninsula here, maybe?
Nice.
I don't know.
I feel like you need to go opposites though. I feel like you need to have a zigzag. If you had two on the same side, I don't think it'd look right.
Yeah, you could be right there. But the thing is, people, today we're taking down the beautiful aquarium you can see behind me here. For good reason though, we are setting it up in the brand new studio. It does feel a little bit of a shame to break it down, but I've got to go downstairs, I've got to go in the new studio, and it can't be moved like this, can it? So the tank is, oh, am I on the right height? There we go.
Are you the right height? Have you changed height?
No, I mean the camera looks quite low, look. Because we've got so much more space in here.
It is a little bit.
Anyway, this one might actually need to come out a little bit more.
And as I say to most customers, you want to enjoy yourself. Doesn't matter if, you know, don't worry about what everyone else is going to think about it. As long as you like it, crack on.
I don't know, but yeah, we can fiddle with that. We do need to cut that one down.
Yeah, if he's going to be the one, he needs to be about there.
Yeah. Oh yes, we thought, is that too big? And then we thought, screw it, go in there, stick it in, go hard, go home, main focal rock, great colours on it as well. Looks even better when it's wet.
It's got loads of sort of striations to it, it's really nice.
There we go, that one there, I love that as well. Little bits of Anubias bonsai as well. Next up now we can plant some crypts in, and then I want to fill it up and, whoops.
Stand on things.
I've got all this room and I'm still tripping over stuff.
Because you don't tidy up after yourself.
No, but look, why would you tidy this up before filming?
This is your sort of, what do you think? It's the sort of the juice that goes into the tank. You need it around you, ready to be used.
I'm not putting any juice in the tank.
Juice.
So I'm going to put all of these in here. There's about 30, I'd say. And that's probably a really good amount for this size tank. Unless we're having algae issues, then I'll probably put like 50 in. Right, the temperatures are all matching because this room is now the same temperature as my old studio, so they can go straight in. There's a couple of Otto Cinclus and a couple of bristlenose baby ones as well. They should be absolutely fine in here. Go on then. release the army of Amanos. Right, yeah, scratch that. We're putting them all in as one. How good is that going to look? Right, we have all of the female bettas first. Whoa, they jumped.
Oh, wow.
Yes. How many was that, Matt?
About 60.
Really?
Yeah, because it was 50 of the normals, and then there was some crown tails and some of the whites as well.
Oh, they look so good already. Get the cardinals in and we can do a little bit of filming, because they're not going to be settled for a little bit anyway, are they?
No, they're going to take a bit of time to get in.
So. Some of them are exploring straight away, look.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, we'll get to that. Right, so next is the cardinals, and we've got rummy nose, and a load more cardinals.
And neons.
And neons, all from some other tanks. Obviously, I'm breaking them down, so it'd be a shame not to use them for this amazing scape. And we thought they'd work well, didn't we? There's some other stuff in there as well, like some embers.
Loads of ditherfish.
Yeah, right, here we go. There's so many.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Right, some of them are going to look stunned because they pretend to be, but they're fine. Holy ditherfish, bad man. They've all gone straight to the bottom at the moment, but hang on, where are all our fighters?
They're here and here. And they're a bit like the puffers at the shop. They sort of just blend into all the plants.
Which is what we need, isn't it? We need them to have their own section, so that's perfect. So they sort of occupy the whole of the water column, don't they? There's lots at the top there. If you come down, just everywhere you look, you can just see a few of them. This one's right in the middle, having a little look, confused about what's going on. What are these other fish doing here? Oh yeah, you might also see at the top here, look, there's a couple of guppy babies. I just thought they were with all the other fish. They needed to stay with the other fish. The tank behind me is what we're going to be building in a few days. I've got fish shop Matt turning up, but we're not even ready. I might as well get it prepared. So off camera, I've repainted all the stands so it all looks really nice and fresh. The background is still sort of half on. I've fitted the light we're going to be using, which is the Superfish thing. Let me check. The Superfish 131, so it's basically the 4-foot size one. Yeah, real tidy look, plenty of light there's going to be as well. I do need to get this off, but the problem is every time I pull it, it keeps sort of snapping, so I think I need to get some heat on it. Yeah, that's working so much better. It's not snapping at all now. Right, there we go. Our tank background's off. That was actually a lot tougher than I thought it was going to be, but we got there in the end. The tank is still completely filthy though. It does need a clean up. All these sort of old watermarks and that, it's fine. I've got the razor blade. It's the only real tool for this job, to be honest. Yeah, this is the one that we want. Perfect. I think it's meant for like oven glass or just windows in general, so it works perfect for our aquariums. Okay, so rather than boring you with a montage of me cleaning the tank, I've just cleaned it up. It's all ready to go. All I'm waiting for now is Matt to arrive. It's been a while since he's been here, and I'm really excited to show him the studio, and plus the tank that we recently did together, which is looking so good as well. This will be the second tank that we've done together, so every time we do it, it turns out great because we've used both of our ideas and we sort of reaffirm everything we're saying and come up with like extra little bits of input that just makes the whole thing way better together. Look at this. Look who has arrived.
Dun dun dun.
He was late.
No, I wasn't.
You arrived. You arrived precisely when you wanted to,
Absolutely.
meant to.
Yeah, it's that wizard's beard, Gandalf style, that's what it is.
And just as Matt's arrived, Some plants have also arrived. So from Aquafleur, basically I ordered every single type of boost that they do. Look at the size of that. They're good, aren't they?
They are great. Like, that's just a full pot of Bucephalandra. Like, you can't get any more in there.
So yeah, I ordered every single one, and I just thought, even for this tank we're going to be doing, how cool will it look? Yeah. To have just them dotted all over the rocks and that, because I want to go for a real natural vibe. Nice. I haven't spoken about it yet, but so here is the tank. Great. We'll sort of talk about it as we go. But so here is our tank, Matt, all cleaned up. We've got the Superfish Light. I've already said this to the audience, but for you, that's the new one.
Okay, yes, the extendable one. Yeah. Nice. Yep.
And they didn't have it in that size, but now they do. But look, you can't really see because there's nothing in it, but it's lighting the tank up really nicely, isn't it?
It is really bright, isn't it? Really good.
So what I'm thinking is, peninsular tank, it obviously makes sense to do a triangular composition because, you know, it's got to come out from that corner. Yeah. Now, what about if there's no other real way to do it?
Let's change it up. Let's escape it the other way around. Let's go from this end that way.
How would it look from here? Just a pile of rubbish on the head. No, so I'm thinking, like, not only do I want it to be sort of mounded here, tapering down to the river's edge sort of thing. I have done that before, actually. I'll put a clip up now of my last peninsular one, which was the pearlweed one. It was just pearlweed everywhere.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, it looked good, actually, and that would look good in this situation, but screw cutting, trimming, that all the time.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
So I'm thinking we build like up in this area, and then I can also get some nice bits of wood coming out the top.
Smart, yes.
And I've got some peace lilies, some nice ferns and stuff over in the archfish tank, which does need to be taken down. I can use those plants just to build up this area here.
Absolutely.
Plus we've got the light then from the window, which will really help with growing those plants and just bring another element to the whole thing, yeah?
Yeah, no, I think that's going to work really, really well.
I think we should get started.
Let's do it.
We need, first of all, a substrate system. So in this tank here, which is the one that we did recently, this is the Betta Sorority tank, we used the, what was it, the Flora, hang on.
Flora base?
It was Flora, but you know all the stuff, don't you?
Yeah, I think
down here in my shop. Let's go in the shop, Matt.
Nutribase.
Should we go in my shop?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so this is the one that we used before, and it seems to have worked so well in other tanks, so I think we should use it now.
Yeah.
For you.
Oh.
Okay, should we do this like before?
What, just everywhere? Yeah, just cut it up.
I don't know why I'm using this scraper.
Yeah, that's not the best of
tools.
Yeah. But we didn't need the scraper to be sharp for cleaning the tanks anyway. No.
Every time I use this, I have to put a new blade in because I've done something rubbish like this.
You've done something stupid with it, yeah. That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so this is not a sponsored video or anything, but this is the Nutribase, and it's basically crushed lava, rock, some quartz, I don't know why, and just a ton of nutrients, and it seems to have worked so well that we're going for it again.
Yeah, it is a great stuff. And beneficial bacteria, remember?
Oh yeah,
we read about that, didn't we?
Yeah,
powdered beneficial bacteria in there.
Like dormant stuff, is it?
Yeah, essentially. So that when the water hits it, in theory, it comes to life and starts breaking.
Not a bio.
Right, we've collected up some rocks, and these are nowhere near big enough for the sort of height and impact we want. Yeah, exactly. We've got a lot of height to get up. I want just chunkiness in this whole area.
Got the wood as well, remember?
Oh yeah, and the wood, yeah.
So we can build up in amongst it with that.
That's true. Oh, the wood's down here, Matt. Already got it ready.
Nice. Oh, wow.
We've got some good pieces. Not so much that manzanita, but go for the spot. Oh, it could work. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, see how it works in. That might be cool coming down into it, maybe.
That's true, yeah. So this is why you're here.
Yeah.
Little comments like that. Absolutely brilliant. But also on top of these rocks down here, we've got some really, really big ones outside. Yeah, so I kept these out here so they didn't take out a ton of space sort of in the studio.
Yeah, nice.
Mix
a few of them in.
Even if you don't see them, they'll build up that sort of base.
Yeah, they'll give you that height in the back, won't they?
Yeah, let's go. Pick them up, stick them in.
Do you want to bring those big ones in first?
Yeah, we'll be all right.
One more?
Yeah, I think so. Either laid down there or on top, but no, we can put other stuff on top, can't we?
Yeah, I think. Have you got a flat side? Oh,
I say leave a small gap and we can put something in between them.
Yeah.
There we
That looks cool.
It's gonna look wicked, isn't it?
I was just saying to Matt, look, even that looks cool. But it looks great, but if you come down this side, come down here, Matt, it's perfectly straight line.
Oh, yeah,
so if that front one can sort of go twisted.
Yeah, so he'll come over this way.
Potentially. Try the other way.
Other way?
Yeah, more like that. I think
Yeah.
that works. We can put something underneath as well.
Yeah, we'll put a rock underneath or something to keep him up.
In fact, come further this way.
Yeah?
Because there's a big open gap in front. I think, anyway, you can come and see as well after. Yeah, I think that looks better. Separated from the other two
nice.
a bit more.
Yeah, that brings it off to the right, doesn't it?
And we can fill this gap with anything, really. We've
Yeah.
got all those other stones. Cool, it's coming along. Yeah, let's just keep going. Just whatever you want, Matt. I always trust what you're going to go with as well. Now that that frame is there, everything else should just sort of fall into place. I want it proper rough looking, like proper...
Bottom of a riverbed.
Yeah, like
bottom
stuff
of a
that's
lake.
just piled in.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be perfect. Oh, I've got some beauties here.
That big boy's nice, isn't it?
Look at the colours in that. Like, can that big one go with it, you reckon?
Yeah, I was wondering that. Trying to get that height up.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll go. Nice.
Not going anywhere.
No.
Oh, we're liking it, aren't we, Matt?
It's looking great.
Like that's what I want, that real rough look. And I don't know if you noticed on the time lapse there, but we're just chucking stuff down. I'm sort of imagining like the river's just deposited it, but at the same time need to be conscious that we need space for plants to go in as well. We've got the wood. We've got the wood to go on now.
Yeah.
But this is where I really want it to take that sort of flowy look. I mean, technically that's the riverbank.
Yep.
And that is the water flow.
In theory, yeah, you could be going that way, yep.
But we can't really have the wood going that way.
No, we need a bigger tank.
You need a massively wide. Oh, the Stingray tank
Yeah,
could do that.
absolutely, yeah.
You could do it one edge that's, yeah.
Oh.
We're not doing that now though.
No.
But that is an idea, isn't it?
That's a future project.
Okay, so yeah, so instead of going that way with the wood, which is where the water will actually be flowing, we're going to go that way. Purists are going to go mad. No, I think they'll be all right.
As long as it looks good.
It does look good so far, doesn't it?
Really nice.
Very, very dinosaur eggy.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, check out Matt's new merch, by the way. It's quite cool.
Oh, my neon t-shirt, yeah.
Neon.
Neon.
You can find that on his channel and click the links in his... there, at the bottom of his channel thing, videos. You know what I mean?
There's a button somewhere.
People know how to do it. I think they do, don't they?
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah.
Okay. It's a banner underneath his videos. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, anyway, let's put the wood in. Yeah, so if you start with that piece...
I love this bit, weirdly.
I'm got to move this stuff, Matt. I'm just tripping over everything.
Yeah, you don't really... When you've got a camera, you don't really look what you're doing, do you?
No. Okay, tell me what you... I know what you was thinking, but I want you to do... Let's see if you do what I'm thinking.
I don't think I can, though. I think it's got too much of a curve in it.
Ah, yeah. You could angle it...
That's what I'm wondering, if you can angle it to one side. So my thought is if it can go like this.
Already.
But I think it's already too long.
No, that works. We can raise it a little bit there so that it's got a little bit more height, or maybe it didn't need it. Maybe that can be the thing.
Yeah, maybe it is low
I'm just
down.
saying, look at me saying like that's the big bits of wood we've got. I keep forgetting, Matt. Look around the studio.
This is it. There are more.
There's so many big bits. That bit's cool, but it'll kill anything that it goes in with.
Yeah. You do need to
wood.
start soaking that one now for next year.
Yeah. Oh, there's also this beast up here that was in the previous Rainbowfish tank, so that could work. There's a whole sort of log that's fallen in.
Yeah, like a river's washed it down sort of thing.
Yeah, look how far I am from you. So much walking nowadays.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'm thinking with this monster piece, Matt,
Yeah.
potentially, right, you take that bit, because that's got angle, and I've got this bit. Now I need to try and get this in without it taking the light out.
Yeah, that is going to be an issue.
Oh, no, we could do this. I mean, I can move the light, but where's the fun in that?
I'll hold on to the light. Or move it. Oh.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Be quite cool. I need more height, but I need it so that it doesn't interfere with the light. So the light can still...
I know this is a big one, but if you lift yours up slightly...
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to be too aggressive. It's good from this side. I'm not sure what it's like from your side.
The other side's quite dark.
That's what I was thinking.
But
'cause
that's
the
all
light,
right. There could
have
be
you got another 4-foot light?
Yeah, we've got two, I've got like 5 of them over there. There's potential for 2, isn't there?
Because you could bring that over to this side and then have another one on that side.
Hang on, let me show the audience what you're saying. Like, that looks absolutely insane. Are we taking up too much swim room, though? Because it's
Rainbow fish
peninsular.
are mostly lake fish, so they're not, you know, fast swimmers really. So they'd be absolutely fine with some hidey spaces.
Yeah, they'll go in and out of this, to be fair, wouldn't they? Like, there's so many gaps to come in and out. But this side's a little bit darker.
So I think...
And if we had a second one...
Oh, I'll just hold that now.
I
haven't just knocked the wood over.
I've actually got loads of them sat over here ready to go. And I've also got this one on here that I can take off and stick across. I think it's worth it. Because that looks so blinking cool. Come on here, look at the straight lines.
This. Oh yeah, wow.
That's impactful. We need to get rid of those white bits.
Yeah, the bit of glue, yeah.
This is where I've had glue on it previously, so I need to get those off. But other than that, I am absolutely... That's like, if you want show stopping, I mean...
Yeah.
Which I do.
Proper explosion of
wood,
isn't it?
And in fact, we need another one here coming up.
Coming a bit more height here.
Yeah. We are filled up. Matthew's just
debubbling. Debubbling.
With the debubbleizer.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a net. She's gone. Yeah, filter's all hooked up, ready to go. Inlet and outlet in place. It's nothing left to do but turn it on. Some really decent flow there. This is the Awase 850, is it, Matt?
It looks like an 850. Yeah, it's really tall. Yeah,
Biomaster 850. Now, lots of people are going to say, oh, if you put holes in it, it goes faster flow. And all. No. I was just saying with Matt, if you just clean the pre-filter once or twice every other week or something like that, the flow stays just as good as that.
Yeah.
I don't need a filter to flow faster than that. If you want faster flow, then you need to get something for flow, which is a power head, something like that.
Exactly. Listen to that. You almost know what you're talking about.
Just repeating stuff that I've heard. I suppose that's the same as learning, isn't it?
Yeah, that is pretty much learning. Yeah, that is the definition of learning.
But I really like it. That's plenty of flow. You know, like Matt's saying, these fish are actually from lakes, not river, so they're not... I mean, they like a bit of flow though, don't they?
Yeah, that's it. You know, fish like oxygenation and things like that. We can't recreate a lake in a fish tank really. So yeah, you do need flow and filtration to help them.
I think we nailed it there though. Loving that. Right, you just need it all to clear. Going to put some AQUARIAN in now. Just that'll be solid. Well, crystal clear is what I mean, not solid. That's the opposite of what we want. We're going to go to the pub and have lunch, and by the time we come back, we'll be drunk. No, it'll be like gin. The water.
Yes.
we're not having
gin people now.
Sometimes.
Hang on.
I am partial to a gin.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I can get on board. Are we missing something?
Oh yes, the epiphytes. No, the top plants.
The top plants, which are epiphytes, I suppose, in a way.
Yeah. True. Okay. Right. We'll put those in now. Okay, I'm not sure. Are you sure?
No, it's a tricky one.
I don't think it's adding to the scape. I think it just looks like something plonked on top. But let's be honest, is that not how it would look?
Yeah.
At the edge, it is, isn't it?
Yeah. Once the Javas grow up around it and you get some more growth on there.
I think we might as well go with it. It's not taken away from the tank. If I just want to film the tank, it's there, but there's also some nice plants. If anything, it's going to be massively functional because all these roots are just going to pull a ton of nitrates out.
Yeah, I think so.
You want to keep? I think I want to keep it.
Yeah.
I'll come the other side. Yeah, I think we go with it. Yeah, just give it a chance. Give it a chance. It looks darker than out of the tank. That's because it auto adjusts. But yeah, from this angle, I'm liking it. It's just it's because we got. I think it's because I got used to looking at the tank without it, and then it was like, oh, what's this? But you can just keep it, treat it as its own thing, can't you?
That's it. I think it's quite good when you're standing back as well to have that greenery coming out the tank. It is just a little bit more. Yeah.
Cool. All that's left now is to wait for it to clear,
fish can go in.
Right, it's now the next day and Matt is coming in early before work today so we can put the fish in. The lights aren't on any of the tanks at the moment, but from what I can tell, it's so clear. Yeah, like I say, it's very early, but look, it's like there's no water in it. But yeah, you can see by the way that the plants are moving, that there obviously is. Come around this side. You can see all the way through. Oh, the setup has worked a treat. Yeah, this side as well. This side's got more sort of darkness. Why don't I just put the light on? Okay, I now have to work out what does what. Yay! Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, that is looking so good, isn't it? Yeah, definitely love the top part as well. It will have some sort of more greenery around this area. I'm gonna add in some hydrocotyl Japan, I think, because that'll grow right up out of the water and into it. It just merged the two areas really nicely. But I'm also thinking down the bottom here, we need something else. Not plants, but like a bit more botanicals. At the end of the day, we're going for a real natural vibe, and there would be bits of, you know, debris, leaves, twigs, that kind of thing down the bottom there. And over here in the MD shop, I've got loads of different leaves and botanicals and things. And up here behind the computer desk, I've got like twigs and stuff I've collected whilst out on walks of things, and just a little bit of detail around the big thick wood. Makes it look really realistic. Yeah, okay, there's an idea. That's what I'll do. I'm gonna prepare all of that and put it all in so that when Matt comes in and sees it for the first time since we first set it up, remember yesterday, it was all covered in bubbles and everything. It didn't look anything like as good as now. So add those extra details as well, and I think he'll love them. He loves a realistic look, and it should be a great environment for the rainbow fish then, and we should see them colour up quickly and start behaving really cool as well. Okay, so I don't want too many. I've got this funny thing. Just a few leaves. So the leaves have now been sat for like half an hour. You can see they've sort of sunk in the water, which means they, oh, that's way too foggy. I'll give it a sec. Yeah, and it means that we can now just put them in and they should go straight to the bottom. Now, I'm not putting too many. I don't really want to tint the water very much. If you're worried about tinting from botanicals, you can add Purigen or something like that to your filter and it just pulls out all the darkness. But a little bit of tint won't be too bad, I don't think. I'm going to need to do water changes at some point because this wood will leach some tannins. I mean, it hasn't overnight, which is quite a good sign. It's all wood I've used before, so hopefully there's nothing to come out of it. Okay, I've got the leaves. I'm not going to be too specific on where I place them. Just sort of dot them, let them, they're going to flow about a bit, look. That's just the nature of the filter being like quite fast flowing, but look, there you go, they're settling where they want. A couple of bits down here, get caught up in between plants and things, won't they? Oh, how about that nice big podlet in this area? A few more bits down here. That's it, just a little bit of detail. Obviously we want some on this side as well. The flow is on this side though, so it might struggle a little bit to get caught up. And we also want to have some of the sticks as well, look. Oh, look at that. So I find that if you put sticks in, like smaller sticks in with big pieces of wood, you tend to get a real sort of natural look. Get these to go down a little bit more. Fan them up a little bit. And now we've got a seriously natural vibe going on, haven't we? It's like that would have got caught separate from that. It's just a sort of junction point in the lake or river where the flow has caused it to lock in. Just adding some to this side as well, trying to make it a little bit subtle so it's not right in your face, but still has that sort of obvious look about it. Oh no, I've just pulled up a load of Monte Carlo. And I got some of that hydrocotyl Japan.
It's like tetra or cichlid. It's a massive group of different species. So yeah, you'll find there's probably different ones. I've never really sort of researched into all of them. I know a few of them and how they breed, but there's probably so many different types of breeding behaviour. Yeah. It'll just be working out what species you've got and what way they do it.
I'm really pleased with this. It's just like any tank. It never really comes to life until you've got fish. I'm over this side. I've not even come round.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I've not even seen the other side.
Side two.
Oh, whoa. There we go. Okay, so, right. At the moment, you can see that they're... Hang on, let me get the black screen behind me.
They're actually swimming in the flow, aren't they?
Wheel her over, Matt. Yes, they are swimming with flow.
Uh-oh. Nope, we're all good. Where am I going?
See, this is why I bought this. No, come here, come behind me. That's it. There we go. Now we can see everything. Look at that. So obviously the Oase is just blasting out there, and they actually love it, look. They like sort of dance in and amongst it. So that's perfect, Matt, because they've got different areas where they can do different things.
Yeah.
They can chill out around the other side, or they could just get blasted in the face when they want it. This one's colouring up lovely already, I have to say.
Yeah, it's almost like a river and lake set up in one. You've got the river on this side flowing, and you've got the lake with the slower flow around the other side.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I love that. And then they can just do the roundabout thing if they want as well.
Absolutely, they can just chase each other.
Look at that, the colours are coming through. They really are. That park's just got way more orange now.
Yeah, even some of the yellows look just starting to get his coloration.
Yeah.
See the yellow and the orange coming back through now.
And this is actually like the perfect time usually for their colours, because what are we at, like 8:30, something like that?
Yeah, something like that, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, now I've come, oh, look, there we go. Look at the colours. I'm so attracted to the Bosemani every time.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know, I just think they look great. And
We're going to have to try and get you some fire reds.
What, is that like those, but even more?
Yeah, they're like orangey red on the back end rather than yellow.
Oh,
we had
yes,
an amazing group. We tested out a group from a new supplier and they were amazing colours, but they sold out in about 3 days after coming out of quarantine. So, yeah.
Okay, well, next time,
I'll give you a shout.
just let me have one, just one, because if you have too many, then it loses its specialness, I think. So one of them like that. And like I was saying to you the other day, Matt, you know, I've obviously, a lot of the fish have gone back to you, but I was like, well, I've had this group now and I've been growing it and sort of getting different ones. And I wasn't ready for these to go back. And this was one of the main tanks that I kept having in my mind, as well as obviously the one behind you as well, with the 60 female betta fish, which is doing great. They're all settled in. I think we spoke about that earlier, didn't we? But
we did, yeah, I think so.
Oh, look, I've got this really cool thing here, the rainbow. Well, does it come around here, look? Refraction, is it?
Oh yeah, where you've got to, yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Yeah, they're all chilling out on this side now, look. They're on the lake side now.
Oh, it's because I was over the other side with this massive camera.
Yeah, that's it.
Look, you watch them all move now.
Yeah. One eyeball looking at them.
I think we can call this a massive success. Like, it's proper natural looking, isn't it?
Yeah, the twigs and the leaves have just finished it off as well. That, yeah, looks great. Looks like the proper bottom of a river, or, yeah, I love it.
Lake.
Yeah, or lake.
Depends which side you're at.
That's it, lake, river.
Complete contrast to obviously the other tank, which is more of a pretty, you know, designer aquarium, if you like, whereas this is more chuck it all in, let it land where it wants to land. I mean, it was a bit more specific than that, but doing us a little bit of a discredit. But
it's a bit more rugged, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I love that though, absolutely love that. Because it means you don't have to be so like anal about everything moving forwards either. You can let there get a little bit of algae in certain places, a bit of detritus and grime building up, and it will just look more and more real.
Yeah, this is your leaf litter breaks down and the twigs break down, you can replace them with new ones, and you just end up with that sort of build-up really, that ecosystem style build-up.
So this has been an awesome and fun build. Thank you very much, Matt.
Always a pleasure.
Yeah, I mainly asked you to come because I know how much you enjoy it as well.
Yeah,
so it's
absolutely.
It's kind of like for both of us just to have fun. Anyway, there's going to be a long sort of cinematic now of the tank. Loads of you just click off when I stop talking for some reason, but some of you actually want to see the tank and the fish. I think it would be a bit of an injustice just to click off now. So for those of you interested, here's the tank only and not me. Or you.
Or me.
Okay, no boring intro, apart from hello beautiful people. We've got Matt here today.
I didn't want a coffee.
I know you didn't. No. We've got Lucasade Sport. Anyway, we're here today because we are building this tank behind us. It's going to be amazing. We've got an absolute ton of work to do because we need to go to the pub later. So let's get started. So here is our tank, Matt.
Yep.
Oh, we haven't put a light on. Okay.
That helps.
I think I'm going to double up. Or should I start with one and see how it goes? I'm going to use the superfish ones because I think it's just going to work so well.
Have we said what we're going for yet in this video or not? Is that secret in this video? Because it's, as far as I understand it, it's lower light with darker spots. So one light might do better. Cast some shadows.
We'll start. Yeah, we'll definitely start with one. If I can add another one if I need to, I think I will though. So I opted for no background on it. I just love the way that you can see through a tank. I just think it looks so much better. It's what I've done here on the Betta tank. You can't really see that now because it's all grown in so much. But
it's better when you can see through a tank. It's really hard to see the fish otherwise.
You know, see all the way through. We'll worry about filtration and everything later on, but to start with, we need to get started with a substrate system. Now, it's a little bit different to usual because I need a lot of height. So I'm going to do basically a bank going from nothing at the front, which will be decorative sand, and then all the way, almost halfway at the back.
Oh.
And then we can put...
So we're talking like up here then?
Yeah.
Nice.
It's going to be a lot. But first of all, I need to get that base layer in and our retaining wall out of Sirius stone.
Nice.
So I've actually stopped myself in recent builds using a Sirius stone because I want to use so much of this scape. I went to use it and I was like, no, I'll use the lava rock or whatever.
Yeah,
so
nice.
This is going to be, I've saved everything for this. It's going to be so good. I've got a plant delivery coming today as well. So hopefully that comes in time before the pub. If it doesn't, we'll just do this another day as well.
We'll do it and come back tonight after the pub.
Oh my goodness, can you?
Planting after dark.
I get some tunes on, I get some more beers flowing.
Let's do it.
Yeah, okay, first of all, we need to build up height. Anything, you can use anything for this, well not anything, but coarse gravel is what I like to go with just because it's
you can use anything.
Actually,
that is opening you up to some real problems.
Yeah, that's true. But I have
used super noodles and they all went funny.
No, but I have seen people use proper bricks, like house bricks, because there's no problem. And you can just stack them out. I don't want to do that because then you've got to put down like sensible weight distributing stuff underneath. No, I'm just graveling it up.
All right. I poured 7 pot noodles in and they still don't work.
It's out here, Matt, but I don't know what we've got, so we're gonna have to go. So everyone who like sort of works around here is like thinking, oh, these could be some valuable things. Oh, what have we got? Let's have a look. Oh no, that one has got valuable things. Oh, it's just like car washing stuff and gravel and things. Oh, we definitely can use that.
Yeah, I was going to say that would be ideal,
We'll need that. We'll need anything basically. There's some coarse. Oh, we've got all of the. I saved all of these. These are going to come in handy as well, aren't they? So that. Yeah, we'll just grab it. We'll bring it all in. Yeah, we've got plenty.
Awesome.
Right, before we do anything, I'm going to need to put the light on. I didn't need to slam that down, did I?
No, not really.
So this is the Superfish 131. Now, so many people ask me in the comments, where can I get it from? If they're not in stock at a Maidenhead can just order them in for them.
Absolutely, yeah.
How long before them going into the store to them come in? It should be about a week, shouldn't it?
In theory, it's a week because it depends on the delivery, but everyone gets a delivery from these guys every week most of the time.
So if you want these, go and order them. They're actually really, really good value for money. I don't know the exact price. Do you, Matt? That could have been bad. Did I get that on video? Yes, I did.
Not even on purpose as well. If you had hit that right
off, that would have been annoying.
Amazing.
Anyway, the light. Here we go. Very simple. That's it. Let's get it on a tank. There's nothing worse when people have like reviews of like lights and they spend half the thing just doing this, but put it on the tank.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care. Just what does the light look like?
It's got legs.
It's got legs.
You can slam it.
It plugs in.
And these little things.
Yeah. What is that? Oh, that's in case you don't want to have it legs. You want to have it like flat, isn't it? If you've got like a lid or something.
So you clip them in.
Yeah, sweet.
Mirrored back.
We are working with Mirrorbat. We're going to get double the fish. I've also not checked if this is level, square. Never mind.
It'll be all right.
I don't care. Small details, it's just not...
Yeah, no.
It's not something I'm worried about.
Well, look at how slanty the slanty river tank was. Even if it's a couple of inches out, it's fine.
It's fine, don't worry about it. So we've got loads of different gravels and sands. We've got some volcanic rock, and there's just a mixture of everything that was laying about, like part full bags. We're up to about... not a bit less than a quarter, I'd say.
Yeah, I reckon so.
That's actually sloped. It doesn't look that sloped there, but it is. Left the foreground clear because that's where the decorative sand will go. But now I need to put on some nutrients, and I'm going to put in some aquatic compost first. Just a little sprinkling. It's been working really, really well. Then we'll put on the NutriBase from Colombo, which is the stuff that I'm loving. And then on top of that, we'll eventually go to AquaSoil, but we can build... Yeah, I'm just going to... Let's just do it. I don't need to talk about it. Just
many layers of many nutrients.
So there is the aquatic soil, pond soil.
Premium.
Premium, sorry.
Only premium in my shop.
So this is the stuff you use in ponds that floats actually in the water in baskets. So if it does get into the water column a little bit, not an issue. Just in case, so we're going to cap it over the top now with the NutriBase. Where is it, Matt?
There's a split bag. Well, it's not a split bag, an open
yeah,
bag.
I'll use some of it. So I'll just use the rest of that bag. Colombo, this stuff, we're loving it with Matt. So
yeah, it's really good stuff.
Not sponsored or anything. This video's not sponsored by Matt. Yeah, this can go over the top, and then we'll put the AquaSoil on top eventually, but we need to get... I'm doing it again. I'm talking instead of doing. I'm almost like doing it in my head, do you know what I mean?
But yeah, you're talking through your next stages.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be on camera though, just do it.
It's like sowing the fields
of barley. Actually got some Nano base here as well, so might as well stick that on. It's only a little bit there.
The aquarium of all substrates.
Yeah, just put it all in.
Yeah, just chuck it all in.
Okay, Matt, we're ready to rock out. No, we're not. Sorry.
No, sorry.
And now for our decorative sand in the
they're so, like, you just catch me on everything, that's the thing.
Matt's the other side of the magic curtain. Matt, you ready to put your wood in? Oh, this is just for reflections, guys, just obviously because we're doing this, and it would, yeah, you know.
And it's a secret, the public are outside watching.
Oh, they can't see, yeah.
Not allowed.
Keep it down, just... So we've got this kind of wood. Do you know what this is called, Matt?
Wood.
Yeah, that'll do.
Probably, it's not Redmore, it's...
I think it is.
The other one. Oh, it might be Azalea. Okay. Azalea's another one that looks
root,
like this.
Isn't that the same thing?
Yeah, I think one of them's more twiggy than the other, and again, I get sort of lost in it. It all looks good. Buy what you like the look of.
Yeah, just go in, look at the price. If you like it, get it.
Yeah. Oh, he's a chunky boy, isn't he?
That's it. Right on the edge, that's it. So it's like, kind of like, I'm not even showing everyone, I'm just watching you.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that, but... Oh, we're on the front, aren't
That's why I didn't, yeah, it's a bit twiggy.
No, we need to use, that's perfect. We need to use it, we need to find it.
Don't worry about cleaning the glass.
It's overrated. We can just put it like that, like have plants in front of it as well, like
yeah,
in that cap.
Fair. Oh, we could bring a rock in, actually.
Yes, that's true.
Dwayne.
Mr. Johnson. Cut this. So this is definitely not what you'd call a budget aquascape.
No.
There's quite a lot of hardscape there. It's going to cost a bomb, let's be honest. But in terms of actual tank, well, this is a generic tank I bought, and the Superfish lights are a good price. Yeah, it's a lot of money on hardscape, to be honest. It's probably going to be even more money on the plants. So we're not really going for a budget build, but it should look good.
But then it's quite hard to do a big tank on a budget build.
That's true, yeah.
But then you could still, river cobbles, cheaper rock, you know.
Yeah, you could do it. The wood there, what do we estimate on that? Probably about 100 quid's worth of wood there, isn't there, Matt? And rock, probably about the same, isn't there?
Maybe, yeah, I would say about that. Yeah, it's probably only a box or so.
Yeah, but most people ask me about pricing and stuff like that. That's why I'm talking about that. But we're probably in about £500-600 deep at the moment, aren't we?
Yeah.
And that's considering the fact that I built my own stand. I haven't got a filter yet, but I think all in, by the time this is done, you're looking at £1,000. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good price for an amazing... Some fish tanks alone just cost that.
Absolutely, yeah. No, I think that's a good price, really. It works well. And something that's going to be easy to maintain.
Yes.
You know, you could be doing a saltwater setup, you'd be £1,000 in, and you wouldn't have water yet.
Yeah, if you're not even started.
No.
I mean, we haven't got water yet, but...
Yeah, but we don't pay for our water.
That's true. Well, I do.
Well, yeah, but not like
salt water. Yeah, that's true. Right, next thing, we need to stick all of these pieces down. They're kind of interlocked. So a few key points. No, it's fine, Matt, it's fine. It is one of those boring jobs, isn't it? But it has to be done.
No, it does.
I'm going to use tissue paper and glue, and it just fizzes, gets locked down, and then we don't have to worry about any of this floating. So that's all the hardscape locked down. We're just going to add a little bit of detail gravel, probably put a little bit more later on. It's not Rio Zinga or anything. I don't think I've got any, Matt.
No one's got any, I don't believe.
It's out of stock everywhere. But we don't need to. Mix it up a bit. Just some little bit of coarser version of this it is. A little bit of darker flecks and that. Yeah, it should be good. Look at that. So it's a massive assortment there of different, well not massive, it's about 3 different types of gravel. Hang on. So we've used like these river pebbles, then larger river pebbles, and then there was like a real fine sand version as well. That's all laid on top of the original stuff, but it's given a really good effect. It actually looks a little bit darker when the water goes in as well. We're going to get some food, let everything set, and then we can come back. The plants would have arrived and we can get going. Oh, we've had lunch. Katie and Grace are here. They brought prance. Oh gosh, I'm not drunk.
We weren't at lunch that long.
They brought plants with them. Let's have a look what we've got. I've got some amazing plants. Nothing like unusual, but I've got a lot of what's going to make this whole thing just absolutely pop. Obviously, I haven't told you what I've got yet.
No.
Did that work? Oh. Okay, we have stuff. Rotala macrandra, love it.
Nice.
This, I've got a load of the, hang on, they can't really see. So I've got like Ludwigia plus just green. This is all for the background area just to grow up. Stems are perfect for absorbing nutrients, especially in a new setup. And they just look great as we go as well.
Every single Ludwigia.
Yeah, I got them all.
Glandulosa, palustris, plus just red.
Not all of them are necessarily for this setup, for the stems, that is. Yeah, we'll stick them in. Oh, look at this, Aquafleur, killing it. I mean, I've already told them about this. Why is their logo sunk in the... No, look, there's the Aquafleur logo.
Yeah.
Basically, all maidenheads have Aquafleur, don't they?
But I think so, yeah, pretty much, yeah.
If they don't, then they should.
Yeah.
But look at the quality of that Bulbitis.
They're gorgeous, aren't they? Look at that.
It's perfect. I should have ordered more. I might steal some, actually, from the Betta tank, because that is getting like... It's getting overloaded in there.
Yeah, there's tons in there.
One of our favourites, Matt, Juncus repens. So this is... It's kind of like a perfect, like Matt was saying to me earlier, like a rice paddy look. You know, you can get a proper natural, rough look with that in the tank, a real biotopy look.
Yeah, because Vallis is nice, but that's just got that sort of ruggedness to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it keeps going like that, and you can just trim it there, and you can replant it there
you can actually see the rootlet. It's already got a little root.
Perfect. And look at how good these Java ferns are. Look at that. There's not a single, like obviously we've visited, so we know how good they are, but like just for the audience, this isn't really a sales pitch. I just think credit where credit's due. That is absolutely perfect. Oh, look, you've got the Windeloff as well.
And the Trident. Nice.
Got so many options. Right, all the plants are out. I think if we start with the Java fern and Bulbitis.
What are they?
That's Java ferns.
Okay, just checking with
Windeloff. And yeah, you know what they are, don't you?
That's the third take that you've done where you've called them the wrong names.
I keep calling stuff the wrong names today. I wonder why. So we'll get the Java ferns in first. I actually want more than this, to be honest. I've got some more dotted around, and I can steal some from other tanks, because I just really want that impact straight away. But let's go with that first. I always find if you start with your ferns, and then go elsewhere from that, you've got a really good starting point of green. You just basically just keep putting stuff in.
They've only got one place as well, really, haven't they?
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, in amongst the prongs or frongs, what would you say, Matt?
Prongs.
Prongs, yeah.
Prongs,
What's frongs? The frongs are a fern thing.
Yeah, that's it.
A frong of a fern.
Frongs.
Woo! A plant's prepped. Well, no, not all. I don't know why I did that. Woo! See, sometimes I keep it in. Sometimes I just edit that bit out and go like, "Why have you done that?" But I'm just going to leave that in.
So now I sound like the nut job
because you repeated it. Yes, I'll cut me out. No, yeah, that's all of those. All of the epiphytes prepped. There's a lot there, but I think we might do something like that. There's a group of 4 together,
for like a big focal area.
Yeah, nice.
So we have like 4 there, there's 4 there, you know what I mean? And dot them about. Clean-up crew with the rest of the fish.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a great reveal.
Yeah.
So if I've got a week, yeah, exactly, it's already starting, honestly. Mainly diatoms. There's a little bit of greenness
so it'll
in
go
the
away
sand.
quick enough.
Oh, it will, yeah. Especially in a week.
Oh, yeah.
If we get a decent crew going now, I better be on it, and no, I'm just talking to Martin, by the way. Shall I put this on? You always think it's too bright. Well, it is bright, wow. No.
Shall I put this on? It instantly turns us to ghosts.
It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I don't even know what I was saying.
If we get a good clean-up crew in now...
If we get a good clean-up crew in now, it gives us 1 week before all the tetras go in. Everything will be looking just...
pristine.
Great, yeah. We've got some of that fungus on the wood.
Yep,
We've
standard.
got diatoms on the Anubias.
Yep, standard.
We've got green dust on the glass.
Standard. Yeah.
There's other greeny bits as well.
Yeah.
But
as long as we haven't got hair algae and beard algae, then we're good.
No, we don't. But that is the next stage if we don't get this sorted out.
That is, yeah.
So whenever you're putting together a tank, leave a bit of the budget for the clean-up crew. Very important, otherwise it's going to look like rubbish. Not rubbish. It's going to take longer to look good.
They're more important than the pretty fish.
They're probably, yeah.
Like, you can have a really nice tank with loads of clean-up crew. At least you've got fish in there.
That's
Worry
true.
about the pretty fish later.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, wait even longer than we do, really.
Yeah.
A month is like what, like the top showrooms, they wait a month before fish goes in, I think. Some of them do anyway.
Some longer, some shorter.
Weedy
anyway.
fish. You know the drill.
Amanos.
Yeah, but it's a big tank member.
Yep.
I need all of them.
All of the Amanos. All of the bristle noses.
No.
No?
We need 6
And also 6
mediums.
6 mediums.
Ish. Medium-ish.
All right, I'll have a look. I'll see what I can do.
I'm not calling you ish.
Rustle something up.
Yeah, and the Ottos.
And the Ottos. Job
That's
done.
it. Bag them up. Right, Matt's just handed me something from who? Someone brought it in, yeah?
Yes, it's one of our regular customers. He wanted you to have it.
Oh my goodness. This is going to make me cry. Opening. I'm struggling. Can you hold this?
I'll hold that.
Don't drop it. Oh, look at this. Dear MD Fish Tanks, I've been watching you for years. Please can you subscribe to my channel, The Adventures in My Life, Mitch Angelo. Oh, he's got a sticker. Splish Splash Aquatics, I breed fish. Is Splish Splash Aquatics his channel? No.
No, it's,
the Adventures in My Life.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, I will subscribe, Mitch. It's not Angelo, it says age 10. I was going to say, Angelo's just... Anyway, Mitch, age 10. Yes, Mitch, I'll definitely subscribe to your channel. That's brilliant. I'll leave a comment on your latest video as well. Oh. You know the drill. They've been in my car, which is like cooler than... Actually, is it warmer? It's probably warmer. So yeah, we're given 20 minutes or so. We just cut them open and let them all go. The first fish going in are the bristle nose. We've got 6 sort of medium-sized ones there. And a bit of poo as well. And then over on this side, we've got about, satisfying pop. We've got about 20, I'd say, Amano shrimp. Again, I fully trust the shop that I get these from, guys. I've been going there for years, and yeah, I'm happy just to empty straight into the water. Remember, if you don't know your shop or know their protocols, then don't do this. Well, I know these guys have got so many UV sterilisers and everything, their water's probably cleaner than mine. And then there's about 12 Ottocinquelus, I think, something like that. Come on, guys, I think you come. No, tell a lies, probably about 8 there. Oh no, there's more in the bag. So straight away, look, these guys are going to get to work on all this mess. I mean, there's not too much. It's not too bad at all. Probably have to get in there at some point and do a little bit of manual cleaning as well, just like stirring up that sand and things. But I'll just let these guys settle, see what they can do over the next couple of days. Anything that's left, I can do by hand. So it's now been 2 weeks since we set the tank up. It's completely ready. It looks so good. All the algae is now under control from the algae eating cleanup crew that we put in. And I'm just really, really pleased with the result. I'm not completely happy with a few certain things, but most of it, yeah, I am. When I say I'm not happy, what I mean is indecisive. So I don't know if I actually need 2 lights anymore. Also, I put in a load of floating plants at the top there, which add that sort of reddish hue to the surface. Again, I'm not sure if that's the look I want. So if I remove the floating plants and remove 1 light, I don't know yet. We'll see what Matt says as well, because you know, it's his build, so like his input, but I also removed the Juncus repens that was in the foreground. I thought it looked a little bit too scraggly. That plant there, but it wasn't just there, it was like everywhere. So I've taken that out, given it more of a sort of cleaner front look, and I think that'll be really good then for the fish as well. Speaking of fish, it's time to go get them. This is different, isn't it? We're walking in the shop together. Wait, what's...
They painted it.
New entrance.
Yeah, it's the new entrance. Oh, are you recording already? Yeah. Ooh, fancy.
Whoa, what a lovely day. I can't even, it's too bright for the camera.
Yeah, it's a bit bright today, isn't it?
We're back at the shop. It's been a while. Has it been a while?
I don't know.
On film, I think it's been. Anyway, we're here today for the Tetra, as you well know. I don't need to explain this. I've just literally
Have you done it all?
I've done all of it.
Okay, but I wasn't there though, so I don't know.
Okay, today
what were you for?
Actually, we don't know. No. We're just sort of half discussing it. We're going to make this up as we go along. I know I want Tetra in that tank, maybe 1 or 2 feature fish, but definitely Tetra.
Yeah.
Let's just go by and Matt's the expert, he'll choose. Like, I'm just here to hold the camera at this point.
Loads of Tetra.
Where to first? The Tetra section?
Probably the Tetra section at the back wall, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
The Cheryl section.
How are we doing, Cheryl?
Are we having a happy day?
Yeah,
Are we having a happy I'm allowed on camera day? Well, no, you...
Yes, you're always happy. I'm joking, you're always happy.
This feels dark. Is it dark, Matt?
This light's gone.
Yeah.
I think here's our best place
Right, so
to start.
here is... Yeah, this is the... Well, we're packed out.
Yeah,
We've
so
got treatments in, yeah?
I had delivery last night. Last night? Yeah, it would have been last night. So yeah, had a delivery last night, so the treatments are in just to make sure. I'm going to have to work out what is now on sale and off sale.
Well, the thing is, I'm a different case, and it's a brand new tank with nothing else in, so it's technically a quarantine anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, this is it. But no, we've got enough cool stuff on sale, to be fair. Like, I think we need a group of them.
Yeah, they are
Red
very
eye
cool.
Tetras.
Yeah, they're wicked. I like those for
They're
sure.
Wicked.
I don't know if the red's... Is the red picking up? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're so cool.
Yeah, they do look
we've
cool,
got
actually.
tons. This is the problem, though. We've got black phantoms up there. Cardinals.
We've got cardinals. No, we can't do it again because there's so many in the Betta tank, which is right next to it.
Yeah.
I've got to stay away from cardinals for a while.
I can see you already. You're eyeing them up. You're like, oh, just a little group. Just a little group won't
Actually,
hurt.
you're right. Yeah, a little group won't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 10 or something.
It would be incomplete without cardinals in there.
Every tank must have cardinals.
But no,
I do like the black
phantoms.
phantoms.
Are cool.
Yeah, so here's what I've done, Matt. I've added a second light since, so that was just purely to get everything growing in.
Yeah,
I don't know if
sense.
I even need the second light, to be honest. It's quite bright.
It'll be good. It's quite a deep tank, isn't it? So I think it will work well.
And I've got the red root floaters. Again, I only put them in there to help with the sort of initial water quality. I don't know if I want that because it's supposed to be like a proper green. And in fact, if you look, you can see obviously the colours poking through from the reds. Do I want that even? Does it take away from the Tetra or will it add to it? You like it?
I think I quite like it.
Well, the thing was, obviously we've got massively colourful behind you in the Betta tank, and we've got massively colourful in this tank. So I did want this one just to be kind of, well, it's got the different front. I'll keep it. It's all in there, as if I can be bothered to trim anything.
Yeah.
Right, let's get the fish floating. That's going to be difficult because there's not much of a gap. We'll work it out. We'll work it out. Right, how long has it been? Enough time.
I don't know, we've been chatting for a while, haven't we?
They can all come out now. We're going to put them in one at a time just so we can see properly what we've chosen.
Yeah, I can't really remember.
How many fish is there total? There's like a lot of bags. Each one's got 20, well, not all of them.
No, because there's some aquariums and some other bits. So there's probably 150 tetras, 160 tetras.
Plus the rest, so about 200 total.
Yeah, I reckon so, yeah.
It's good amount. They're not all big, so, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of small ones in there. You know, we've got the things like the little diamond neons, and we've also got the little gold tetras and stuff.
Oh, yeah,
so
yeah.
they're all dinky, so yeah.
Okay, let's do it. I'm going to set up the tripod just in front so we can get it all. I'm going to put a screen behind us, no reflections. I don't need to tell you this. Okay, our first fish are the stir-bys going in and a load of sand as well. That's fine.
That mixes in. You get that for free.
Brilliant.
Oh, look
Aquariums.
at them. They're cool.
We're going to do this quick fire.
You've asked for certain species first, which has put me well off guard.
Okay, next up is what, Matt?
These are Metae Corydoras, or masked cories, I think they're called, is a common name for them.
Sweet.
Wicked little guys. Panda, but not a panda.
There's a stir-bite. I'll do close-ups and everything in a minute, guys. These ones then, Matt?
These are glow light tetras,
Yay.
so they've got that orangey sort of stripe to them.
Well, they will.
No, they've still got it.
Oh, yeah,
They've still got
there.
it. You can see them.
Oh, instantly looks good.
It looks cool, doesn't it? I'm liking that already.
I love fish in the tank. Because obviously it's been sat here for me for 2 weeks, just empty. Sorry, I'm just cleaning off some of the little scum lines.
I bet that's been really hard for you, actually.
Oh, what, being patient? Oh, it's
Yeah.
crazy hard. More. What have we got now, Matt?
So these are red-eye tetras. Look at them.
Wicked.
So they're a proper aquarium classic. Both of those actually are proper aquarium classics. Glow light tetras and red-eye tetra.
I don't think I've ever had the red eye before. I'd remember if I did.
Yeah, they're a little bit
them.
different. It's because they're silver. Not many people go for them.
Right, next up is the...
Lemon tetra. So again, they're going to get that gold and that red eye to them.
Everything's silver at the moment, but we'll get...
Yeah, it's all right. They'll get there.
time.
They'll get there. We've got some reds coming. Hang on, I'll do you some reds.
Hang on. Oh, hang on, clean up. We can't have drips for a fish reveal, can we? And now...
Red phantom tetras that are silver.
They will be red though.
Yeah, they'll be proper red. You saw them in the shop. We've got the bigger ones.
Yeah.
Because they're obviously a little bit more matching for the sizes of fish we've put in there.
And now...
Black phantoms. Silver phantoms. No, they are. Once they colour up, they'll be lovely. You can see a couple of males actually that are starting to already be a bit darker. When do you want the angels? At the end?
Yeah, the angels will be the finale. So what silver fish have we got next?
Silver tipped tetra.
Oh yeah,
so
I love
it's only
these.
the tips that will be
Yeah,
silver.
yeah, I've had before and I love them. They get much bigger than that, mind you.
They do.
Oh, hang on. One more.
Look at that group in the middle already.
Oh yeah, they're good schoolers, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
One of the best schoolers actually, I found.
Yeah, they are quite good.
These are the golds, yeah?
Little gold tetra.
Gold tetra. Well,
Wow,
grey at the moment.
They
they
show
are
up really well.
Yeah, they do, don't they? It's that light, I think, the superfish light is
Proper
really
making them pop.
making them, real reflective. Oh, I know what these are. The Januaries.
Yeah, January tetras in April or whatever it is.
Good movers.
Yeah, they'll be a faster swimmer. They've got that bit more streamlined shape to them, I reckon.
Well, they've gone, so no, I can see them. They're dotted about.
Very fast movers.
They all went their own way, though. They didn't want to stay together. Oh, these guys are schooling up over here or shoaling up, whatever they're doing. Yes, it's good. Matt just spilt water everywhere. And then this last of the tetras, yeah?
Yeah, last of the tetras. These are the diamond neons.
Yay! I've never had them. Oh, there's one up there.
Oh, there's one on the net, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, they're going to have that real nice pop of blue in their face as well, which is quite cool.
Nothing else has got the blue, is it? So it's good to have those
they'll
colours.
show up really nicely.
So that is all the tetras, and now it's for the showpiece, which is the angelfish as well. Just 3 smaller ones, but yeah, something extra. And here are the angels trying to jump. There we go. Are you ready?
Oh, looking.
I'm not going to pull that curtain back though, because, well, no, I need it there.
Oh, yeah.
For the reflection, so you can step
look
round.
over.
But look, so we've just come back from having some lunch, and it's looking really good. So first thing I know, Matt's just been toilet, but whilst he was in, I don't know if they need to know.
No, I don't think they did.
They know it now. But whilst he was in there, I was just having a look, and what you're saying is quite cool. Look at the back. Look at the red eye tetras at the back there. So they're in the background schooling all together, and then we've got quite a lot of action in the foreground. But you know, as time goes by, these guys will sort of split about, won't they?
Yeah, they'll all settle into their different groups and their different roles. Well, not roles necessarily, but yeah, you'll find that the red eye.
Act 4, Scene 2.
Yes. Can we have the glow lights to the front, please? You'll find the red eyes will be a little bit more in the top and lurking about.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, it's cool. And you'll find the angelfish will change the sort of dynamic of the tank as well. There's one here.
Oh, here he is.
But you'll find they'll change the dynamic of how the fish shoal and how they swim about. So it'll be quite cool to see that.
I'm only seeing the one angel. The rest must be like just getting...
Lurking.
Yeah, they're just getting comfortable. It's
Yeah,
fine.
that's it.
I did see some stir-by in the front. They've all run off because we've just started shouting at the screen.
Yeah, they've all gone.
Oh, hang on, look at this phantom here. Look at that colouring. It's all coming through, isn't it?
Yeah, they'll really colour up. So that's a female, so you can see the red pectoral fins. No, ventral fins.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can see that pinky red underneath the belly.
Yeah.
That'll be a female, and then the males won't have that so much. They'll be a bit more darker and a bit more black.
On those particular fin bits, yeah?
Yeah, on the whole body, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, look at the phantom. The red phantom's actually looking good as well.
Wow. Oh,
so
yeah.
the females are getting that yellow and black and white tip to the fin, and then the male will get a longer dorsal fin. So that'll be really nice. I just love that school of red eyes at the back. I just see them shooting above the plants.
In the background there, look.
They really like that floating plant, though. I think that lends itself quite nicely to them.
This is quite cool. Like, even though they're tetras, they've got different behavioural characteristics. They're all sort of doing different things. I'm loving the golds that they're drawing me in straight away. I'm not entirely sure why. Hopefully on camera they're coming across as gold, because they are to us, aren't they?
Yeah, they're really like a yellowy sort of gold, aren't they? They're nice.
Really metallic. Where's those sterbies gone, though? That's annoying me. There was like 3 or 4 of them just here. Just when you want them.
Yeah. You're meant to be showing off. Act 5, Sturbers to the front, please. They're not having it, though, are they? We've got the Mete in there as well, the little Corydorus as well.
Yeah, they've all gone back. They've all gone on the aqua soil. Some people might be concerned about the substrate because there's larger gravel and stuff for the whiskers of the cories. Well, look, it's all rounded stone. It's not sharp stone, and where they're actually from is a very graded riverbed anyway. Is that right? Well, some areas will be, some areas won't be.
Well, yeah, this is it, isn't it? You know, it's always that trap that you fall into in the wild. They are going to swim over all sorts of different substrates, I expect, and different species will be from different areas. So,
yeah.
But as long as it's not sharp and really like abrasive to their faces, you'll be fine.
Yeah. I'm just loving. This is what I was talking about. For some, this will be overstocked. That's fine if it's not your thing. You know, some people like to go for one particular type of fish and then that's it. But for me, I like interest, and look, there's the angel coming up through the middle. I like the interest, and at the moment they're all sort of exploring. But I think there'll be less going on in the foreground like this as time goes by, or maybe not though. But look at that red phantom. That was a great choice.
Yeah, they're lovely fish. Really nice.
Wow. Really pungy. Pungy?
Pungy.
Pungent? That's not the right word either, is it?
No.
What am I trying to say, Matt?
Pungent is smelly.
That's smelly. It's such a smelly fish. I'm off.
I think the thing is with it, you'll find as well, is that there's so many different species that you're looking and you're like, oh, there's a glow light, oh, there's a silver tip.
Yeah.
And you'll keep catching your eye, a bit like the rainbowfish tank in a way.
Exactly,
It's that sort of different species and constantly seeing different things going on.
The rainbowfish tank is my favourite tank for that reason, as I can just come across. I'm always interested in having a look, seeing the changes, seeing how good the colour. Sorry, I've been drawn to it again. We're not supposed to be showing that one.
Sorry, that was my bad. I mentioned that.
Oh, I love it. But yeah, and I think this is going to be one of those types of tanks because although they're all tetra, they're all sort of different and they have their own behaviour. Like those red eyes again.
Yeah, they're just shoaling at the top.
That's so cool. And as that grows in as well, they're going to be in and out of it all.
Yeah.
It's pretty grown in, but you know what I mean.
as well, I think most of the Januaries are actually shoaling with the red eyes.
They think they're red eyes.
Yes.
Shh. No one will know.
Well, no, the red eyes might think they're January tetras. Who knows?
Oh, yeah?
It
True.
might be the other way
Nah,
around.
come on. The red eyes are boss.
Yeah, that's it.
They've got to be boss. Something about them that screams boss.
They are quite chunky fish when they grow up as well. They're quite, they're bulky fish.
What have you seen, Matt?
The sterbies are down here. Down behind the booth. They're there. They're just sat there chilling out. Look, behind the booth. They blend in with the stone. I think they've been there all along.
No, I did have them. They were all out
were
in the
they?
front here, yeah, and then we approached the tank a bit too fast.
They were like, ugh.
Anyway, so I think that's a successful tank.
It's looking good, isn't it?
I'm going to do now a long cinematic. I think it deserves it. If you're interested in that, keep watching. If you're not, then I will see you on the next one, and so will Matt.
Hopefully. Am I on the next one?
We've got 2 4-foot tanks coming
Exciting.
there. I mean, that'll be pushed back slightly. That's a bigger space than it looks on camera because it does a weird warpy thing. But yeah, basically, this size again over there. Oh, so many options.
It's going to be cool.
And I've still got that one there. And I've got loads more. Yeah, see you on the next one.
Bye.
What's going on, beautiful people? We are doing another little nano tank today. I'm going to do it with no filter at all. I'm going to show you how easy it is to set something like this up, and you can put it anywhere you want as well, as long as you've got like an electrical outlet for a light, but not necessarily. You might want to put it in a window, I don't know. So here is our tank. It's very cheap, quite small. I mean, there's a scale. But the idea behind this video is that it's really minimal cost and something that everyone can have a go at. Although the whole thing is just sort of covered in fingerprints. I better clean them off. Okay, so we're clean-ish. I'm not the sort of person to spend ages cleaning glass, because once it's filled up and got stuff in it, you'll barely see it anyway. Right, now we're all clean, we are gonna need a light. Just for the demonstration, so I've got this fluval nano plant, which is a really, really good light. Be perfect on there. I won't keep it on there because, well, it's going on this rack, and I've already got this light under here, which is like a bar LED thing. It's actually a really, really cheap one there, really, really affordable. I'll leave a link down in the description, and you can see how well they work. I mean, up here, we've got this tank here with my endlers, Santa Maria endlers. They're so nice, look at that. And then next to them, we've got the shrimp owls with a full glossostigma carpet growing in hair grass. So that's absolutely brilliant amount of light that's required. I mean, it's growing the hair grass and I've not even got it all the way over the tank. So yeah, perfect lighting on the racking, but obviously we're gonna need something here for the demonstration. Yeah, very good little lights here from Fluval. I've not even opened this one. It's not a sponsored video or anything, it's just, you know, they're good. There we go, see, look at that, lit up really nicely. And you can adjust the height in that if you need to, but I actually think we need it right at the top because it's only a small little tank. Now, the absolute key to any no filter tank is the substrate system. If you get this bit right, the rest is just easy and takes care of itself. If we get those plants growing for a nutrient-rich substrate, they purify the water, and then any of the fish waste just goes into that substrate, it just goes round and round, and everything is good. So this is the shrimp owls tank. It's a good example. Look, there's no filter in it at all. It's doing brilliantly, nice and clear. And we've got a substrate system underneath. We've got like soil, and we've got a nutrient-rich sand, a base layer. That's NutriBase, and that's from Colombia. That's so good. And this one here is another really good example. This has been running for a couple of months now. Underneath, similar situation again. You can't actually see the nutrients in this one, but we had the nutrients first and we capped it all with the sand. Now, okay, how about something like this? Oh, that's too big there, but I think that's too big. Oh, I think that's too big in general. So look, I'm not trying to come up with some profoundly amazing design. I'm just trying to do something that you guys could possibly do at home as well, and that you could like really enjoy, not get angry and cross with it because it doesn't turn out perfect. What I'm seeing here though is we've got something a bit wrong. These two rocks shouldn't be the same size or the same height. If anything, we should have a bigger one in the middle, I think, coming up a little higher, and that should balance it out a bit better. So I've had a play around, took out some, went and got this bigger one, and I've come up with something a little bit different now than what we had before. So hopefully you can see what I've sort of tried to go for. We've got more of a sort of faux layer on this side. We've got two gaps, you see, there's a gap and there's a gap, and this is where planting can be. It just really will stand out in those negative areas, and then a little bit of detail on the other side. Nothing complicated about that at all. Everyone can go get free rocks, surely, you know. I also added a little bit more depth to the front to make sure that I can put plants in that area as well. I want to do all greens in the front. I think that'll look really cool. Or maybe all greens, maybe a little bit of red, touch of red as well, but mainly greens. And then high stems and everything like that in the background. It should look pretty fantastic. And the good thing about a nano tank like this is we can be done. We're done now. You could add wood if you want to. Like I said, it's going to take up space though, because up the top here, look, there's so much room for well, comparatively, you know, for this size tank, there's so much room for planting in here now. But before we do add any plants, I want to add some more substrate in that back corner. Let's just get it going up into a peak there, and it means your plants will instantly just be at a good height and they'll look really good.
There we go, look, that's gonna work really, really well. We can get planting. Actually first, just to add a little bit more nutrients, you know, we've got this higher section here now and the nutrients right down there. I'm gonna add in some root tabs. I've got some API root tabs here. I'm gonna break them up into smaller pieces. For this size tank, I'm probably only gonna need like, probably 3 of them broken up. And I'll just place the smaller parts in all the gaps you can see. Now we have got options here, remember, but I do want to use a lot of plants because there's no filter. The plants are going to be the filtration as well as the substrate system, so you need a lot of them. Now sometimes you can do scapes like this and leave the foreground sandy, so it's like an open section, but I'm just going to pack it full of smaller plants. So I've got Monte Carlo and HC. They're a similar kind of plant, to be honest. They're like baby tears and dwarf baby tears. Like, look, they actually look. So that's that side looking really, really interesting. We could actually just keep it like that and have a negative area, but like I say, it's a no filter. I want even more plants considering the size of the tank. So I'm gonna go for a real red, heavy redness to this corner here. And I've got a load of Rotala HRA that's been growing in other tanks, and that is gonna look so good in there. All of these plants here are gonna look way better in the next few days as well, once their root systems start to grow and they can actually find all of those nutrients in the bottom, as well as this decent light we've got here as well. It's gonna grow in so nice. Well, I don't know about you, but I absolutely love that, and I love the simplicity of it all, but still gets that high-end look. Do you know what I mean? It's just water in there, that's all it is. Now, for a tank this size, if you haven't got water like me, so my pH sits at about 6. Nitrates are pretty low, they're not too low though. My TDS, which is the solids in the water, comes out of tap around 100. So, you know, I've got pretty sort of cleanish water, do you know what I mean? It's quite cleanish. So if you want to start with a blank slate, use half tap water and use half like distilled water or something like that. And that would probably be a pretty decent start for you if you struggle with like really hard water or something like that. Because it's so small, you could easily just do water top-ups with, you know, bottled water or like deionized water. I don't know, what's it, RO water? That's the one where they like take everything out of it. You could just go to your fish shop and buy some, fill this up from one jug. If you just wanted to have a couple of these around the house, quite a few people do. They like having the opportunity, or, you know, the ability just to have a load of small nanos, and they can be massively, massively fulfilling. You don't have to have these giant tanks. It was quite a good while in my when I first started doing all of this, where before YouTube I only had nanos because I could only have tanks, small tanks in the house, and it was really, really good. So yeah, little tanks like this can be put. It doesn't look little when I've just zoomed in like that, but look, there you go. I mean, we know it's little, right? I'm also thinking of adding just a few more little plants in some little gaps. So this tank here, the farm tank, this is what I think of it as. It's got these really nice, it's like a giant version of Monte Carlo. It's umbrosum, something like that. But anyway, it needs cutting back. So I'm gonna cut it down to some areas where I can actually replant it. Then everyone wins. So as I said previously, the root systems will not be established yet. It will be a good few days to a week. So what I'm going to do now is add a bit of fertilizer so the plants can take it from the water column whilst they're sorting out the roots. Ultimately, you want the roots getting really good nutrients. Even stem plants just, they grow nuts when they've got a good root system on them. So, but in the meantime, we'll put those nutrients in with the fertilizer. Obviously use whatever you want, but many of you know I use API's leaf stone. It's all I've ever used and it just works so well. Size of this tank, I barely need any, look. That'll do. And because there's no filter, I need to make sure I give it a little bit of stir as well. Now it's just a case of leaving this for a good few days, let all the plants stand up nicely, we can adjust as we need to as well, and then I will put some fish in. But this one, I want it to get sort of settled, looking perfect first. So it's now the next day, the tank's looking fantastic. All of the plants have gone sort of upright.
not completely, but you know, they're almost there. I left the light on overnight because obviously it's all new in there. I'll adjust the timings and that later. You might also have noticed there's no heater in a tank. You probably will need that, depending on the fish you buy, and depending on the temperature of your house as well. Like if you keep your house at like a good level, then depending on the fish you put in, you don't need a heater. But if you want to go for tropical fish, yeah, you've got to put a little mini heater in there, which to be honest will hide nicely behind some of the plants. You probably won't even see it with a black background. But anyway, I've got the room heater, so I don't need that. This is now ready, we can go and get some fish. So you said what? Your mate's what?
Nothing.
You're not gonna?
No, no, because you put it in the video. I saw
Why would I not
singing.
put that in the video? It's funny.
I saw me singing.
Your mate had twins.
He's a drummer.
Yeah.
And he had twin girls.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Named them Anna 1, Anna 2.
No, it's not going in.
It will though.
It will.
That's the thing.
Yeah, it is. Right, let me explain the situation.
Right.
I've got a little tiny Nano.
Cool.
Proper tiny, like
Okay.
15 litres.
Right.
And I wanted it to be like a no filter. It's a no. It is a no filter.
I wanted it to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just want some tiny little fish to go in there. This is going to be one of those that anyone can do and put anywhere in their house or
Yep.
office, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Cool. Okay.
So teeny tiny, but just a little bit interesting, and a couple of little shrimpies.
Yeah. You thinking the same as me? Yeah.
I don't know what's going. Okay.
This
Okay.
way. Yeah. We got something. Yeah. Yeah. I think that'll be.
I
cool.
knew I'd come to the right place.
Oh, you know. Would you expect any less from us?
Where are you looking? Where are you looking?
These little guys.
They're absolutely tiny.
Yeah. So they're.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Anduzii pencilfish. The water will down, turn back on. But yeah, they're a tiny little pencilfish, like 2 centimetres, fully grown.
Ideal.
Yeah. Really, really dinky. Yeah, I think they'd be perfect for it.
Okay, a little group of 6 maybe?
Yeah, I think so. I think that'd be nice. And then we've got some nice shrimps around the front.
So what I'm trying to explain to people is that if you're doing a no filter tank, you need to keep stocking low.
Yes.
And plants high.
Yes.
So you know I've got no problem with the plants.
Yeah, this is it. It's all about that ecosystem, isn't it? Building
Yeah.
the right ecosystem and then it works.
And yeah, they'll be great. Little bit of a feature. You can watch it. Will they breed? They're not
They're probably a tricky one to breed, to be honest. They're being a pencil fish, they're probably not the easiest ones, but they might be. You never know.
So if someone wanted something that was going to breed, we would go with enders, wouldn't we?
Yeah, Endler guppies would be
these
your
are actually
simplest one.
pretty- really
they're
nice.
new ones. Oh, actually.
I didn't even know I've got.
Oh, they're black flame endlers.
Wow.
Are you sure you don't want a group of them, actually?
You know I do.
Yeah, because you like.
know I love
think
endlers.
It's them.
You do.
I forgot we had them in.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, see, because you can get the bigger pencil fish for a later project, I think, because the bigger pencil fish are nicer.
Okay.
So I think actually, as nice as the Angelfish are,
Yeah.
a group of those black flame endlers, because then if you can get enough babies, you could actually start mixing some of the babies and seeing what colour forms you get out of them.
Oh, definitely. I mean, because my Santa Marias, which I said to you, they've just had their first
nice.
batch or possibly second batch of babies.
Cool.
That's doing well. This is another one to the collection.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be like, oh, more endless.
Yeah, but they're amazing. These are cool. Like, look at the black and the orange tail. Yeah, no.
So the point I'm getting at with this tank is that you can pick whatever fish you want as long as they're, like, this is the Nano section. So just whatever fish you want, it doesn't matter what they are, as long as you just keep the stocking quite low. So for instance, with these endless, Matt, what are we going to do? Just probably... Shrimp and the fish out. You didn't see me getting the shrimp or anything, but you don't need to see that because you've seen it before many a times. But here are the endlers, 3 females, 1 male. They're going to breed like crazy. And we've got a little group of cherries, a couple of Amanos, and then a ton of little babies that came for free as well in the scoop, which is perfect. Now, like I say, everything is the right temperature. It's all been sat here so it can go straight in. So first up, let's go with the cherries and the Amanos. I completely forgot what they're called then. You going to come out, guys? It's a very grippy net, so they might not want to. Let's turn it inside out. There we go. That's all of them in. Oh, no, there was one more. And always a good idea to do shrimp first, really. Now, it's very important in a tank like this that hasn't got a filter to have a cleanup crew, and this is going to be the perfect cleanup crew for this size tank. If you don't have this, it's more hard to get a balance because any little bits of algae and stuff, they're going to peck at it, they're going to eat it, and they're just going to break down waste and things like that that the fish are going to create. Or you might notice at the back there is also a snail. I'll be adding even more snail. In fact, let me get some snails. And I know just the tank. This is down in my other shrimp tank, look. Fed it recently, so there's an algae wafer in there. We've got a ton of snails. I can put a few of those in as well. Yeah, here we go, look. So for me personally, snails, very, very important part of an ecosystem. I absolutely love them. I never try and get rid of them, although I know some people do. They're just perfect. They're brilliant. They breed on their own. They self-regulate if you don't overfeed the tank. So yeah, snail's brilliant. And then next up, it's going to be the endlers. They will probably hide to start with, so I might have to come back to it to show you them in all their glory, fully coloured up. Come on then, guys. This is your new home. Oh, then not too shy at all. Look at that. Oh, the females look lovely. So no colour on the females, but they're absolutely sort of glowing under this light. Male, how is he looking? Okay, yeah, still got his reds. The darker patch in the middle, I think, goes a little bit darker unless we got more of a bluey one, but I'm happy straight away. Look at this, look, just a few little fish in this tank. It's their own little kingdom. It's plenty big enough for enders. They don't sort of go everywhere that much, really. They just like to sort of hover a lot of the time in one place, and they'll find their little areas in the back there amongst the plants to lay babies, which will be brilliant. And to be honest, once they do start laying babies, I'll just remove the adults and put them into a bigger tank anyway, because then there's more chance of more of the babies surviving. Now, one recurring thing that you will see in all of my tanks, and to be honest, the no filter ones, I just find them so important for any ecosystem, along with snails, shrimp, cleanup crew, the fish, the plants, the substrate, is floating plants. If you don't put them in a no filter, you will get sort of problems later down the line. They just solve so many issues. Now, it's a little tank, of course. We don't need a huge amount, especially to start with, just a few. They'll multiply overnight. So here we go, a couple of red root floaters and a couple of pieces of salvinia. Yep, that's all we need. And one last thing, of course. Now, this tank isn't cycled, so it needs beneficial bacteria adding. I mean, we've got a lot of plants from other setups. They're gonna have bacteria on themselves, but it's always good protocol to put in some fresh beneficial bacteria when you set up any tank, especially when you're doing a fish-in cycle, which is technically what this is. So there we have it, another really, really simple scape. But this one looks, in my opinion, quite high end. The cost is minimal because it's a small tank. We haven't got a huge amount of hardscape, and in turn, not a huge amount of plants either. But because of the size, you can pack it full and it looks so good. Every day for a week, I'll be testing the water to make sure there's no ammonia spikes or nitrite spikes. If there is, I'll just change the water. Very, very easy to do and nice and quick. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed this one. Click one of the links above so you can check out some other videos, and I'll see you on the next one. What's going on, beautiful people? Today we're going to be doing an awesome ecosphere in this bowl we've got here. Now, it's a really awesome size, look. Don't ask me where to get it from. I got it from like a local sort of home improvement store, and they don't even have them there now, but it was a really good price. My wife actually picked it up, brought it home and said, "Do you want this?" And I was like, "Yes, jackpot." Now, one of the problems with bowls is the lights. Probably gonna have to turn all of those off and just be in the dark. Okay, that's a little bit better, but obviously there's all the aquariums around me. They need to stay on just whilst we're doing the build, but for the final shots, I'll make sure it's looking absolutely perfect. Now, with a build like this, you could actually just use ambient light if you want to, but I'm gonna add a little light to it as well. I just think it will look way better, and the plants will grow better too. They'll still grow with ambient light, the plants that I've got in mind, but with a light, they'll grow greener, faster, and better. And this is the light that I'm going to be using. Well, I've got to put it together, but it's a Chihiros, I think it's C2, something like that. I don't know, I got it ages ago. Just screws in here, and you put the bowl on it. I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't really have a clue what I'm doing here. Oh, hang on, there's some little rubber gaskety things that go on somewhere. There we go. We have light. Just that bowl in the middle. Okay, that is lighting everything up really nicely. Slightest of tilts to the light, but that'll do. I spent ages fiddling with it. In the end, I'll wrap some black electrical tape around this section here to make sure that it stood up even higher, because otherwise it was just going to sit on the lip. But I think that's, well, it's not perfect, but it's almost perfect, and that is good enough for me. Now, this bowl is going to have no filter in it. Well, it will. The plants will be the filtration, so no like mechanical filtration. Also, the substrate system as well, it's going to harbour bacteria that will just like consume any of the nasties that would otherwise be in the tank water. The plants will as well. They'll use the ammonia, nitrite and everything to grow. Now, I've done this many times before, and every time I make the same mistake of putting too fast growing plants in the tank that I can't easily remove. It's a good idea to have fast growing plants initially in your bowl. It means healthy inhabitants. So I'm breaking each tab in half so I get more coverage. Place them evenly around the bowl substrate and push them a little bit into the soil. Now, we don't really want to see
this sort of ugly base layer. So I've made sure that it's not coming up higher than the sort of viewpoint in the foreground, and I've banked it up more at the back. Not a huge amount, but definitely sort of sloping up at the back there. That's where the majority of the plants will be, you see, because if you put them in the foreground, you just can't see anything in the bowl. Next up, you want to use a sand just to cap the whole lot. I've got one that's got a mixture of different gravels and that in as well. It looks authentic. Authentic to what? I don't know, but look, see, it's just basically sand. And it's got like other bits of gravel and stuff that's collected in different tanks over time. So this is something I pulled out from another setup I had. I like to reuse stuff where I can, and it has the added benefit of looking a lot more natural with all those different grade sizes in it. You never see just one uniform size, do you? Unless you're sort of at a sandy beach, I guess. And we don't need to go too crazy with the capping. Like, an inch or so on top is plenty. Like I say, this soil doesn't really matter if a little bit of it gets in the water column. It's not going to hurt at all. I know you'll see a lot of other YouTubers saying like you need 2 inches of capping and whatnot, but I don't feel that you do, and it's not been a problem before with this kind of setup. Again, purely because of that aquatic compost. It's not regular garden compost. There we go, that's all sort of capped in, raised up slightly at the back. And now it's ready to put in some hardscape. Now, when designing a hardscape for a bowl, we'd want it like not huge in terms of surface area it's going to take up. And also I found that if you do it in a sort of arc towards the back more, the foreground stays clear and it just looks so much better. And you can like look into the bowl then, rather than everything being like magnified and right in your face. Yeah, so kind of like that, look, that's the sort of shape you want, not all skew with, but that's where I sort of want to line the majority of the hardscape. You have some smaller little detail bits in the foreground. So I'm going to start off with a couple of really nice rocks that I think complement the gravel that we've got in this tank. I'm not overthinking it, just place them in. We can work out the small details as we go along. Quite like the look of this one actually. I think that's quite flat though, so we need something with height. Probably this one here can come up a lot higher. So you see how instantly that gives us a lot more sort of impact. It feels more 3D, like this side's coming out at us. And then we can have the wood sort of going off that way, and a little bit up this side as well. We've got all this foreground clear for a little bit more detail as well. Oh, and I found some really nice manzanita wood. This is just the sort of stuff I think that looks great in a bowl. Another piece as well. That looks awesome. And a little bit coming out the top, just again, brings the inside out and just adds the whole thing, I think. So that's like a larger version of Busiphilandra. Then I've got like a small sort of nano one that I'm going to put next to it as well. And this one is Busiphilandra biblis, and these are from Aquafleur. All my plants are from Aquafleur. They're such good quality. I mean, you can see that, can't you? In the UK, you can get these there's so many shops available. I can put a little link below actually to where you can get them, and in Europe as well. A little search locator, it tells you what shops should stock them, so if you want to get hold of them. It's not like a sponsored video or anything, it's just they're really good quality and I think you guys should have access to them. Sorry if you're in America, they're not there. Yet, anyway. Okay, now we're looking good and we can fill it up with water. Nice and slowly though, remember, we don't want to disturb all that substrate system, so try and put it on some gravel or something like that. Actually, I'm going to pour a little bit more gravel in that section there, so and it doesn't, the water sort of just dissipates through it and doesn't disturb everything. There we go, look, how good is that looking already? We're nowhere near done as well, but see what I mean by the shape that I made the actual hardscape in. When it's filled up with water, everything's kind of magnified a little bit. So it's kind of bringing it flat in front of you, which I think works really well. And now we can put our stem plants in and really bring it to life. And of course, we've got quite a few to choose from. There's like every single tank has got some kind of stem plant that I can take out and use. Particularly this one, it's got some umbrosum, I think it's called. That needs trimming back anyway. Some of it's starting to die off underneath because it's not getting any light, so that'll actually make sense. We've got some nice Juncus repens as well, which I'd like to utilise just to give it more of a wild look. And there's some fantastic reds going on right now. This Rotala Hra in the Rainbowfish tank. We've got Rotala Green as well, some Ludwigias. All of these need trimming back, so it makes sense to use them.
So there's a nice little selection of reds. We've got the Rotala Hra and a little bit of Ludwigia. I don't want too much because reds can be overpowering, especially in a small bowl. And the fish that we're going to be putting in, they've got like a red tinge to the orangey red. So I want to just have a little punch, but not too much. And they just work wonders for keeping everything clear and eating any debris that's breaking down as well. Next up is shrimp. Now lots of people say that you shouldn't mix colours, but I like to just put all of them together. They say that you get like brown shrimp from breeding if you mix the colours. I've never really found that to be the case, and to be honest, I'm not worried if they do. Like, all shrimp are cool in my opinion anyway, no matter what their colour. So all good, about 12, 13, something like that in there. So first up, we've got 5 tiny little ruby tetra. Come on then, one of them went out. There's the rest of them out as well. So the ruby tetra can be quite shy in a new environment, so probably won't see them for a little bit. They'll hide, and once they get relaxed, they will come out. But we are adding more fish as well. So I've also got a little group here of Santa Maria Enla babies. Look at that lot. Brilliant, and one of them's got coloration as well, which is cool. Now I'm thinking that these will act as a nice diver fish for the ruby tetra, but they're so tiny they're not going to add any bioload really to the whole bowl. And also by spreading them around to different tanks, it ensures more of a survival rate. You know, in case the tank sort of crashes or has any problems, we've got lots more of them in other places as well. So now that the fish are in, we can add in some beneficial bacteria. This is called a fish in cycle. And you only want to do it at this point when the fish are in, because the bacteria need a food source. The waste from the fish is that food source. So 2 capfuls I've got of beneficial bacteria. Obviously I always use Quick Start from API. There we go, there's 2 of those. Now what I'll do is I'll come in tomorrow morning and test the water straight away. If there's any signs of any ammonia or nitrite, then I'll just do a nice big water change, and I'll keep doing that process until it's not showing anything. But I'm anticipating we won't be getting that at all, not with this amount of plants. Now remember, all the plants had beneficial bacteria on them as well because they're from cycled tanks, and it's such a low fish load that I'm pretty sure everything will be fine. Now I know some people aren't particularly fans of fish in bowls, and I'm not either when it comes to large fish. Like, don't put goldfish in a bowl, it's just not going to work, is it? When it comes to tiny little nano fish like this, in a decent size, really well planted bowl, well filtered as well technically because of that substrate system, I think it's absolutely fine. Again, that's up to you to make a judgment call, I guess. But I've had fish before, rice fish, in a similar bowl to this, and they were breeding and doing absolutely great. Now, fish don't go around breeding and swimming around in nice circles, you know, completely unscared of the surroundings if there's a problem with a bowl. So for me, I think it's absolutely fine for tiny, tiny little fish. So it's a couple of days later, and the ruby tetra are being far, far more sort of adventurous now, although they're really hard to pick up. There we go. Switch to manual focus, shall we? There we go. So they're being much more sort of brave. They come to the foreground now. They don't just hide at the back, which is what they were doing when we initially put them in. And they seem to get along really well with the guppies too, so I'm happy with that. The shrimp, really, really comfortable. You know, they're everywhere, dotted about, getting about their business and keeping everything nice and clean for me on that bottom, because obviously there is no filter and no water movement apart from what the fish themselves generate. Now, waste will settle, but that's why the snails and the shrimp are there, which in turn they do generate their own waste, but that's what's going to work its way into that sand bed and provide nutrients for all the plants, which are already growing. I mean, this polysperma at the back has already hit the surface. The very slightest of haze to the water, that will be from the wood, but in terms of like numbers, it's doing really, really well. So as you can see, look, no ammonia, no nitrite, so we're absolutely perfect, as expected, to be honest. It is technically a really low bioload for this size tank. You know, there's a good amount of water there with these teeny, teeny, tiny fish, so we're all good, but I just think it looks great. Oh, some of you would have seen this build video by now. If you haven't, take a look in the video list, but the cichlids are doing absolutely amazing in the tank next to them. It's quite cool, isn't it? Got those here and then them in the background. So this is one of those builds that's really fun and simple, and anyone can have a go at it. Just get yourself a bowl or even a jar, something with some decent volume though. It will be easier if you've got more volume because the water sort of parameters stay more stable. Remember, keep those stocking levels low and you shouldn't have any problems at all with the water parameters. and get yourself lots of fast growing plants. This really does help and make the tank stabilize faster. The plants need nutrients at the end of the day, and they will get that from the fish waste. And don't forget those floating plants either. They really, really do help. But other than that, you can now sit back and enjoy your bowl. Look who's here.
Oh, wow. All right.
Are we right? Okay, so that noise you can hear is people fixing the roof. This might be a difficult video, Matt.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah,
it's fine. We'll get around it.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
We'll just, if we keep stopping, it's because they're banging.
Yeah, if it feels a bit like, oh, there you go, quickly. Right,
yeah, go. So here it is, Matt. The tank.
It's looking cool.
It's, we've got all lighting underneath, got the substrate. I've got this light for the, is that showing my address? I've got this light for the background as well. Just like, you know, this one over here, you haven't actually seen this yet. So this is my newest ecosystem tank.
Yeah, that is looking good, isn't it?
So yeah, I've gone for that little, like, backlight.
I was going to say, yeah, the blue looks wicked, doesn't it?
But maybe for the, is it Mbuna or Mbuna? Because I've been told off for saying Mbuna.
Yeah, I think everyone says Mbuna. I think it is Mbuna. But
Mbuna.
Yeah, but again, it's, yeah.
I'm going with Mbuna, and people are going to have to deal with it.
Yeah,
you always say Mbuna to me.
I always say Mbuna, and everyone that comes into the shop says Mbuna. So
Mbuna it is.
Yeah, Mbuna.
I built this for us. Hey?
What, are we going racing or?
It's quite big, isn't it?
We could do Red Bull Soapbox Derby. We need some steering.
At some point, you're getting in that.
Done.
So basically, it's because this desk here is going to be the Nano desk. So we're not going to be able to build on it very soon. So I needed a desk.
For a Nano desk, it's quite long.
Yeah, it is quite long. Well, I'm going to go with like 4 tanks, I think.
Multiple nanos.
I'm going to go, well, 5 including this tank, but I'm going to put bigger ones there and then a couple of little ones there. So there's like a range, you know? And the idea for that came from your shop, actually.
Oh, the big trolley in the shop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Works really well, so...
It does, yeah. But
anyway,
I didn't think you were putting tanks on this. This was the whole... I remember the first time I came in, like this is the table.
Things change, Matt, all right?
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, let's get the lighting sorted on this thing and then we can just get going. There we go, we've got our lights. These are like from Amazon. I'll leave a link. I'm not sure even if they're any good yet, to be fair, Matt. I've not even put them on. Nice and simple to set up there. But like I say, I want this light bar at the back. So what I'm going to do is come around the tank and just put a couple of screws in that it can rest on, because I don't think it's going to stick to this very well with the filmy stuff on. So yeah. Whee! Nice little subtlety.
Oh, the frosting looks good on that, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's why I left the frosting, because I thought it gives you that, it's just a subtle glow, especially with the style of tank we're going to be doing. But I'm going to go white. Is that not white? I don't know. Which is green. Yeah, some of them are a bit off. You'd have purple, wouldn't you? Whee, here we go. Disco. So yeah, multicoloured it is then.
Yeah, I like that.
I tell you what though, that would be cool when the kids come in. I'll be able to put that on. They'll like that. Daddy, do the disco.
I think white's nice.
Yeah, white's nice. So before we continue, the whole point of this is that Matt is going to be my beginner's guide. I don't know what I'm doing here, so I'm going to hopefully ask questions that you guys might ask, even if I kind of know the answer, but I'll just ask it anyway. Substrate, no, lights, sorry. Right, let me turn them off, Matt, so I can turn them back on again. Right, ready for the lights to come on? Hey, that's better.
Lovely.
I'll tell you what, when you think, so first of all we need to tell them about the tank. The tank is the Aquarium planter.
Yep.
Yes, I've got it now.
Yeah.
Available at Maidenhead's, all of them. So, and it's an amazing price as well, isn't it, Matt? What's the price of that?
Oh, now you've put me on the spot. Isn't it 649?
Something like that.
690? I'll check.
Which is a blinking good price. We've got like opti-white glass, really good silicone. We've got an amazing, look at the electrics. This will all be tidied up. I just wanted to get it going. Yeah, really good drawer system with like shelving there and everything. It's just top quality, to be honest, for the price you're paying for it. And then we've gone for this budget lighting option as well, but I think we've got a really, really classy effect there. I'm really pleased with that. Like, because we're going for like a fish tank more than usual.
Yeah.
I think everything around it needs to be quality for it to just really stand out, you know, and I don't know where I'm going with this.
No.
But you kind of know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Hopefully they know what you mean.
I love this grey as well. My absolute favourite. What's that?
Anthracite.
Anthracite.
Yeah.
What is that referring to? Is that a type of stone or something?
Grey.
Then, please. You can't do it? Oh, bless. I think this will work quite well with the fish as well in terms of like not overpowering from them.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
I've got a few pieces as well, so.
Oh, I'm liking that.
Good shadows as well, yeah?
Yeah.
And it just sits perfect as well. Something like that, or even more angled, and then another piece this side. Try that one for now. We've got a few more pieces that we can work with as well. And then we can do one over here, following the same sort of lines, but lower, because it's a lower.
Yeah, lower island.
I mean, that's quite cool, isn't it?
That is cool.
And it's not taking up a lot of swim room.
No.
But it's got some good negative space over there.
And it's not a massive chunk of wood that's going to soften the water too much and things like that as well. So,
hang on. Let's move back the
hang on.
Uh-oh, the monster. Are you going for it?
No. No, because you've got aquariums underneath it. It's not going to happen. Don't drop it.
It's heavier than it looks as well.
No, I think it is as heavy as it looks. It's huge.
It's the lean as well here.
Yeah, and the little bit of random lava stone that you've got up there that...
Yeah, I wanted it propped up like that because it just looked more dramatic.
Oh, that is sketchy looking, isn't it?
We're good.
Oh, tap test, perfect.
You know the rules.
All right.
So,
cool.
Passed. Okay, we've decided. Katie. Forever, whenever, so we can be sat in here for ages, Matt, and I'll be filming, I'll be not filming, I'll be editing or something, and the second I go start filming, Kate starts going around banging and everything.
Just tidying, it's fine.
But yeah, so we're really happy with this shape, like negative space there, but look at that, it all follows, and I like the way this stick looks like it travels all the way through, but it doesn't, it's a separate piece. Nice one, Kate, that's all right, don't worry about it.
It's all right, we won't
To be
film it or
honest,
anything.
this is nowhere near as bad as the roof that was being hammered.
They have gone home now.
They've gone home because,
hopefully.
We just had the biggest flash flood ever out there, and it must not have been nice on the roof up there for them.
No, they wouldn't have enjoyed that. Maybe they all washed away, but that's fine, they're quiet now.
So this wood will not stay, it's very buoyant actually, so we're going to go to town with the glue on this one. Going to use tissue and glue, cyanoacrylate, and that will lock it all in place. So here's the tissue, just normal sort of tissue. We've got the liquid form of cyanoacrylate glue there, and then this is a hard that just makes it all just locked up. Matt, have you bought some of this yet? Have you still forgot?
Still forgot.
You should probably do it now. It's on Amazon.
I'll add it on Amazon now. It's fine.
It's like I don't even know what it is. It says accelerator. I don't even know what it's really used for. I know it's safe though. And how do I know it's safe? Because I've used it so many times with no issues. Right, we're all stuck down, it's pretty solid. There's some nasty glue marks, but that's fine because we will be adding some Anubias to this.
I was going to do no plants, but I can't do no plants, can I?
No, I think a little few accents of green will look nice in there, to be honest.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But should we add substrate now?
Yeah.
So I've gone for a medium sand, not like a fine.
No.
Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely fine. As long as they can move it and dig it, they'll be fine with that.
Do they sift it like a geophagus or not?
A little bit, not to the same extent as a geophagus, but they will pick it up and they will move it. So yeah, it's good to have something that they can move. But I have seen these guys move pebbles when they're fully grown. So
what, like nutting it around the tank?
Yeah, like, you know, golf ball size stuff. So I don't think a little bit of sand will get in their way.
Okay.
This is going to look epic by the end of it.
I think so too. Well, we're stuck. I'm keeping that in.
Are you keeping it in? Sorry. We're stuck. The wood.
No, the wood's stuck. We're not stuck. Next up, sand. Yeah.
That would help.
I think I mentioned this already. Just put the blinking sand there. Pick it up. Go. Oh, you're doing the old paw.
What do you want to do?
This is the worst blade I've ever had.
I'm going ASMR.
I'm going background, so it's just in, yeah? 5 bags going to be enough, do you think, Matt?
I reckon so, yeah. We don't want too much in here. Looks quite dusty.
It does, yes. But that's what AquaClear is for. Okay, we're quite dusty to start with, but a point worth noting, and I think you'll agree, Matt, we've got quite a few cracks in there.
Yep.
Should we fill them in, or should we leave them for the fish to be able to go in and out?
Yeah, the fish will go in and out, and you'll find that the babies will be able to find refuge in there if you ever get any babies. So no.
I thought you was going to say that, because usually if I was doing a planted tank, I'd fill those in because I'd be worried about all the waste and everything like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You might need to obviously get like a turkey baster and blast out the waste every now and again, but...
You mean I've got to do work?
Absolutely.
So this
I'll
isn't
come
gonna be
down once a month and do it. It's fine. I'll maintain this tank when I'm coming down to scape other tanks. That's
okay,
fine.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, that could be part of each video as well.
Yeah.
No, I will do it because I don't have to do anything to the rest of them, do I? So
no, and it doesn't take much. Obviously, where the cracks and the gaps are, it's just get a turkey base, just squirt in there, and then that'll get it into the suspension of the water, and then your filter will pick it up. So.
Do I need a
filter? Yes.
No, not a filter. Do I need a power head or anything, a wave maker?
You could do, yeah, absolutely. That would help. So obviously, the more flow and the more.
But are these fish okay with flow?
Yeah,
they get along well with her.
Yeah, they get fine. Yeah, no, that's
too much. It's too much.
As much as they are a lake fish, again, because the ones that we're looking at have been bred in captivity for so long, they don't really mind it. So yeah, a little power head in there, pumping some water around wouldn't hurt.
I can see if I've got one. If not, I can always get one.
Yeah, this is it. It's not a necessity, but yeah, no, I think it'll work well.
That's 2 bags. Should we keep going?
Yeah, I think so.
Now, I'm not even going to oh, nice brushing. Nice brushing.
Nice that, isn't it?
Yeah. You could just wait for the water and it comes off anyway, but...
You've got to look professional.
What? When have we ever done that?
Yeah, valid, yeah.
I was going to straighten up this front, but there's no point, is there?
No.
It's not really that kind of tank, is it?
No, they will dig and they will move it.
We will let it do its thing then.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that. Honest. No, it doesn't really bother me. Some people have to have that, like, you know what I mean? That like real neat front, don't they?
Yeah. No, they'll move it. They'll do what they want to do.
Just got to accept it. This is a fish tank, and it's going to be all about those fish. So whatever they want, that's what they get.
Yeah.
Can we add detail pebbles? Do you think?
Yeah. If you wanted to add a bit of scatterstone and detailed gravel, yeah, definitely.
I think we should.
They'll just mix it in a little bit, and you can always add more at a later date if you need to. Yeah.
Because at the moment it looks a little bit like sterile. Do you know what I mean?
I totally agree. Yeah. It doesn't look.
I know some people like that look. It's personal preference, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. If you like that look of clean sand, but for me, no, I like having that little bit of variation in grade size.
Okay, let me find something. I'm really making use of this already, aren't we?
I know, it's great. We've got rubbish on it, we've got gravel on it, it's great.
So this is the scatter gravel we're going to use, like rounded and not too colourful because we didn't want to take away from the fish. They've got some really nice pink pebbles over there. I quite like it actually.
Yeah, I think that's cool.
It's like a real focal point, isn't it? And then you've got this area here that has got less, so it works, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, I like that. I'm liking that.
Sweet. Woohoo, that's pretty quick.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't know why I woohooed that.
Woohoo.
But we can fill it up. That's all we've got to do, fill it up, and then we can get a filter fitted as well. Right, so it's full, it looks good, doesn't it, Matt?
Yeah, it's looking quality, like, yeah.
So Matt's put the, what's that, inlet and outlet, stainless steel ones. They're separate, I buy them separate to the actual filters, so I'll leave a link to those if you're interested. But what we're putting in is the Awase
What's this, Matt?
I think it's the 600. Or is it? Yeah, it's a 600.
It's a 600. Okay, cool. More than adequate for the job, I think. But that filter there is full of media that has been running on this tank for a long time. I'm just going to swap this one out for a smaller one because it could run without a filter, to be honest, because that one's barely been working because I hadn't cleaned the pre-filter out in 4 months. But it's all full of beneficial bacteria now, which means our tank is cycled straight away. Now, usually I don't even cycle tanks, if I'm honest. I never do, because I do planted tanks, don't I?
Yep.
Planted tanks, add quick start, low stocking to start with, absolutely fine. I'm guessing with a setup like this and with the fish that we're going to put in with the numbers, you've really got to. Can you still do it if you're doing regular water changes and monitoring?
Riskier because they're a bit more feedy. They're definitely a bit more of a hungry fish, a bit more of a pooper.
Okay.
But yeah, no, you can still sort of get away with it. But yeah, I'd stay.
Not only if you knew what you're doing. If you are a true beginner, like we're trying to say here, you've got to cycle your tank first.
Yeah. And especially the plants that you can put in with them, like the Anubiases, aren't those heavy-hitting sort of stem plants that are going to grow quickly. Yeah. They're not going to pull out those nutrients like stem plants do. Ideally,
you have a second filter set up and you can just transfer some media over and that will seed it and keep your eye on it, test the water. But otherwise, there are plenty of videos and everything on the internet about cycling tanks. I'm not even going to pretend to tell you how to do it because other people could do it better and I don't even do it myself. So that doesn't mean like I'm not putting the fish at danger for me, am I, Matt?
No, not the way we're doing it with the filter and things in here now.
No, I meant in terms of how I usually do it.
Oh, yes.
Because I don't get any losses. You know?
No, this is it. And it's all about working with what you've got. You know, you're not putting 100 fish into a 30-litre aquarium.
No.
It's all size relative. So yeah, absolutely. And once you've got those plants growing, nothing's going to happen.
Within a week, you know, I do quite a few, well, not always actually. That tank back there, that ecosystem there, has not even got a filter, and I've done one water change on it since I set it up like 3 weeks ago. Because the stocking's low, there's a ton of plants, but that's not really the case with this one. So yeah, make sure your tank's cycled before you add these kind of fish. But yeah, we can just plug this one in now and get it going, and then whilst it's clearing, it filled up pretty well, but we can go clearer than that, and then we can go and get the fish. Right, now we've put on the filter, obviously there's a little bit of crud that's come out, but we're going to put some AquaClear in and then go get the fish. By the time I come back, this will be absolutely crystal clear. That's all we need. Matthew, where are we?
Are we on the right side again? Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are. No, no, we're not.
We're not very good at this today, are we?
Forgetting.
No.
Where are we?
We are Maidenhead Aquatics at Sanders.
Another shop.
Another shop, a different shop.
He's already walked in here and started giving abuse to all the other team members about how amazing he is and his shop is.
I did not. Yeah, no, I was asking them questions.
Okay, so we're here because they've got a really good Malawi section. Not that you haven't, but you haven't got this range.
No, mine's much smaller. I've got about half, if not less, to be honest, yeah.
Because, like, you know, Matt's moving to specialise in certain areas. These guys specialise in this area, so it was the place to come. And how far did we travel? Like 40 minutes?
Yeah, 35, 40 minutes sort of thing, so it's really not that far up the motorway.
So, yeah, let's have a little look. I've got no idea what we're picking, what will go well together, so Matt can talk you through that, because you can't just put everything with anything else.
No, it's a little bit more. Well, I suppose it's the same as the tropical community stuff, isn't it? Really, because
you've still got to pick.
Yeah, you've got to pick the right ones. But yeah, it's let's have a look through.
Okay, talk me through it. What are we going for here?
Well,
because so far all I'm seeing is colours.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So I think we're going to stick to this bottom row here and one more up there, sort of thing. There's a load of different colours, so I think we're going to go some yellows, some reds. There's some really cool albinos in here, which are like white almost.
Okay, so what are there different names for the different colours, or just different variations?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you've got, it's quite big, to be honest. So two main groups in Malawi is your open water swimmers and your rock dwellers.
Yeah.
We're going to go mostly rock dwellers in this, which is Mbuna or Mbuna.
So like these ones here?
Absolutely, yeah, these are red zebras. So these guys are going to be, a bit more rock dwelly. They're probably going to be the more aggressive ones that we're going to put into this tank. They're a little bit more sort of feisty when they get older, but they'll get that really nice, like orangey, deep reddy sort of colour once they're a little bit more mature.
So are these ones here as well?
So again, slightly different. So these are a Lake Victorian cichlid. So still sort of in that African cichlid group, but slightly different. And then, like, when you look next door, these are open water swimming Malawis. So absolutely gorgeous fish, but you can see that bit slightly more sort of pointed snout.
Yeah.
And they are more open water, so you can see the male that's just sort of at the back there with the blues and yellows. Yeah. And then these will all be subdominant males or females.
So these are not for our tank today?
No, I think, like I say, maybe a future tank. If you want to get into a bit more, we could do some open water swimming tanks as well, because they are cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Just depends how you want to
see how this one goes.
Yeah, this is it. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
But I'm already getting excited about some of the other ones I'm looking at as well.
This is it. Lake Victorians that you were looking at and things like that, they are amazing. This is one of the other ones I think we need to put in there.
Oh yeah.
Which is yellowtail ACI. So you get that bright yellow fins and then that blue body to them, like electric blue body. So really, really nice fish.
Yeah, I'm liking those, Matt.
Yeah, they're going to look good. And I think if we hit 3 or 4 different colour forms, that's going to give us a real nice mix of colour in that tank, real pop.
Yeah, that's what I really want to go for. Is this, so I've read before or heard before that you go for numbers and the numbers stops the aggression.
Absolutely, yeah. So you overcrowd them to stop them essentially being able to pinpoint one fish. If they pinpoint one fish, they can pick on that one fish.
Yeah. So you're not stopping the fight, you're just dispersing it amongst them all to tolerable levels, more than tolerable levels, because they would be then doing it to other fish that are then doing it to them.
This is it, and they're distracted, so someone swims past and they go and check that one out, and then another one goes past, and it just keeps them distracted. So yeah, it's the best way to keep them generally.
So we want the yellow tails.
ACI. I just need to point these out to you as well.
Yeah, these are cool, but they're not. They're
a Tanganyikan. Now the weird thing is obviously
get them floating. I'll turn the lights off as well, and then we can put them in. Does that sound like a plan? Oh, you got the. Oh, look at that. See, the lights even come with a remote. How cool is that?
It's cool. I tell you what, we could turn this one.
Do the. I don't think the fish are going to enjoy that.
No, it's a bit much, isn't it? I can't stop it.
My little girl liked it, but
I can't stop it. It's not stopping.
Oh no!
There we go. I got it.
Thank goodness for that. I was going to say if it's stuck on that. Okay, let's do it. They are actually a good size.
Yeah, they're going to be. They're probably the size of your smaller rainbows.
Yeah.
Which is perfect, really, because they're going to grow in a little bit and not overpower the tank straight away.
How are we for water level? They're right on the brim. So yeah, traditional MD, I didn't check the tank was level at all because this one is, I assumed this one isn't. Sorry. Because this one is, I assumed this one would be, but it turns out there's a little nubbin underneath that part of the floor, so we're up like a very slight amount there, but we're not going to worry about things like that, are we?
No, it's not a great deal, to be honest, across the whole thing.
No, I'll let it go.
The slanty tank was way more than that.
I mean, we weren't going for a deliberate slanty tank. Yes, we were.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what, yeah.
Yeah, because this is the lake edge.
That's right, the edge of the lake. So many of you guys have dissed me before for my coffee skills of using instant coffee and said that's not coffee. So I've got a machine and pods and it works really, really well. Or rather, it would work really well if I put the cup in the place the cup's supposed to go and then tell it to pour.
What were you doing?
Do you know the funniest thing? I did this morning as well.
How?
This is the second time today I've done this.
But there's nothing to catch.
I just pressed the button and walked off. Like part of me thought, yeah, the glass is there. Okay, I think having done this twice now, it won't happen again, but it might.
I'm going to print a little sticker for you. I'm going to print it there.
It requires glass.
Yeah, please place mug here. Not your head.
I'm not a dumb guy, but I do dumb things, you know.
Which sort of leads me to believe that
I am a dumb, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, time hath passed. Yeah, and we have coffee now.
In a mug.
Although I did try and fill it up again, forgetting the pod this time, and just got hot water. Anyway, it's not about that. Let's get these fish in now. We're doing one at a time. Is that, yeah, that'd be best, wouldn't it? I mean, it'll look cooler for the thumbnail if I do them. Like, no, I mean one
species at a time.
Yeah. Are they different species then?
For 3 different species. So you've got red zebras and albino zebras.
Yeah.
And then you've got ACI and yellow labs. So yeah, you've got 3 different species, 4 different colour forms.
A little bit like rainbows to anyone else look like the same, but they're different species.
Absolutely, yeah.
Or subspecies of species.
Or just
no,
completely
different species.
Okay.
Yeah, but then there are subspecies and species. Yeah.
Oh,
Let's not get into that in the end of this video.
Let's just put them in.
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt wants to tell us an interesting factoid about the yellow lab.
Well, I think the yellow lab, as far as I remember, the yellow lab is the least common in Lake Malawi.
Oh, okay.
There's other colours of labs, but because there's not many yellows in the aquarium trade, they're the more popular ones because not many of the other species have a yellow form.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as I remember.
Other yellow fish in general.
There's not many platies that go a bit yellow, but
Not really.
yeah, they're a bit more orangey,
yeah.
aren't they?
Anyway, but yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, let's get them out.
Okay, Matthew, we ready for the first fish?
Red zebras.
Red zebras, is it? Oh.
There they are.
Red zebras that are orange.
Your first Malawi.
I'm excited to see what they're going to do, actually.
Probably swim.
So we've got six. Have we got six? 1,
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. 6 of each colour we went for.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, look how good they look. They pop like crazy, don't they?
Yeah, they're going to look so cool once they've settled properly.
Right, next. I want to get them all in comfortable.
All right, hang on.
Are you not ready?
Well, I was waiting for you.
Oh, Matt's just sorting them out, but yeah, they're not even hiding. Are they hidey kind of fish, Matt, or?
Not really, no. They're quite confident, to be honest.
Really confident. Hello, guys. Oh, they look so good. I mean, talk about colour. I know I get excited by the rainbows, but I mean... Okay, so what's these ones, Matt?
These are ACI, yellow-tailed ACI.
Yellow-tailed ACI. Oh, yes.
So they're going to go electric blue once they're a little bit older.
Okay.
Well, actually, probably once they've just settled in, to be fair.
I'll still see some blue then, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
They've settled right into a cave, a few of them. So these are the albino
zebras.
Zebras, yeah.
So they're the same as the reds, same family, but
Oh,
just
yes.
going to be white and blue.
Yeah, you can see, well, I don't know if it's the blue from the light, but they're definitely showing some blue on them already.
Yeah, they'll have a shine to them, definitely.
They're already starting to do laps around the islands. And these are the yellow labs, yeah?
These are yellow labs, yeah.
In you go, yellow. Whoa, they are really, really yellow, especially under this lighting. Yay! Do you know what? I feel like we should have got double.
We could have, yeah. I thought it was going to be a lot, but no, it's good.
No,
But
it's good. This is good.
It leaves us open for a few more species.
Yeah, because they said they're getting some more, didn't they?
They are, yeah. They're getting some cobalt blues and...
Oh, that'd be nice.
To be fair, we might have some at Taunton at some point over the next few weeks. We always keep a few in, so you never know.
Okay, cool. Yeah, well, it's good to start. I think it's a good starting level.
Yeah.
You know, give the tank a chance to, and the filter. I mean, we do have quite a lot of fish in the tank. This filter was attached to this one, so there is a lot of fish that are only a little bit smaller, to be honest.
Yeah, they're not a great deal different, are they, actually?
But the only difference is these require more feeding, yeah?
A little bit,
yeah.
a little bit. The albinos will be the ones to make sure they get food because they're not got as good at eyesight as the rest of them.
Okay. The ACI, they really do stand out, don't they?
Yeah.
They're not standing up, because that would be weird.
Yeah, that would be odd.
God, they just pop like crazy. They seem to be really enjoying the environment as well.
Yeah, they'll love this tank.
So the idea is heavy stocking. We haven't gone crazy, but, you know, it's a good starting point for sure. I'm just thinking, Matt, is there anything you want to add for, like, any new beginners? Other than the complete basics of fish keeping, obviously.
Yeah, no, it's really, Malawis are just one of those things. It's knowing the types that you're keeping, whether you're going for open waters or like these guys, whether you're going for the Mbuna, the rock dwellers, and really just making sure that you've got the numbers in there. If you start off with 2, 3 or 4, you're probably going to end up with one boss and the others are just going to cower away and hide away. So you're always worth keeping a few more than what you would normally do in an aquarium.
Oh, look at this albino now. Let's get in the blues, isn't it? Already?
Yeah, getting a bit of blue and a bit of pink to it. It's really cool.
Oh, it's only going to get better. So it's now the next day, and as you can see, the tank is looking fantastic. But the one thing I'm most impressed with is these fish are so not shy. It's like they know who I am already. I mean, they don't, but they're associating me with food, and they don't know me. They're not shy. Like, look at that. It's so cool. Coloured up beautifully as well. Look at the vibrancy in the orange and the yellow. And Matt's right, the albinos, not like you'd see in, say, a Cory, they've got really prominent sort of blue fins to them as well, and some pinky hues, and there's some sparkling sort of bits in there. So yeah, really, really impressed with these fish so far. Now, once we put them in, me and Matt were like, oh, we could have gone with a few more, but we made the right decision because Matt said they might have some variants in his shop soon, so we get some nice blues or something like that as well. I mean, he'll be the expert because I'll probably pick something that's not compatible. But the fish really, really do seem to like interacting with the environment and the scape we've done here, because there's like a figure 8. It sort of goes through the middle there, around the back, and then come back around here. And I keep seeing them do that, not now because I'm stood here, but when I'm stood back and like ignoring them, they just go on this sort of swimming spree all together and just explore the whole tank, which is so cool. Like I say, it's completely different to tetras, because if we come right next door, the tetras just sort of flitter about. They just flick a bit here, flick a bit there, no real sort of purpose. But these guys, they're on a mission. Like, where are you going, buddy? And what is quite interesting as well, they do seem to hang around a lot more in their sort of colour groups. I didn't think they would, but you do quite often see a lot of the albinos together, or you see a lot of the, is it ACI, I think it was? The blue and the yellow fins. Look at this red zebra in here just exploring underneath there. Again, that's really cool, nice to see. And I'm just really, really pleased that they're enjoying the environment. Look at that going in the middle as well. Awesome, so cool. So it has now been a few days since the initial setup, and the fish have settled right in. They're looking really, really happy. They explore all over the tank, and they go across just like that, like in big groups. It's so cool. And they know that I'm the feeder, I'm the dad now. They're waiting, it's first thing in the morning, they're hungry, let's give them some food. So they seem to like a good bit of flake. Look at that, look. They're quite sort of ravish eaters. They really like go for it really quickly. But they also like some of the sinking pellets as well. So I just put those all in the foreground like that. Look, there you go, look, they're going for it. And what happens is some of the food all sits on the bottom, but these fish are really good because not only do they eat from the top, they'll also scavenge all the bottom as well and pick up any of the like extra bits that have fallen. As long as you don't overfeed, that is. If you feed them so much that they can't eat anymore, well, it's gonna sit there, isn't it? But a big thanks to Matt and all his help, because I'm so pleased with how this one's turned out. It's like, it's kind of arty, but really, really functional for the fish as well. I've seen them going in and out of all the caves that we've made as well, like, you know, that cave section in the middle there, and there's another one back there. They just go in and amongst everything all the time. As they get older, I'll probably add even more caves, like in this section back here, but for the minute, it seems to be working really, really well. I just can't wait for these guys to put on a bit more size, colour up even more, and also we can swap out maybe and add different variants and just see this aquarium evolve. What's going on, beautiful people? Today we're going to be doing a like really, I was going to say low tech, but it's actually no technology at all in this vase here that I got from IKEA. I was just walking past it and I thought, oh, that's interesting. I
quite like the shape of that. I'm going to go for something. So the reason it's no tech at all is because this vase will have no, I shouldn't say no water in it. I mean, it will have water in it. It'll have no filter in it, and it'll have no lighting, direct source lighting. It'll have the ambient light, like from your home or in your office or something like that. Now, I have done no tech tanks before, which is like this one here, this one here, this one above it, this one here as well with my amazing Betta. Hello, buddy. What are you doing? What are you doing in there? Yeah, this one's kind of, it's got no filter or anything, but it does have a light. But for this vase, we're going for no light at all, nothing, just the vase. But we do need a nutrient system for the plants that's going to go in. The plants will keep the water like super clear, and it means that the inhabitants will have like microorganisms and everything like that. It's going to be a tiny little ecosystem basically that you do nothing to apart from watch and enjoy. Okay, but what is an ecosystem? So an ecosystem is anything that contains like a bubble of life. Now you get closed ecosystems and open ecosystems. I think I just made up open ecosystems, but it works. Basically, with what we're going to set up here, I will very rarely have to like do anything to it at all. The water will obviously evaporate, so I'm topping that up. So that's my interaction. But in terms of feeding, very, very minimal, because the inhabitants, the shrimp and the snails, they will eat the degrading plant matter and things like that that we're going to be putting in the tank. And also very occasionally, I'll just put a little sprinkle of food as well. So minimal input and no tech. Oh, I hate these stickers so much. So we need to supply nutrients to the plant roots at the bottom of the vase. So first of all, I'm going to stick in some NutriBase. This stuff contains like live bacteria or dormant bacteria. It's got like crushed lava rock and all sorts of nutrients in there that will just start us off really well. Now we don't need a huge amount of it, just a couple of scoops. Flatten it out. And then on top of that, I've got some premium aquatic soil. So it's aquatic pond soil. It's already had a lot of the organics removed, and all we're left with is the nutrients that will just stay sunk underwater. We'll cap it as well, but these will supply long-term nutrients to the plant roots and just ensure that everything grows great. Again, just a couple of scoops of this stuff. And we want to remove any clumps as well, just break them up. And then I'm going to mix that all in with the gravel as well. Stops it all compacting and going a bit like funky. So it's got these awesome shoots that come all the way up, and they're very, very rigid, which means when we place it inside the vase, they're all going to come out the top like that. And just look at the roots that have grown out in that plant grow out tank. Really, really healthy. So we want to remove a lot of the rock wool, as much as you can. You can use your hands, but to get into the nitty-gritty of the roots, I like to use a fork. Just be gentle, you don't want to damage the whole root systems. The base of the plant can be quite delicate. Just take your time. Now, although that root system is absolutely great, we want to cut it about here because we want new roots to grow out of those cut points and just go right down into our nutrient system. Now you can use tweezers for this bit, but I find it's easier just to make a hole with your finger. And then place the plant in the hole, push the sand back around it, sort of locking it all in. Look at that, all coming up the top, looking perfect. You could just leave it like that, to be honest, but I feel like we need more because it's just going to keep that water quality even better. So a couple of little pebbles down the bottom here for some decoration. Again, you don't have to do that, but I just feel like I want to. I've got these nice rounded black ones. Maybe place one behind it and one just in front. The contrast works really well, I find, with the sand, with the dark pebbles, you know, the light sand. Yeah, that's cool. And then this tank right here is what I class as one of my farm tanks, like a plant farm tank. And I'm going to be using this plant here. It's similar to dwarf sage, but it's not. It's actually, I can't remember what it's called, but I'll put it up on the screen now. It sort of sends runners out like this to propagate itself. It's kind of taken over, so I'm going to steal some of the nicest little bits and place those in the vase. Now, one of the great things about vases like this, small tanks, you can just pick them up and move them. So I'm going to place mine under here just for the time being so we can get a nice little sort of final shot for it. Like I say, a nice little group here. Now, some people don't like snails at all in their tanks, but for me, they're an absolutely essential part of an ecosystem. And then we've got 7 shrimp as well. Whee! Some of the snails are just floating at the moment, just because they've got a little bit of air trapped in them, just where we've taken them out of water, but they'll sink in a minute and be absolutely fine. Yeah, look at some of these getting to work already. Shrimp and snails. And you'll notice that basically all of my tanks have snails in. Because I consider them such an important part of every ecosystem, they basically break down a lot of the waste produced by any fish and shrimp as well, and eventually it makes its way down into that substrate system and provides even more nutrients for all the plants. Any decaying leaf matter, plant matter, anything really, they're going to chew it up and it will just make its way down, more lockdown nutrients, and that means more growth. And providing you don't overfeed the tank, the numbers of the snails will stay sort of steady. They do multiply quite fast, but only if there's a ton of waste for them to feast on. Okay, so how much is the right amount of food for a vase this size? So I've got my flake here, and this will be the right amount of food, no, too much, for this whole tank. Look at that, just a tiny little bit, plonk it at the top. That's enough. Literally just that, and that's going to provide enough food for the shrimp and the snails. Now, if I was going to keep the tank here under this bright light, I'd also add a few floating plants like that as well. They'll multiply, pull nutrients out to grow, and just balance everything even better. But to be honest, after I finish the video, I'm going to move this tank into the middle section. Over in this section here, so it'll just be receiving sort of normal sunlight coming from the outside window. In fact, why don't I just do it now? There we go. So this is now far more of a representation of what you guys could possibly be doing at home, and you haven't got a big aquarium light sat above it. So what do we need to do in terms of aftercare then? Well, it's quite simple really. Given the fact that there's such a low bioload on the tank, I keep saying tank, I mean vase, but I suppose it's still a tank, it's a vessel of water. Yeah, given the fact there's such a low bioload on the tank, it's very unlikely you'll get any spikes in ammonia or nitrite. But just to be sure, I'm going to be changing 50% of the water with the chlorinated tap water every day. I'll do this for about a week, and then I'll start to reduce it by half again, so 25%. I mean, it's so easy to do in something this size, it just makes sense to not take any risk and just do it. It also means there's less chance of any algae build up just while the plants are all settling in. Once their root systems are fully established, they'll be flying anyway, and there'll be very little chance of any algae in a bowl like this that hasn't got a big light above it. Now, if you want to add a fertilizer to the tank, a liquid fertilizer, you can. I just wouldn't do it straight away. It's not like we've got fast growing stems. Once those roots are established, they're going to get all those nutrients from the substrate. I'd probably wait a week before I add in any liquid fertilizers. These plants aren't horrendously fast growing. They need some time to settle. And remember, keep that feeding to a minimal like I showed you. You probably only need to do that every other day. It's not the only food source for the snails and shrimp, remember. They'll also be grazing constantly on any of the plants that aren't doing perfectly well, little bits of degrading plant matter and those botanicals that we've got in there. Now, what about water changes? Well, after about 3 to 4 weeks, the tank will be completely stabilized. At this point, it'll just be topping up the water that's evaporated, and you can just sit back and enjoy. So I'll keep this one here, keep you guys updated with future videos. Make sure you've liked and subscribed and put the all thingy so that you get the updates. You know how YouTube works. I'll see you on the next one. What's going on, beautiful people? Today I am building an awesome scape in this tank behind me. I mean, I'm saying it's going to be awesome. I haven't done it yet, but I am not going to stop until it looks immense. So yeah, this is the tank. So it's 90 centimeters across. So what's that? Just under a meter. So you can see it there against the 1.2 meter or 4 foot. This is basically a 3 foot tank. Kind of really deep dimensions as well, because it's 2 foot back and 2 foot deep. So we've got 2 foot by 2 foot by 3 foot. You can also see loads of mess in the bottom of it. That's because they have been fixing the roof here, which I didn't know was broken anyway. And this light, the casing just fell down, it smashed on everything. Bits of plasterboard. Anyway, that's not important, is it? Anyway, we need a light for the tank, and I've got this awesome Asta 120. Don't need that. Don't need that. So what you basically get is this cob light, like a gooseneck, and then a clip thingy
for the edge of the tank. And then you also get a suspension kit if you want it as well, but we don't. I'll leave a link for this, guys. It's actually really, really affordable and does a brilliant job. There we go. So even though it's just this one light, the spread is really nice, right? You only actually need one for this. I've actually done it in this tank with the same light with one before. It had amazing growth. And we've got great news, guys. Today's video is sponsored by API and AQUARIAN. Many of you know I've been using these products for years and years now, and I think the health of the tanks and the plants speak for themselves. Throughout the video, I'm going to be using many of these products, all of them actually at some point, and I'll explain them in a bit more detail as we use them. We've got the root tabs, which I put in absolutely every single tank that I produce. It works so well, just keeps those nutrients levels high. Leaf zone, just for after water top-ups and things like that. Just keep those nutrients in the water column. CO2 booster, I always use this to fight algae. Aqua Essential makes your tap water safe. The list goes on. Quick start, just absolute cheat for starting a tank. Straight away, basically. I start all my tanks with fishing cycles. This is the secret. Everyone needs a water testing kit, of course. And then the aquarium food, this is all I feed my fish. It's the flake, the algae wafer, and then the sinking pellets for a lot of cories, and the cichlids love this as well. This stuff's really gonna help you guys in creating tanks and keeping them healthy. Now, usually this is the point where I put in a substrate system, but for this one, I wanna actually get all my hardscape lined up first. Not in its final positions, but get a rough idea of the layout. I've got a really cool idea in mind. I want like a big log or stump? Sean Connery, I don't know why I said it like that. A stump coming up and then a root system of other bigger bits of wood as well, coming out at like angle, you'll see what I mean. Okay, so that piece there, that could work turned up right. To be fair, as could that one there. Both are a good option, but right over in that corner over there is that big piece at the top. Now, I've used it before as like a log coming up, and I think it's just really interesting. It's got great shape and great height. I think it's actually a lot bigger than it looks like on camera. Look, when I'm up against it, shouldn't really be leaning here, but I am. Oh, that's heavier than I thought. Okay, here's the size of it. Now, it doesn't actually have to sit right in the bottom, although that does work quite well. I don't want too much of it underneath a substrate system because I'm going to bring the substrate up to about here and have all these lines coming out at that point, like a perspective point coming across. I mean, to be fair, that does work pretty well. Casting some really nice shadows in that as well. It does mean this area behind is quite dark though, so I'll see if I can shift it in the middle a little bit more. So yeah, more like, maybe spin it as well so there's less shadowy parts. No, I think that made more shadow. There we go, I think that works. It's a little bit straight though, so I'm gonna put one rock underneath that side and that should give it a nice tilt. Yeah, something like this one. There we go, that is our starting point. Looks a little bit odd right now, but I think once we start getting everything coming out from it and building some roots, if you like, that would come up in this section just for a little bit more height there, I can see it looking really good. So hopefully you can see what I'm trying to do here. That piece won't stay there, that's not really working, but I'm trying to create channels, like planting channels that lead up to that point. And I think that looks so cool, just to keep the wood on show and then fill those sections with like plants, but like in their specific groups. Kind of like a Dutch style, but with a wooden framework, so not Dutch at all. But you know what, hopefully you know what I'm trying to get at. So the next job is to bulk out this whole section underneath the wooden frame, and for that you can use anything. So underneath some of my tanks, I've just got old bits of substrate. I can just use these, gravel, sand, a little bit of aqua soil. There we go, there's some in there. That one's got a bit more aqua soil than sand. Oh, actually, no, it hasn't, no. It's a type of gravel. I've got one here as well, that's got bits of wood, like, and just a little bit leaning over. That way we'll have still tons of room for plants. So what I've done there is place some of the rocks in key points
where I feel like it will lock everything down. There's that one big one at the back there as well. It looks a bit unsightly. It does sort of look like something could have fallen there. After I've glued it down, obviously, we can then put other plants on top or in front of it so you don't see it so much. Like some nice Java fern in that area will look brilliant anyway. This one's gonna hold that one, this one will hold that one, couple over the sides there as well, and then that main one locking in all of those pieces. Now we obviously have to glue these rocks to the wood, and for that I'll just use super glue, normal super glue, not the gel, and tissue paper. So it's now the next day, everything is absolutely solid, and you can see there that little puff of smoke when you put the glue onto the tissue paper or paper towel, whatever you want to use. A little puff of smoke means the reaction has taken place, and it just, after that, it's like rock. Like honestly, it goes so hard. So a really good method for filling in big gaps and just getting big pieces stuck together. If you've only got small pieces of hardscape, you can just use the glue gel and that eventually will just lock. But with big pieces like this that are prone to floating, I think it's better to use that paper towel method and just go as many contact points as possible. Literally now, like, I can shake this whole thing and it all feels like one piece. Please don't float. It shouldn't float. Anyway, we can now move on to the planting, a really fun part, taking my time with it, but I've got so many plants. So I've just taken delivery of a plant order. We've got absolutely tons down here. And in the foreground, I want to use this Monte Carlo and this Aereo Colon Vietnam, Coulon, I don't know. It's something Vietnam. Real like sort of grassy texture. And then I've also got some tall Liliopsis brasiliensis. We've got tons of different stems as well. Ludwigias, oh, it's gonna be so nice. But first of all, it is plant prep time. Not the funnest task by any means, but a necessary one. Okay, so here's our foreground plants. Got a really good mixture of textures here. All my plants are from Aquafleur. I mean, they look so good, don't they? They always come in so thick and bushy. Look, this is one pot's worth of Liliopsis Novae Zelandia. I've also got some awesome Juncus repens here. It's massive, mind you. It'll be good as more of a mid-ground to background plant. I'm gonna start off with these and see how we go. And I'm gonna plant it in the channels, but like still leaving a little bit of a beach area at the front. I think that'll look really smart. There we go, I think that's looking so nice. There's like lots of textures all intertwined. It's given a more, I don't know, grassy, natural vibe. Obviously we've left all those gaps behind it because that's where the normal stems will be. Eventually all of this will spread into the foreground area as well, but it will do it in a really sort of natural way. I could fill it all out with more plants, but I don't know, I just kind of like the idea of having like more of a sort of beached border. Now we can move on to some of the stems. I'm going to get a fern in as well because that really bright rock is annoying me a lot. Fern-wise, we are using Microsorum terapus greens. So Aquafleur have got this range that's like even sort of more vibrant. I mean, just that looks amazing, doesn't it? The quality is insane.
really happy with how that's looking so far. It looks quality. You just know it's going to turn out even better though. I'm going to fill it up now because then I want to add in my stems, and I like to do that when there's actually water in a tank. I can just plant each one individually and just get like a staggered look coming up, and I know how it looks straight away. No surprises when you fill it up then because it's already full. So we're filled up, we are looking good. I was going to put the stems in now, but I think I'll just fit the filter. There's a slight haze, we can get rid of that in no time with some of the API products. So for this job, I'm going to be using the Awase, I think it's the 250. It's more than capable of doing the job. I mean, we've got so many plants in here as well. I could probably do this as a no filter tank, but I want to make sure we've got some good flow, some surface skimming, that kind of thing. But I do want to add in some different media in the bottom trays. So right here I've got some media to go in from Superfish. We've got Crystal Max, which is just your normal sort of ceramic rings. And I've got Crystal Clear as well. I think it's like activated carbon and some other stuff. Let me see. Zeolite, it says. So yeah, it also comes, each pack actually comes with a nice media bag as well. So we're sorted.
More and more.
Yeah,
okay. But no, I think a good group of them, you know, what are we thinking? 10, 12, something like that in there?
12 be good, you reckon?
I think so. Juveniles wise, they're going to be absolutely fine, aren't they? Because they're small, they're going to shoal while they're younger. It's only when they start breeding and they get a little bit bigger that we're going to have to sort of maybe pair some off, move some about. But that's easily done.
So are these going to be similar to other cichlids where actually the higher numbers do help?
In a way, yeah. So angelfish, discus, things like that will shoal in a way in the wild when they're not breeding. It's only when they come to breeding that they actually become a little bit territorial.
So they would clear off?
Yeah.
In the wild, like
yeah, you'd get a pair over there and a pair over there, and they would start spawning like that. So in the aquarium, it's much the same. While they're not spawning and they're chilled out, it's absolutely fine until they get older and want to breed. Okay.
Right. So that's... Yes, we want angels, but we're surprised with which ones.
Yeah, we'll just go like a Haribo tank, bit of all.
Bit of everything.
Yeah.
But Tetra, I'd like a Tetra with them as well. Like
cool.
Just one.
Just,
you know?
That's a bit mean on that poor Tetra, isn't it?
No, one type.
You just said 12 angelfish and one Tetra.
No, do you remember what I was saying before? When we did just do two things, you know, like one focal fish and one schooling fish. Yeah. It works really well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It's quite cohesive in a way, it works.
So we've decided to do this when Owen is feeding, so the tanks are going to be a little bit messy, but they've got to eat. Yeah,
they've got to eat at some point. I don't know, there's lots. We've got nice red phantoms, top left there. Yeah. So they're really nice. They're going to be really bright and a little bit broader. Obviously, because we're going with angelfish, I would always go for something a little bit deeper bodied, because something like a rummy nose is going to end up like a noodle and it's just going to get eaten.
Yeah, not right now, but as
they grow up. Yeah, absolutely. So something a little bit chunkier bodied. We've got lemon tetras down in the bottom here.
I do like lemon tetras.
So they'll go gold with the bright red
and they're big as well.
They're chunky, yeah, really chunky. Watermelons, flames, they're going to be the same as the phantoms.
Oh, actually, I really like these.
The blue emperors?
Yeah, I thought they were emperors.
Yeah, they're nice. They're really cool fish. Really pretty. X-ray
I know what
tetra.
I want.
What do you want?
Cardinals.
I know you didn't say that.
No, I don't.
You know what? They're lovely though.
They
are
lovely, but I've just had them way too much, haven't I?
X-ray tetras are nice.
Yeah.
Yellow, white and black dorsal fin. We've got some standard blue emperors at the top, not the super blues.
Oh, I quite like those.
They're a little bit.
I've never had them.
Yeah, they're a little bit more subtle than the super blues. The super blues are like that big block of colour, whereas those have just got a really nice purpley blue sheen to them.
Yeah, I do like them.
Really smart.
I've never kept them either.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, cool. Yeah, they would be a good option for you.
I love Colombians.
Colombians.
Little baby ones.
Yeah, you used to have Colombians in blue Acara tank, wasn't there?
Yeah, and they were like...
Yeah.
They were like...
They're proper little, like, dollars, aren't they? They're chunky.
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah, no, they would work though. They would work in a tank that size with that many fish in it. But yeah, black neons, the list goes on, doesn't it?
I'm edging towards the Emperors.
Yeah?
But it's whether we go for these real metallic blues, which do look cool, because they've got that red fin at the back.
Yeah,
and then the
orangey
white
red
belly.
fin. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go for these. What do you think? It's my tank. I hate it when people ask me what fish they should put in. It's like, it's your tank, just...
Yeah, it's whatever you enjoy, isn't it?
What you want, not what someone else wants.
Both of them have their merits. I personally prefer the more natural looking ones, just because that's me. I don't necessarily like...
Pretty much all my tanks have lush and colourful leaves. And for this one, I just need 3 capfuls. Leaf Zone is basically the only fertiliser I use, and the only fertiliser I've used for like 4 years now as well. So it's now been a day and the tank is looking awesome. I just came in, did a little test, and it was showing a slight sign of ammonia, as I suspected. So I've done a 50% water change, and now we are looking so fresh. And the fish, they seem to be a lot more comfortable as well. These Emperors are absolutely amazing. They seem different to normal Tetras. I don't know, because it's their size or how striking they are, but they are so fun to look at. But the Angels are getting a lot more comfortable throughout the day yesterday after I stopped filming. They are just hiding in that back corner. Now there is a couple of them down there now, but we seem to be getting some really nice brave ones coming forward. And look at these platinums at the side, just sort of glowing. This one here though, this is like the main beast one that we saw. Look at the size of its fins. Turn around for me, fella. No, you don't want to, no, I'm not performing for you. Fair enough. The Emperors actually remind me of like little penguins swimming round. I don't know what it is. There we go, now we're getting brave, look. So these two are about the same size, I'd say, and then some of the other ones are slightly smaller. Obviously they are nowhere near full size though, but they just look so nice. Look at that, wow. And all of the plants, look, they're standing upright already. The tank looks like it's got no water in it. We can thank API AquaClear for that. So I'm thinking we try and entice the fish out a little bit more, make them feel a bit more comfortable. So I'm gonna be feeding them some Aquarian flake food. This is what I feed all of my fish. Hopefully this brings them out, but when you put new fish in, they can be a little bit wary to start with. All my other fish actually know me, so they come to the front, whereas, you know, these guys don't know me yet. But it'd be nice to get to know you guys, and the way to do that, I think, would be some food for you. So I always train my fish with a tap, tap, tap. These guys are not gonna know what that means at the moment, although look, the penguins are coming forwards. Right, let's put a little bit in at the top. I've actually got a surface skimmer, so I don't wanna sit the flake on the surface, but more sort of break it into the water, which will probably spook them a little bit to start with, but I'm hoping it means they will come out. So I'm stepped right back with my zoom lens on, and this guy is completely brave, look, loving the food. All the penguins going absolutely nuts for it. I mean, angelfish are a little bit more intelligent, I'd say, so they're gonna be more cautious. That one on the back's getting a feed. Oh, one of the smokies has come a little bit more forward as well. They know there's something in the water. This one is just an absolute boss. That's one of the largest in the tank, remember, so it doesn't surprise me. It knows it, look, it knows it's the boss gobbling it all up. Okay, now we're seeing some confidence, look. A lot more of them are coming forwards. I was thinking it might be me, so I'm now sat right back, look, and now they're all coming. But they will get used to me. They're not gonna be like shy forever. Angelfish can actually be quite boisterous. A stunning looking tank though, even if I do say so myself. I think it's turned out really, really well. There we go, look, even more coming out the front. They're absolutely loving it. There's the alpha male of the tank right there. Look at those colors, the fin size. Oh, this looks so good. We might have males and females in here as well, so they could actually sort of pair up at some point. Obviously, if they do, like Matt said, there will be sort of potential aggression issues, but we can make arrangements if that does happen. I mean, I'd love to be able to get some babies out of them, so I'd even set up like a completely different tank for them, to be honest. Yeah, I think that would definitely be worth it, because these are awesome fish. What's going on, beautiful people? We're back, we're building. So you've all seen we've created this monstrosity behind us.
Yeah, I was going to say, what haven't we have been building constantly?
True, but we haven't done like a proper build video in a while. And that's what we're doing today in this nice big tank here with some epic hardscape. I hate the word epic.
Do you not like epic?
It just feels like it's overused, but this is epic.
Yeah, it is epic.
And this is the piece of wood I'm talking about. It's very cramped in this tank because this tank isn't as deep as that one there, which is why we've chosen that one to use it on. Eventually, it will be going in an 8-foot once we've got some 8-foots, but you know, we want to just use it in the meantime. It seems such a shame to not practice with it, see what it can look like.
No, I think it'll be good because that tank deeper front to back, I think it's going to fit really nice in there.
I mean, it's a very overpowering piece, but sometimes
monumental, as someone would say.
But also, this is quite cool coming out the top because it means we can attach stuff to that as well.
Yeah, I think that'll look wicked.
Plants, I mean, not just like tinsel.
Ooh, tinsel.
No,
that'd look nice.
No. Okay, that's. I think the first thing we do is put it in and just build everything else around it.
I think so, yeah, because then we know what we're doing space-wise and structure-wise.
Yeah, and then normally I build a substrate system below. Maybe that's the cool because it gives it something to sit on.
Yeah.
So, something loose, you know, it's just something at the bottom.
Something, yeah, at least it will have something to cushion itself onto.
Because we won't get anything underneath that otherwise.
Yeah, you will. You would be able to tilt it and
That's true. Oh, that's going to be annoying though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's just get some nutrients in the tank first.
Okay,
I do want
let's do
quite
that.
a bit of plants, but not to start, you know, that will grow in.
Cool. Let's
Okay.
do it then. Let's do nutrients.
So I'm pleased to announce, guys, that today's video is proudly sponsored by API and Aquarian. As many of you know, I've been working with these companies for like 4 years now. Basically, the only products I use when it comes to chemicals and food. Throughout the video, we're going to be using all the products you can see here at different times. You know, start up, I always use the root tabs, and I think my tanks look pretty good in terms of growth of plants. And we've got the leaf zone as well, which I use like routinely, just to give the plants that green pop that we're all after. Always got to have a test kit on hand as well. And feeding, there's going to be feeding at the end. Once we've added the fish into the tank, we're going to do some feeding as well, get them all out so we can get a closer look at them. But yeah, thank you API and Aquarium. Back to the video.
So one of the best pre-substrate stuff I've seen or used it quite a lot of setups now, is this NutriBase from Colombo. And I can't exactly tell you why it works so well, but it just does.
There's lots of bits in it.
Yeah.
Volcanic bits and soily bits and yeah. It's good stuff.
Like every single tank I set up with this just goes amazing. So you guys know I don't recommend stuff to you unless it works. This stuff blinking works. It's not available in the US, and I don't even know what equivalent is. And many people ask me, but
I'll have a look into it. I don't think there is one, but I'll have a look.
I've been speaking to the company owners and telling them they need to get out to the States, so maybe soon. Should I go for the slash? Whoosh!
Professionally done.
Yeah. Right, so that doesn't look like a huge amount, and it's not, but it is more than enough. Oh, see, there's a little bit of soil in there and everything.
Yeah, it's like everything, isn't it? Look.
Sand, crushed lava rock. Apparently there's beneficial bacteria, dormant beneficial bacteria as well.
Yeah, I think it's just the minerals and the soil, and it's just everything, isn't it?
So I'm just going to do like a thin layer sort of everywhere in the background. We want a sort of clean foreground, not completely, but
Enough.
yeah.
Because these fish are going to swim about.
Yeah,
They're not your normal non-swimmy fish.
They don't know yet, do they, I guess? But
Well, they probably will, because it'll be in the thumbnail, won't it?
that's true, yeah.
Yeah, so as much as they don't know, they do know.
Yeah, so we'll show them in a second, but we've got
we'll
the
have a look at it in a minute.
electric blue Acara and we've got the royal Acaras. My royal Acaras are getting big, so we need a bigger tank for them, and this is kind of perfect, you know? So many of you have seen this now, the build videos for it. It is complete, and it's stocked right out. Now, currently, we've got there's actually 3 in here, but you can't see, of my original electric blue Acara, and then next to them we've got the royals. Look at the size of that male. This is why we want them out of here. It's a bit too of a small, it's too small for them, you know?
It's a good holding tank, isn't it?
Yeah.
But long term, it's not.
And then over here, Matt brought even more electric blues because it's a big tank and it can afford to have quite a few more. So, yeah, really nice ones. Look at the colours on that boy. I'm guessing that's a boy.
Yeah, I reckon so. Well, it might not be, but yeah. From here,
They're
it looks like
quite young, aren't they? So it's
the problem with electric blue Acaras. They're not that easy to tell the differences.
So that is a nutrient layer sorted, but we can't just leave that in the open. You need to cap it Well, you don't need to, I don't think, with this stuff, but it's always best to. Any time I make any sort of nutrients, I always cap them, even if I use Aquasoil. Some people say that that's not good, it doesn't let it breathe, but I've never found it to be a problem, and my tanks always do really well, so I'm going to stick with what I know. Agreed, Matt?
Yeah, I
just
can't see a problem.
I just did that for no reason at all.
I liked it. It was good.
It's like a power pull.
Yeah.
So one thing I do like to add to a tank that I know is going to be set up for a good amount of time is root tabs, API root tabs. Always used them. Every single setup you can see in the studio, the plants just seem to thrive for a very, very long time without the addition of CO2 and things like that. I'm not saying don't add CO2, I'm just saying I don't ever do it and it works really well. But these are really good. A full pack I would use in this size tank, to be honest, and then I use half a pack for like a 2 foot. But yeah, really, really good. Basically they contain iron, and there's other stuff as well, but I'm not a scientist.
No, none of us are.
And yeah, really good for long-term growth, root tabs. Sorry.
Yeah. And that would be a feature in a river as well. You know, if you've got a big dead hollow tree, that's where they're all going to be hanging around because it's going to be territory for them.
Right, yeah, so it's like their own home.
Yeah.
A bit like Nemo's got the
anemone.
Yeah, and the bank,
and
the overhang.
Bank. Yeah, I can't remember what the thought was.
I don't know why I'm relating this to salt water and Nemo, but
well,
just
who knows?
Maybe we're getting some salt water. What do you reckon, Matt?
We never know.
I've got a secret to let them know on. Okay, you heard it here first. If I come around here, what you can see here is 3 TMC salt water tanks. We're really doing it.
It's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so this is a new thing for me. I have done salt water once before a long time ago. It was very sort of thrown together what I did. It worked well, but yeah, this is my first time properly visiting it. Visiting it. This is great. Look at this. Look, Matt's got his purple on, and we've got the purple lighting and the. It's like we've just designed it all.
It's like it's all perfect, isn't it? Look at that. Lovely.
Anyway, let's carry on the build. So it's a river tank. Do we go with rounded pebbles? Some of you say to me sometimes, you can use something else, you know. Let's take a look. Are you going to, have a try of the dragon? We've got quite a bit of dragonstone there.
That's what I'm wondering. We've got a lot of it.
So we've got dragonstone. We've got, these are my favourite. They just are, like proper river rocks that are rounded, and it just goes with a river, but it doesn't have to be that. We've got tons of Siriu. I've got some mega pieces outside as well, rounded.
Yeah.
But maybe we don't need to take up too much more space with water volume,
no,
do we?
we just need to hide that bottom of that root, just to sort of blend it into the substrate.
We'll find something. We'll work it out.
Let's have a go.
So Matt's just going to try out some dragon. Actually, I'll tell you what, get everything wet.
Hang on.
And that'll... Because everything's kind of dulled down when it's dry, but the colours will become a lot more... See, my worry was dragonstone might the colour palette, it might all blend in a bit too much together, and sometimes you want a bit of contrast. Maybe you won't see that in a river system, but at the end of the day, it's got to look interesting, I think. Does that work?
Well, it's a different colour.
It is a completely different colour, isn't it? Because the wood goes so dark. It might be a good shout.
It's different, isn't it?
Have some like big pieces coming out this way towards us.
This is what I'm thinking.
And it'll follow that line down and then that way.
And then we've got a few little pieces as well to add a bit of detail.
Yeah, and the wood. Yeah, let's try some dragonstone. I've not done one in a very, very long time, and I've never done one on a big scale with dragonstone.
And it will give us a shelf to buy different rocks for.
Oh yeah. We need to empty stuff. We need to start using stuff. Because we've been breaking down so many tanks, we broke down that tank, we broke down this tank. There's a load of hardscape that I forgot I had because it's in tanks, and now there's even more. So, yeah, let's go with dragonstone. So that's a good little start. There'll obviously be something in this gap, but we're not quite sure yet. But Matt, do what you just did, because that's sort of what I was thinking too. There we go. And it just sort of brings that whole big structure and mixes it in with the rock like it's been there for a long time.
And these are all the pieces we cut off.
Yeah.
So wasting nothing.
No, I mean, I didn't know they were going to lend themselves so well as roots, but it works, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it'll just blend it down and up then.
We almost want that big piece in this section, but I think we need a rock in there first.
Yeah, I think we need to bring something in, don't we?
Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Okay, we're really getting somewhere. It's coming to life. Look at the amount of detail and in and outs and things. You know what I mean by that?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It looks amazing. There's just going to be loads of space for them to swim and move, and yeah, it's going to look cool.
Because they're territorial fish, so we need territories, and we're creating those. Let me show from the side, because there's actually a lot more swim room maybe than it first appears. They go all the way around the back. This whole front section on this side is completely open. Matt's just put a big piece of dragonstone at the back at the top there, which you don't usually do, but I think it adds like the bank, like it's coming that way.
And if the wood tries to float, that might help it down a little bit.
We don't think it will.
No.
Because this is all hollow inside, which means bristlenose breeding, doesn't it?
It does. Or it means our Acaras are never going to come out because they'll just live up in it.
Will they actually?
No, they should be out and about.
Yeah, because they know we feed, so I haven't got enough of them, but yeah, I'm really liking that. Just going to carry on for a little bit of tinkering, and I think we'll be there.
Yeah, a few more details of maybe some smaller bits of dragonstone coming out into the open water, open sand.
And you'll notice that there's gaps in between everything, and that's for planting, obviously, because we need to be able to get the plants into the substrate, but yeah, there's rocks in there so that we can pull them out for use in tanks. I'm going to be putting some mosses in as well, aren't we, Matt?
Yeah, I think so. A few little spots of it. It does. Yeah, we need to keep on top of it.
So I haven't used mosses in tanks for quite a while, just purely from a maintenance perspective. They can be like quite intensive, not to start with while it's just growing gently, but by the time we've taken a few trims and some bits have got around the tank, it gets sort of everywhere.
Yeah.
But now I've got you here.
Great.
Help with maintenance and
I'm
things
going
like
to be
that.
the moss cutting man, am I? Brilliant.
No. Well, the plan is that once a week, once we're getting all the tanks looking great, we'll put half a day,
Yeah.
like a morning or something on a Monday, and just do the whole maintenance. We can film it all, so there's maintenance sessions as well for the people that want it, but it should keep every single tank looking spot on all the time, rather than having to let certain things go for time, time management. But now we've got the time, and we want it looking great everywhere, don't we?
It's going to look amazing.
Cool. So Matt's just prepped a ton of plants for me. I've been on the computer ordering more to replace the stuff we're using. Done a good job there. Good job there, Matt.
Standard. I'll work.
You
sit down.
You can't keep saying this because they literally...
I love saying it though.
But they believe that I don't do anything anymore.
So they should.
No, tell them.
I'm kidding. You do a bit of work every now and then.
Come on.
No, you are. It is very fair. It is very fair.
Yeah, you just got to switch around. Basically...
It's whatever needs doing, isn't it?
Yeah, before you were here, I'd have to do both, which used more time, and now it's like, that's how it works.
It's almost like two people make it half the amount of time.
If not more.
Yeah, I think it does. Because you don't end up getting bogged down and being like, oh, I've got to do that.
The good news is because I've been a manager in previous job, you've been a manager in previous job, you get it.
Yes.
Yes, and that's a good thing. Anyway, they don't care. So yeah, you prepped loads of really nice plants here. And the good thing about this scaping material, the dragonstone and the twiggy wood,
otherwise known as wooden rock.
Wooden rock, yeah. There's absolutely tons of places to be able to push plants into, which means you haven't got to use more glue if you don't want to. Some of the areas will need to, like this flat spot up here, unless I get one that goes in that whole section, which is highly likely. But yeah, it's just a case of just placing them now where we want them, and this is going to look so good. Let's hide the whole hardscape.
No, I don't. I think there's going to be a lot of this on display still.
There is, isn't there? It would be difficult to hide all of that, wouldn't it?
But not impossible for you.
Not impossible, no. So that's coming along really well. We've got quite a lot in that midsection. I just want to pull it out a little bit more. So we've got a few here that have been stuck onto rocks. It's very simple, just a super glue gel, a rock, and then I just glue to one side, so when it's facing like that, you can't see where it joins. We've got 4 pieces of Anubias there, 4 pieces of Busiphalandra there, and we've got one more piece of Anubias as well. Don't want to overdo that front section, but yeah, I need to bring it forward. So currently, there wasn't really any reason to put a load of nutrients underneath the soil, but that's where we're going to add in plants now. Back section there, Amazon swords will look really good. And then I want a couple of really big, vibrant pops of red, but only in, like, say, a section there. Maybe over this side as well, just a smaller, lower one. So you've got those 2 colour pop areas, and the rest is just, you know, the dark greens. I just feel like having those 2 focal points will really sort of make them stand out even more, because the rest is so sort of low lighty. Just saying
low lighty.
I'm just saying random stuff. No, you know what I mean.
It made sense.
Yeah, okay, to a degree. We'll see. We'll get the swords in, fill it up, and then do the stems after. So we finished doing a load of plants. They'll grow faster, won't they, in soil, Matt?
Yeah, they'd get more nutrients and they would grow quicker in soil. But, you know, we can try it. Will it epiphyte?
It will, because I've done it before. It's just, will it melt completely first?
Well, yeah, it's a crypt, it's going to melt first.
But these look beautiful. These are going to go in, give us that nice red pop in a couple of areas. That is looking great. It's really, really clear now. But just like any aquarium, I think it looks boring without the fish.
Yeah,
that's where you come in.
Excellent. Let's do it.
So we know we want the Acara in, of course, which is the Royals and the Electric Blues.
Yeah, we've got them.
They're down here. Here is the big boy Royal Acara. And it's good that we're moving them across because they are not getting along well in here. He is basically bullying that one. It's only been like it's only been a day or so. But yeah, we need to sort that out straight away, so that's good. But what's going in with the Acara? Like, electric blues, obviously.
Yeah, the electric blues. So we've got both groups of electric blues to go in, one up there, one up there. And then we've got the whitefin bentoses or candy cane tetra, depending on which side of the pond you're from.
So we call them...
whitefins, whitefin bentosi tetra. And then I'm pretty sure that most of America call them candy cane tetra.
I mean, that is an easier name, it does kind of work, doesn't it?
It does.
So shall we go with the ditherfish first? I'm guessing you're thinking that.
Yeah, that's going to be the ditherfish. So they're chunkier, so they're a bit broader bodied than most tetra. Because if you were to put something like a neon or a rummy nose in there, once these guys get bigger, might be a problem. Because they're broader bodied, they're going to act as a really good ditherfish.
This is our first time using the fish wool in the way it was intended.
Yep.
I should probably point out, a lot of people are like, why are you not scaping them all? Like, why did you set them all up together? Well, as time goes by, we can sort of do one, then another. But at the moment, we want it to be a place that holds all of our fish for all the proper aquascapes and setups that we're doing.
Yeah, yeah. And we can scape the odd one and mess around with them if we need to and change it up. They're only small tanks, so it's easy to drain it down, strip it out, put something new in it. Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah, okay, let's get these ones in. So the first fish going in... Oh, no. Are they ready, Matt?
Yep, ready to go.
Release them in. You can do it. You can do it.
Are you happy?
Yeah, I don't mind. I just want to see them actually do it. It should be coloured up. Yeah, that's the good thing. We've got the fish all there, so all the fish are just... Look at that. They look great. That's it.
They look great with the plants, actually.
Yeah,
they really
do.
Sort of...
We've colour coordinated, like accidentally.
Looks lovely.
I didn't think of that, actually. Yeah, so obviously they're going to be a little bit sort of shy to start with, but eventually these guys will be all over the aquarium. They're not shy fish at all, are they?
No. Once they settle in, they're quite sort of brave.
They're quite schooly as well, I found.
Yeah,
they stick together.
normally.
But they're big enough to not be scared of things as well, because obviously we've got bigger fish coming in here, and they are going to grow as well, even more. Eventually, when the Acaras are all like much bigger than they currently are, we're thinking of moving them across to the 8-foot tanks we're going to get. But for now, this would be the absolutely perfect home for them. I can't wait now. Let's go. Let's get those Acaras.
Which ones?
What do you think would be better? To get the blues in so they can get settled and then put the bigger royals in?
Yeah, get the blues a chance to get in and then, we'll get the royals in last one.
Okay. It's electric blue time. These guys are quite juvenile, so again, they've not got the brightest of colouring, but that's just going to get better and better in time.
Yeah, there's a couple of dominant ones in there that have got good colour.
Awesome. Oh, even just the electric blue. Those two fish would be cool, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But we want the royals as well. Look at all the candy canes down the bottom there. Oh, there's a group down here as well.
They're going to be a proper focal point, the Royals, though. They'll look really good in that.
Exactly. Let's go, let's keep going. And then here are the Royals now.
So they're quite different, actually, because hoplo catfish are a bubble nest breeder. So, weirdly, they do what gourami does, or a Siamese fighter. The male will build a bubble nest to lay the eggs in.
Really?
Yeah, it's quite cool.
Yeah, I suppose they have got a gourami-ish look about them.
Yeah, they're different. So yeah, it should be cool. I think we've got males and females in there, so you never know. We might see a bit of spawning behaviour, but they've got to get a lot bigger first. You know, like I say, this guy's quite chunky in the front here, and it will probably, well, double the size definitely in length, and then they get really round. So they look really sort of short and stubby and really round. They're a cool fish when they're older.
They've got massive whiskers, haven't they?
Yeah, they're lovely.
Some people might be worried about the sand and the gravel substrate. Are they fine with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So because they're a slightly bigger fish, a fine sand like this with some gravel mixed in will be absolutely fine for them. They'll dig through it. These guys seem to have a lot tougher barbels than your Corydoras.
Right. I guess that's just purely the size and thickness and... Cool. They look like the little dragon fish. What are they? Sorry, again?
A dragonfish?
No, the snakeheads.
Oh, snakeheads. Yeah.
They remind me of those.
Yeah, they got that elongated sort of body to them, haven't they? Very, very sort of stout.
Cool. Now all I need is for this whole thing just to clear up. So it's now been a good day or so. The fish are very comfortable. The tank's clear. I think it's time to give them a feed. Matt, can you help me with that?
Yeah,
hang on. I'm not standing like that for ages.
All right.
So what are we going with first?
We're going to give them some flake food today.
Okay, we've got the AQUARIAN flake food. This is like the most common feeding around the fish room because we've mainly got, tetras and small fish like that. But it's going to work in this tank as well. The Acaras, all the Acaras will still eat the flake, wouldn't they, Matt?
Yeah, they'll still eat it. The tetras will go for it first, probably.
Oh, you didn't do my tap. I've got to do my tap.
These guys don't know it yet.
The Acaras don't, the rest do. the electric blues. The Royals seem to be hiding at this moment in time.
I am wondering if the Royals have paired up.
That's quite possible. If we come around here, look, we've got the big... Oh, he's hit it. So the big boy Acara keeps sitting out in this area, like he's defending it. So that's what we're kind of thinking. I did see them this morning when I first came in and put the lights on. The Royals were all out. They came straight to the front because they wanted me to feed them. But once they get a sense of what's in the water there, they'll probably come forward. I have not seen the catfish since you put them in.
I saw one this morning. I saw one on the far... Where the Royal was. There's the Royal coming out already.
Oh.
Far right-hand side, behind the wood. Here he comes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry, he was hiding.
Yeah, there he is.
There we go. He knows that there's food in the water column. And there is a good amount of food in the water column. He's coming forward. There we go. You know it. You like it. Yum, 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 yum. Nice one, yeah. He loves to flake. He really does. I think what might bring out the catfish would be the pellets. Do you reckon, Matt?
We can certainly give it a go.
Certainly, yeah. If they're sat in the front here, surely they're going to come forward. They'll definitely be able to know there's food in the water column now, won't they?
Yeah, oh, definitely. They'll smell it. It's just how hollow that tree trunk is. There's so many good hiding spots for catfish.
Yeah, so the AQUARIAN sinking pellet. Can we just get a shot of the front, please, Matt?
Sorry.
Beautiful packaging. It's pink. You love pink.
I do love pink. No, I like a brighter pink.
A brighter pink, okay.
You know what I'm like.
I think that was brighter, but it's gone sort of sun-stained. It sits right here in the sun. Hang on, Matt.
Do you want a new one?
There you go. There's your pink.
Oh, that's a bit better. Yeah, that's a bit better.
So yeah, I did feed a combination to the Acaras before you were here of the pellet and the flake, because I just felt that they were bigger. They just needed a more sort of dense food.
There's a second Acara coming out.
There is?
From the same place he just came from. I could see him in the reflection. Has he gone back in? Yeah.
No, he's right. I did see. Yeah, look, they're doing something back there.
Yeah, I've got a feeling.
They've both gone back there.
I've got a feeling there's something going on with them.
Hopefully that's male and female like we thought. Oh, there we go, look. The Acara's there enjoying the pellet as well. I keep saying the Acaras, I mean the electric blues.
They're still Acara, aren't they?
Yeah.
All the Acaras.
This one here has got brilliant colouring.
Yeah, he's definitely the most dominant.
Yeah, that's the subdominant, isn't it? All female. So would you say this tank would need algae wafers as well?
It can do. Obviously, there's still quite a lot of biofilm on the tank, but it's not going to hurt, is it?
No. We've got the bristlenose in there, and they're a good size.
And even the hoplo catfish will probably have a go at them as well.
Okay, well, there we go. Algae wafers. I really want the catfish to come forward. I might have to come back in a little bit where they're coming out to explore.
Yeah, you might just have to give them time, sort of thing.
There we go, there's some Angelfish.
I'll have that.
That's the big boy. He wants the whole wafer to himself. No one else touch it. Is that the third there?
Mm-hmm. There you go. There's all three.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There's all 3 Acaras out now. The Royals, 1, 2, 3, all together. Okay, so this one's very colourful as well, Matt. I don't know anymore. Do we have a female or not?
No, it's tricky. I can't remember looking up how to tell the differences in them. I'll have to have a browse in a minute, but it's normally fin shapes and stuff, so I reckon we've got a female and a male, definitely.
Well, still no catfish, so thanks for bringing those for me, Matt.
It's all right. They've cleaned up the bottom, haven't they?
Just a hidden secret for the tank.
Yeah, they'll get there. They'll get there. Normally hoplos are really outgoing, so I'm surprised that they haven't come out.
Didn't you say that they're from toilet water?
I think you do. I can't remember if it's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure you do find them in, like, water outlets from sort of, toilets and things along the Amazon. I think it's these guys. I can't remember, but yeah.
And that's why they're shaped like a turd.
Yeah. I think it's a lot of the catfish do find their way to that sort of area. There's poo over here. I was going to point that out. I was like, well, there's catfish poo.
Right, so there we have it. Another really successful tank. I might as well go on my knees. There we go. We go. Another really successful tank. This one's going to get stronger and stronger as well because obviously we've got slow-growing plants, but they're going to get more vibranty. I don't know. The top section as well, that's just going to grow nuts.
Oh, that's going to go crazy.
Yeah. Hope you've enjoyed this one. Make sure you like, subscribe, blah, blah, blah. See you on the next one. This aquarium is not done. But
I don't know. Quite like it.
Matt chucked a load of wood in there because it was easier than putting it up on the shelves that were full.
Yes.
And we just looked at it and thought that looks really cool. Not quite like this though. So we've got quite a lot of sort of green and planted tanks around the studio, mostly, if I'm honest.
Yeah, they do end up fairly green, don't they?
So this one is not going to be green, at least not to start with anyway. We're going to do something different, and the concept's quite cool actually. So we were looking around the studio, weren't we, Matt, thinking, what can we do? What can we do? So we've got the Mbuna cichlids this side, with this monstrosity coming out the top.
No, it's Monstera.
Sorry. That is good.
That was a quick one.
I walked into that. And then all the way around here, we've obviously got the archerfish, which is quite a naturalistic scape, but it's like, again, very green, works well for the fish though. And then moving all the way around, we're going to do like a completely unnatural, carpeted, like massive rock thingy.
That's going to be super green when it settles in.
Yeah. So how good will the contrast be?
That will actually look really good. We didn't even think of that.
No. So here's the plan. We want to do an absolute ton of wood, but keep the water clear, which will be a challenge, but we can do it. We can do it.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll have a little tint to it, but not a major tint.
Yeah. And we thought because we've got some awesome fish in, we could do it specifically for those. We'll get to that in a minute, but we're thinking, you know, lots of bogwood. The green is already coming out the top as if it's on the top of the riverbank. And what about red plants to go with some red devil angelfish? I don't know why I said that like that.
That was tense, that was.
Let's show them the fish. So we've got these awesome red devil angelfish, and they just look awesome, don't they? How many is that, Matt?
I think there's 10, yeah. Yeah, there's 10, yeah.
So we've got 10 of those. Now, what goes with angelfish? Some people say they don't, but cardinals. How good are cardinals in a blackwater tank? I mean, it's their sort of natural habitat as well, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, they'll look really good in there, really.
What about those that say, and I know it's going to be a comment, you're not supposed to put neons or cardinals with angels?
So at that size, they're going to be fine. There's no worries. These are big cardinals and those are baby angelfish. Yeah. By the time they get old enough, which is going to be 2 years, something like that, big enough to actually eat them, those guys are going to be getting to the end of their lives. You know, what are they, a 3-4-year-old fish when they're naturally passing away? And they'll have grown up together, they won't see each other as food. I've never had a problem with it, to be honest.
I haven't either.
No,
but,
I think
I know the comments will happen.
Yeah, the problem comes is when automatically you get a big angelfish, they're clever fish, you open the lid to the tank, you put a bag of tiny little neons in there, and the angelfish go, wow, that's lunch. Because that's how you feed them. You open the lid, you put the pellets in. You open the lid, you put the flake in. That's why they feed. So I think a lot of the time it's a learned response.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly the sort of thing I've had with angels before as well. Put them in together when they're young, all good. Now, one thing I think we do need to do, though, is put a black background on it. I just think that's going to add to it, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think you can have the fluorescent blue showing through. It's not really going to fit the theme.
I mean, it's quite cool if it was like orange or something like that coming through. No, don't change it, because then we've got to change it to the other side.
I was just seeing how blue it was around this side, but you can actually see a lot of the blue around this side. It's still, because we've put lots of extra stuff in that tank, I wondered if you could actually see it.
Ah, I see what you mean.
But you can still see the glow. So yeah, we need to put that on black.
Right, we'll pull it out, peel off the clear background that comes fitted to this. This is the Aquarium planter.
1200,
Look at that, the 1200. These are all available at Maidenhead if you guys want to get hold of one. Just go in there, ask for it. It's the tank, and it's the cabinet, and it's also the extension lead. But yeah, it's a really, really good deal. It's one of the best value for money tanks, I think, and look how beautiful they look. All of these are the same one, and yeah, they're brilliant. So let's change that background, Matt. Right, it's all painted, about 5, 6 coats?
Yeah, maybe 7, I don't know.
Drying in between because we're impatient. It's been 15, 20 minutes, and we never thought we was going to have to paint again after that lot in the back wall, but...
And we had to make sure this was thick because we don't want that blue showing through.
No, not at all. But we can spin it around now, and yeah, then carry on. Chuck that light over quickly, Matt, on camera, so we can just make sure the black is black. Black's great for sort of black water, funnily enough. Nope, I can't see any patches at all. I mean, by the time we've got all our wood in, it won't look like this. It'll look a little bit more organised, trying to keep open space in the front room for the fish. Front room?
Front room, yeah.
In Britain, for the American people, we call a living room a front room, even if it's not at the front.
No.
Why do we do that? Anyway, we've just realised we've got no sand at all. We used it all in the last build.
Yeah.
So we need to go get some wood in now, and then we can use the rest of the sand to sort of bind it all in. So rather... Yeah, we'll use that. So rather than doing like completely mix and match all the different woods, we're thinking keep the bigger, darker and flatter woods to the back area, then use the thinner, spindly stuff coming forward, and that'll sort of hopefully give it a bit of a sense of perspective and make this tank look a lot deeper than it is, because it's not actually that deep at all, to be honest. It's 50 centimetres. What's that in inches, Matt?
Yeah. 22, 20?
Some inches.
24 inches is 60.
Okay, we'll go 22.
Ish, yeah.
Yeah, that's going in. Oh, do you want me to?
It's not going in, it's too big. Oh, that's chunky, isn't it?
It's lovely. More angle that way because we're on the front glass. I know that's quite straight, but we need some swim route. There we go. Something like that to start. I quite like this bit.
Oh, you're using that bit?
Why not?
Oh, okay.
Why were you thinking this is too good?
Controversial.
Why?
Just because it's a really nice bit.
Yeah, it is a nice bit, but I just feel like we should have a nice tank.
Aren't you going to have...
I'm just trying some ways. Now, we need to be careful here. We need to be careful here, Matt, because I'm already doing it in the design.
Yeah, I know you are. That's exactly what you do.
That's the opposite of what we want. We want a randomness. So that straight away, I probably flipped around.
Get out of it.
And it looks like a triceratops or something.
I want this bit.
You want that bit?
But my arms aren't long enough. This might destroy this tank.
But that bit, Matt, is a design feature for the room.
I can't get it.
It's about time it got used, to be fair. Oh,
I'm going to die.
Controversial.
I'm not going to die. I didn't die. Easier without filming it.
Oh yeah, if you don't film a tank, you can build it in no time.
It's like an hour's job.
Yeah, people don't know that.
Yeah, it's a valid point, actually. It's a very...
That's a big old piece as well.
That is a really chunky piece, but my thought, but I don't know if it's going to fit. Oh, it might.
This is actually similar to an Amazon one I did before. It's basically, I think, what I did. I mean, I like it.
With more twigs and stuff coming off of it.
Yeah, because we can poke them out of that hole,
This is what I'm thinking.
And then if we go opposite angles with the other twigs.
Yeah. See, my thoughts is that's like the stump.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And then all the twigs coming off of it is the finer roots trying to find their way.
Or, let's just try, flip that whole thing so it does that.
It comes across it?
Yeah.
But then, do you want to view it from that end?
I was thinking that, but we were limiting ourselves severely by, we were trying to keep it all from one point, so from this angle it looks good, but I think it's going to look good regardless.
Just because it's the first one I picked up. No.
Kind of no, but kind of yeah.
Yeah,
I think we're thinking too much.
That sort of thought.
Right, let's just time lapse us just chucking stuff in and out and just see what happens. Because that first thing you did by accident when you just threw it in,
I think we should have
so
just
good.
poured sand in on top of that and just left it. We didn't need to worry about this. The video would have been really rubbish though.
Very short.
Pour sand in. There, look, lovely.
Look at these expert scapers. Yeah, right. Right, we're sort of getting somewhere. It's actually a lot harder than it looks to make it look random.
And that's the key. It was random. Like
So
I just fitted all of. Oh dear. That's right. That will go in a smaller tank now.
So from the front, it looks like a pile of wood, but that is the idea. There is no structure to this, but I don't know. It looks flipping interesting, doesn't it?
It does.
There's tons of, remember the fish aren't massive, so it's not like we're taking up swim room. Come from the side, look, there's a big gap down there. Maybe that's it there, Matt, but just a rejig of it to when we're happy. I think we go with that. Maybe like bring some sticks in front of this here, because it's a very flat point, because we've got quite a lot of chaos over there. And that's the thing, then it's not random. Oh, I don't know, we'll keep going. And the record for the most amount of wood in one tank goes to us.
We're quite happy with that. In here by the time all that releases its tannins.
No, we can stop that. We can just get a ton of stuff in the filter just to pull out all the tannins. We need detailing. Do we?
Yes.
I don't think.
Yeah, a few little pebbles.
A little bit. Yeah.
A few little pebbles.
I don't want to go to town on it though, because it is quite a clean look when you see these rivers.
Yeah, you just need to scatter a few in there, and that's it. Half a dozen or a dozen.
Yeah, I mean, this... Look at the contrast. But that's the idea, that's what we wanted to do. And how much are the fish going to absolutely love that? This is like just an area of the river that gets pinched, and the floods come, bring everything down and lodges it in. I love it. I mean, I love it already and there's no fish, and I don't usually say that until the fish are in.
No, I think this is going to look cool. Like you say, it's like where everything's washed in and it's just caught up, and all the fish would be going there because that's a refuge, that's a safe spot.
Yeah.
Is all those tangles, you know, big predators aren't getting in there.
This is spawning ground, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, let's fill it up. No, we now need to glue everything. It's going to take us a blinking long time. It's nearly the end of the day. We will do that tomorrow.
Have you got any plastic coat? Sorry. Have you got any plastic dip? We'll just spray it.
Lacquer, I've got, like a clear lacquer.
Yeah, just...
Fish-safe lacquer.
Hopefully it just sticks it and binds it all together as one lump.
So we have been gluing for a little while. We did touch it a little bit, but as we were doing the whole lot, we were like, no, that's too scapey. So we're basically, anything that we thought was standard rules for scaping, we went, do the opposite.
Yeah, we were unscaping certain things. Oh, they followed the same line. Move the other one. Yeah, it was quite interesting, actually.
I mean, there is a line, but some of them were too liney, and we're like, no, opposite, upwards, wrapped.
And even some of the shapes of the wood, wasn't it? Like, I can't remember which bits it was, but there was a couple of bits over here we put in, and they just looked too architectural, didn't they? They were too much. Anyway, where are you putting that one?
This one might do so well up high because of the colour and closeness to the light. So I've just hidden most of it. Yeah, I've hidden it. I need to go in front, don't I?
I think so. Yeah, it's going to look good.
So you don't have to put all of this into the substrate because the roots will just find their way down. There's nutrients. Look at that. There's nutrients in the water already. And all of this might get moved around yet.
Especially once the angelfish go in there.
Big Ludwigia to go next to it.
Yeah, nice.
And that will give us a lot sort of variation.
I'll tell you what, this is like with the mistiness. If your hand wasn't in there.
That's a rotala, isn't it?
That is a rotala, yeah, that is a rotala there.
We'll go with that.
But with the mistiness in there, it looks like a proper riverbank. Like if I'm looking through the camera, it actually looks like I'm diving in a riverbank.
Sweet.
It's cool.
Okay, so 2 pockets there and then one over this side. Now I need to hide the base, but I also want it kind of visual.
But that's what rocks are for.
Exactly, I was just thinking that. And in fact, I can bury this one a little bit, so.
Well, I can come around the other side of the sofa. You've not done very well on burying that yet.
Wiggle, wiggle.
Wiggle, wiggle. Look at that. Like a pro.
It's quite green, that one.
Yeah, but that's nice because that blends out into that area.
With this lighting, actually, that will go. So you can see the tips, they're already going red. That's because there was less lighting over in the shrimp tanks. There's more lighting here, which means all of it will grow red at some point.
Yeah, nice.
That is wicked. But we need floating plants.
Oh, yeah.
We've got red root floaters. I mean,
it's got to be red root floater,
I think it does. Maybe a touch of frog bit as well.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Okay, so we felt like something was missing just in this corner here. So we've got some Alternanthera red with green on it, but again, it's going to go more red. I've also taken out this Bus. There we go, look. So it's real darker tones, and it's got reddish to the underside and that as well. So can you stick that one in that gap, Matt, next to the Alternanthera?
Like behind it sort of thing? Like...
Yeah. Oh, no.
No, that's green.
Under the
Look
light,
at that.
it's so green. Doesn't work, take it out.
No.
Not to worry. That's why we try things. Because everything else, I mean, that's kind of green. That's kind of annoying me, Matt.
No, but look at the difference.
Yeah, massive difference.
That's like dark emerald green. That's going to go pinky red.
Maybe we just stick with that. We'll just stick with that. We didn't want it to be loads and loads of plants.
No.
We do want a little bit of leaf litter as well, though, don't we?
Oh, yeah, the leaf litter will tie in as well.
Well, not leaf litter, it's like botanicals.
Yeah, botanicals, yeah.
There is some leaf in there.
I mean, maybe some leaves, yeah.
Shrimp tank.
Thanks.
Yeah, we've got botanicals. I'm going to use the Pac-Man. He's going to go right in the middle, yeah? Or just off? Just off's cool.
Yeah, like that. The Pac-Man.
It'll be used as some sort of house. Then some other bits is simple, just pick it up and let it go where it wants. Yes, I mean, it's kind of blended into all the other wood, but that's fine. That's what we want. Like it's sort of, this is the scatter gravel of the wooden botanical world.
Lovely, I love it.
Oh my goodness, this looks so real.
Oh my God, this looks so real.
Like it's virtual reality or something. Details looking good. Now Matt's just collected up, haven't you, some floating plants. We've got the red root floaters. Yes. Oh, there they are.
I don't know where I put them then. Yes.
Oh my god, they're going to go so red in here. I know that for sure. I mean, they already are, but they're going to be even better. The Chihiros light does so well with red fruit floaters. I don't know what it is, but oh, look at that. Any duckweed, Matt?
I don't think so, but probably.
If there is. We've got a surface skimmer on the inlet, so hopefully that negates that. Oh, I'm really pleased with it so far. Now, I have just done an update video on my Mbuna tank here, where we added in these massive Monstera plants. Now, I love the plants and I love them above the tank, but what I don't like is the roots in the Mbuna tank. I think it spoils it. But yeah, hello, Matt.
Hi.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, unstrap them from the lights and we can literally tuck them into pockets in the back of the other tank. It'll be more authentic as well, because it'll look like a riverbank then. Plus, they'll still be upright how we're seeing here, hopefully how we're seeing here. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, it should be able to just literally transfer straight over to the next tank.
I think we're gonna have to reposition them anyway.
I'll just sort of feed it over to you.
Because you've got the little ones as well, remember?
Yeah, you're clear. That's me done. Hang on.
Right, and then we
get
need
that root in.
The thing is, they're quite a way away from that light now.
They don't need to be on the light, just push them in so that they're wedged behind that big piece.
Yeah?
Yeah, they can go right in. They don't have to, they can be right out of the water, honestly. Oh, yes, Matthew.
There we go.
Look at that, it's working.
If I dislodge one of these bits of wood because you wanted these in there.
No, you already assured me that wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Matt, that is working. Look, underneath the water as well, you can just see a peak of the green. Now don't worry, Monstera can be submerged in water, not a problem. Lots of people ask me, how comes you were killing them in the pots from overwatering, and then you could put them in water, then be perfect? It's the soil in the pots from overwatering that turns sort of like putrid, I guess, and just rots the roots. But if the roots are directly in water, they completely convert, and yeah, they send out little runners, really, really fine network of roots, which is just going to add to all of this as well. Yeah, look at this one on this side. Look at those roots.
Interesting.
Anyway, no one cares.
No one cares.
It's exciting times because the tank is ready. I don't know why I'm singing. I'm just a bit excited, Matt.
Right.
Yeah.
I swear there's something going on.
Look at it. Look at it. It's ready for fish, right? I would say it's ready for fish anyway.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, it's a planted tank, it's always ready for fish.
Yeah, there's nothing, it's all testing out fine, so...
Exactly. Testing's good, temperature's good.
Was this a mature filter as well, wasn't it?
Mature filter?
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
no.
Yeah, it was off the other tank, so it was
That's
a mature
right.
filter,
Oh,
yeah.
yes,
So,
yeah. No wonder it's settled in so beautifully
Yeah, I
straight
forgot
away.
about that. That was literally straight off of one tank onto this one.
Yeah, it was.
Winner.
Lead the way, Matthew, to the fish wall.
What are we doing? Oh, yeah.
We know what we're doing. So we're going for 2 fish in this one. More
Yeah,
than
just-
2 fish, but 2 types.
One cardinal tetra and one
angel.
angelfish. Lovely.
Let's start with the cardinals. There's a couple of neons in there with them, but that's all right. You know, they're getting along well.
Yeah, it feels bad to separate them now.
There's quite a few there. They'll look really good in that 4 foot. And I know people are going to say it. You always use cardinals.
You don't know, I think this is the first tank you've put cardinals in a long time.
At least a couple of months.
No, if not longer, I reckon. We should do it. We'll go and look in a minute and see when the last time you put cardinals in a tank was.
I think it was when I did a Betta Sorority, not that one, the one that I had here.
Yeah.
Which was, a few months back, 3 months, something like that. Anyway, let's go with cardinals. Well, we've got to catch them first.
Yeah, innit?
But you are a master catcher.
Ah, look at all that duckweed.
Okay, here come the cardinals. There's a good amount in here. They'll probably do their pretend dead thing for a little bit, like they do sometimes. Whoa!
They're looking all right, actually.
Yeah, they do. Sometimes a few of them just sort of play dead, don't they? But all of those are good. I suppose it's because we've literally just gone from there to here.
Rummy noses and cardinals seem to be the worst for it.
Yeah, they do. Oh, look at that. Look at that. They're the right choice. Definitely the right choice.
Yeah, they're going to look good. Well, they do look good.
Right, let's get the angels in as well. So they're red devil angelfish, right, Matt?
Yes.
But they're not. People are going to say why they're called that if they're not red, but because these are juveniles, Matt was saying, the red becomes more and more pronounced as they age, right?
Yeah, but then even when you look at super red bristle noses, they're normally like a brick sort of terracotta orange. Aren't
Yeah.
they? They're never bright red. You don't get very bright red fish.
But brick terracotta angelfish doesn't sound very nice.
Sounds awful, doesn't it? Yeah. And orange devil doesn't really have the same ring either.
No. Just chill out, guys, chill out. New home awaits, you're going to love it. And now for the angels. And just to reiterate, the angels will be fine with the cardinals because they're juveniles. The cardinals are going to grow up with the look at that. To be fair, the orange is way more pronounced under the Chihiros lighting, isn't it? But then Chihiros does that to anything with sort of reds and oranges, just like the plants.
It massively, doesn't
It does. Oh, they look so good in there. Yeah, I don't think we need any more fish. This is just going to be their area. It's awesome. Love it. We were going to potentially put the keyhole cichlids in, but we're now thinking it's just not necessary, is it?
No, I don't think so. It's well, you could always add them later, can't we?
If we
could always
fancied
do
it.
another thing. We could always get some catfish for it and put the keyholes in at the same time.
Yeah. So they've moved over to this area. That's exactly what the cardinals did as well, but they're going to be more settled within like an hour or so. Look at this one. That one that you said about on the top fin, look.
Yes.
It's like a tiger print up the
It
top
is,
there,
isn't
isn't
it?
it?
Really, perfect stripes almost.
Oh, they're so gorgeous. This tank is like, I think this is one of the most interesting and beautiful tanks we've ever done. And that's saying a lot considering we've done a lot of like beautiful planted tanks. But this is just different. I've not really seen anything like this elsewhere.
No, I think it's quite cool with all the different hiding spaces and everywhere that they're going to be able to go. You're going to see those cardinals coming out and in of all these different branches. It looks great.
So glad that we swapped the Monstera as well because it literally feels like the riverbank.
Yeah.
They look better in this tank for sure. And the root systems at the back now all growing down as well. Just adds to that realism look. It's not real, but you know what I mean. And then add a little bit of quick start in. Although the filter is mature, it's been running without any sort of fish in there. So there might have been a bit of bacteria die-off. So a little bit of quick start won't hurt at all. So it's now the next day and we've come in the morning and we've noticed that the fish were a little bit gaspy, which isn't really normal next day at all. I've had instances of that in the past when we've had tons and tons of plants. They've used all the oxygen and then the fish, when the lights come back on, are doing the same thing. That's obviously not the case here because there isn't that many plants. But Matt's pointed out something that I didn't even know. We said yesterday about quite a lot of biofilm on the wood. Now what does biofilm do, Matt?
It can use up the oxygen a little bit. So with enough biofilm, it does drop oxygen levels, and we haven't got much surface agitation on here. Well,
No.
we didn't.
No, we didn't. And now we've added in, first of all, surface skimmer here, cleaning the surface perfectly, but also we've added in the snorkel,
The Ace Venturi.
the Venturi, the Alpha Centauri.
The Alpha Centauri, that's him.
We've added that in, and it's just pumping all the oxygen, well, amongst atmospheric gases, I guess, into the tank. There's air bubbles everywhere. They've all hidden because we've just done something weird. They're all at the back, they can get behind there, but they're not at the surface now, and they seem to be fine. So yeah, they'll come out in a second, hopefully, and we could just have that problem solved. But it's just something I thought, well, we better address it and tell you guys about it, because I wasn't aware of it, and you might not be either. If you've got a ton of new wood that can get a load of biofilm, like for instance, you know, this whole wood here is actually coated in it, and that means there's probably going to be more that we can't see as well.
Most of the time it's the twiggy wood. It's not normally like the bogwood. That
no.
very rarely does it. It's all this sort of branchy sort of stuff. This sort of stuff.
That's like, if it's fresh, like that, this has been in a tank, but that bit there, for instance, if it's fresh, it's almost like it's come straight from the ground, given a bit of a spray, but it's still not.
Well, I think they sandblast the bark off of it, and then obviously the nutrients that are still in that wood releases, and that creates that biofilm, I think.
It's got to be nutrients, isn't it?
But it does. I've seen it a few times where people have had tanks and they've filled it up with the twiggy wood, and then the fish get a little bit gaspy. So it's not often, but it's just every now and again.
Hopefully problem solved. There we go, look. It's literally been like half hour or so. All of them are out. They're all doing really well now. Yeah. It's quite good. The cardinals keeping separate, keeping their distance. There's plenty of hiding spaces and plenty of room for them though, isn't there? So,
oh yeah, it's huge amounts of space.
Yeah, and we're going to be feeding good amounts as well, which means I found, like, when I had cardinals with my discus, the cardinals got absolutely huge because they're on that diet, you know, that meaty diet.
Yeah, protein.
Yeah. But yeah, hopefully they're getting more comfortable. I'd like to see them sort of shoaling a little bit more, but there's, you know, still early days. Right, this has been a really interesting build, and it's very difficult, isn't it, Matt, to make a pile of sticks.
Yeah, to make it look like organic.
Like some sort of flow.
Natural,
Yeah, because when we were putting stuff in, we had to keep telling ourselves to do the opposite of what we usually do.
Yeah, don't scape it. Don't try and make it look right.
I think we was using the term, that looks too scapey.
Yeah, that looked too scapey. Take that out. Get rid of that.
Get that the wrong angle.
It was even certain pieces of wood though, wasn't it? We put certain pieces of wood in there and it looked wrong.
Yeah.
Like they were too perfect.
Yeah, for sure. And then eventually we started to get like a flow going.
That was when we turned the filter on.
But we noticed that we did need some direction, and that's why we brought in the sticks coming down in that angle sort of to this corner, which is where it's going to be viewed from a lot of the time as well. But just the addition of just the red plants, there's some greens poking through, of course, but that's like the older growth that hasn't gone near the light yet. But the reds on that, the Dwiggia grandulos, that is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's so good. They're so like poppy.
And this lotus down the bottom, lily, lotus.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. Lily, tiger lily. No.
One of those things is going
You've confused me now. What are they? They're a lily. Yeah, they're a lily bulb.
It's a lily bulb, but it's also a lotus?
I think so, yeah. But then they're lotus pods. So I'm not sure they are. Lotus is a species called Nelumbo.
So the good news is now all the fish are coming out regularly. Look, the angelfish, you can see them there, look, they're coming.
They're starting to get a good feeding response as well every now and again.
Yeah, and that main big, I spoke to him. The big boy, he is like proper looking good. He's in charge, isn't he?
He is the boss dog, isn't he?
Yeah. This is one of those tanks that look good straight away, but I know when these plants grow more and more and I take trimmings and re-push them down, we are going to have a sea of red and brown, and I think it's just going to look so different and cool to the rest of the other tanks in the studio.
I think once that lily hits the surface, I reckon we should let him go.
Really?
Yeah.
But then we won't have that beautiful... Because if you leave the lilies on the surface, they stop growing down the bottom.
They do, yeah.
So, okay. When it spreads a runner, we'll plant that one.
Well, we have got the other one. I don't know if he's doing okay. I don't know what
the one behind
doing.
it?
Yeah, he's got a shoot on him.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's great.
I think there was about 3 little pieces that you put in there, wasn't it? And
We'll
we'll
let one of them go to the surface for sure.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
To a degree, because they get big, don't they? So it will block light out. Which means the other reds won't do so well. But yeah, really pleased with how it's turned out. It's a fantastic looking tank, and it's made me want to experiment more with big wood tanks like this.
Experiment with big wood.
Oh, cool, we'll leave it at that. Today I'm going to be doing an... That's going in. So today I'm going to be doing an awesome scape in this tank here. And now don't be fooled, this is not the scape. I just put some wood in there just because I didn't have anywhere to put it. I'll shift it across to that one because I'm not doing anything on that one yet. Kate's just tidying up for me, thanks babes. So yeah, let me just get the tank clear out and we can talk about what the tank actually is, the light and the incredible hardscape that I've got to put in there as well. So this tank is the AquaMarin Planter 1200 and it's available from Maidenhead Aquatics for like such a good price. So if you guys are interested, you can get it there. Comes with a cabinet and the glass for like, I don't know, 650 quid, something like that. Really good price. Yeah, some of the best quality I've seen for that price range, to be honest. Makes it just much more accessible to everyone. So the glass looks great. Look at that. It's like super clear, really good silicone work. Not like ADA quality, don't get me wrong, but the tank would be 4 times as expensive. And it already comes with a misted background as well. Don't worry, we're not going to see that pipe because that's where one of the main rock pieces will go. So the doors have got these, you know, soft push close thingies. It comes with this extension lead as well, all plugged in. It's a mess in there. There's, you know, we're not done yet though, are we? So the lighting is the Chihiros WRGB light. It's about as much as I know. It's a good light. Gives off a sort of more greeny tones. You can change it to what you want, but for some reason it's always a little bit more greeny, which some people really like, and that's going to work well for the type of scape we're doing in this one. It's all app controllable and everything, which to be honest I find annoying because sometimes it doesn't work and sometimes it does because of Bluetooth thingy bob. But yeah, hardscape. So the hardscape I'm going to be using is these absolutely beastie rocks that we've got down here. They are huge, they cost me a lot of money. So I'm going to put them all together and just make an awesome scape with just those. And I've also been stockpiling a lot of pearlweed. So a lot of the tanks you can see here and in the whole wall system, I've got quite a lot of pearlweed in that I've just deliberately saved for this project only. And I've also got a load more down here in my shrimp tank. So lots to be able to use. Should be able to make something amazing. This stuff grows so fast and easy as well. But if you trim it regularly, it tries to grow horizontally and not vertically like it is now. Well, it will still try and go vertical, but we won't let it. Now, obviously, these giant rocks are going to weigh an absolute ton, and if you sit them on the glass, it will just either fall over or break it. So we need a whole system in place to make sure that doesn't happen. So outside my studio, I've got a load of substrate here that I have saved from previous setups.
The only way I had hold of that is my thumb in a little crevice back here.
Well done. Okay, I'll bring this forward.
Oh yeah, great.
And then we can put it behind it and up. Glass hasn't broken yet.
Nope. Is that as high as you want it?
It wants to be turned though. Oh my goodness, this is so heavy. Lift with me.
Where?
But it has to be tilted. Maybe it's too big.
No.
No, it'd be
never.
cool, wouldn't it? That was so... When you look at it in the camera, you think that's not very heavy. Look at the blinking size of it.
I don't know what it weighs. It must be 50 kilos.
I'm thinking now we need to bring it over that way.
Into the middle, or into the more
Because
into the
then
middle?
if it's going across that way, we can have another piece coming out this way.
Yep.
Because in the middle of that's pretty... Only because there isn't any room this side to put something.
Yeah,
Unless I build the substrate up.
You could build the substrate up and a bit of planting, but...
Yeah.
A rock there would look good.
Yeah.
I don't know what we've got down.
We'd have to come across a
Oh
little.
my word, we have still got... Are we getting all of those in? That's
Yes.
a challenge, we've got to.
It would look cool.
Yeah,
Right,
I think this one goes in the middle.
A little, oh yeah, but base in the middle, but it comes out at an angle.
Yeah.
That's going to work. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do that. So we put it on, we come up with our scape. Didn't take long, but I think it looks really cool. Maybe that one does need a little bit more angle, Matt, because there's a direct...
Yeah.
I might tilt that a little bit more. Anyway, we'll get to that. But first of all, I'm not liking the light. Well, I like the light, but I don't like how it sits.
It needs to sit like...
It needs to be up there.
Because it just illuminates the top of that rock. It looks weird with the top of the rock not illuminated.
Exactly. It looks like you've just cut... What's the point of having that big rock if we can't even see it? So I'm going to save that for another tank. And I've just ordered 2 more of these that will come tomorrow. These work really well for growing plants, and they look stylish.
Yeah.
And they are way above the height of the rock. I think it's the only way to do it.
Yeah, I think it will look better.
No diss in Chihiros, but if they offered higher ones, then yeah.
Yeah, they only need
like
few
double
inches,
height,
don't they? Yeah, yeah.
Or a hanging kit, but then you've got to buy the whole thing, and it's got to take 2 weeks to get hit. No, not happening. So yeah, we'll carry on with the build for the minute. And then we can swap over the lights. By the time tomorrow comes and it's arrived, we should have everything sort of planted and in place, ready to go as well. And filtration and all that. Well, we'll just crack on. Aqua soil next on the top of this base layer, which has already got quite a bit of aqua soil in it already, to be honest. But it's more sand and gravels and stuff, so full nutrients on top for the pearlweed. So I was meant to put some...
You think of how quickly the plants grow at the plant farm when they've just got their feet in water. It's the same concept, isn't it?
Sorry, did you see how fast that grew?
Yeah, I know, but like I bet you if you'd had that above water, I bet it'd be twice the size. There's a reason they grow it like that. Otherwise, they'd grow them all underwater.
I just think it looks rubbish for ages.
Yeah, absolutely. For a display, and the fish don't do very well either.
Just flapping in the fire. Okay, let's fill it up. And then we can get a filter fitted. Now, you might be worried that this whole rock structure is going to collapse, possibly when the water...
so are we.
No, I'm not worried. Shall I tell you why? Because predominantly what's underneath it is gravel and sand, which doesn't shift too much when it's wet. On top is the aqua soil. If we just put a pile of aqua soil in there and rested these in there, when you put water in, it would just fall to pieces. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it doesn't come down. We might have to just hold it a little bit and just be right here as it's filling. But, like, look, we can just full on bang that and it's not going anywhere.
All of the sand and rock, all the sand was wet as well, so it's all bound and sort of stuck together. So I don't think there's going to be any issues.
Should be fine.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Right, we're filled up. That white is annoying me, but that will be gone later today when the lights arrive. It's the next day, I should probably point out. We haven't got same-day delivery yet, have we?
No.
That'd be good, though, wouldn't it? That will be good. It will happen.
Yeah, I think it already happens in cities.
Yeah, if you're in the city.
Like with a drone, I don't know, I'm maybe making
I don't even think it's a drone, I think it's just a...
bloke on a bike.
Anyway. That looks great. Looks really good. We've got good coverage. But what we're going to do is fit the filter now, and should we fit the filter first, or shall we trim up first?
Probably easier to have still water and trim.
Yeah. So we want to trim so that everything's got like a baseline level, because obviously there's some taller stuff here. We can replant the taller stuff.
It's now everything stood up, isn't it? You can see there's a few that have just stood up taller than everyone else.
So if we trim all those down, we'll also promote horizontal growth rather than vertical growth, because it's going to want to go to the nutrients to start with, and it'll try and creep. Are we going to add? I think we should add some CO2.
Yeah,
we've got the DIY system and it works really well.
Why not?
It's going to speed it up. It's not necessary, definitely not for this plant. But it really does boost things. Look at that purling going on. We've got some purling already. So yeah, that adds to the point. Do we need CO2? I'm going to add it because I want to speed it up and I want this looking as good as possible, as soon as possible, and I want to be able to add the fish as well. But
it's just going to half the time that we're going to need to do things, isn't it? You know, we could wait. 4 weeks and let this all cover in, but...
We could do it in 2.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So here is the CO2 system that we're going to be using. It's quite stylish, quite nice. It's all comes as one kit from Colombo. It's perfect, actually. You just unscrew the top here and add in 2 ingredients. So here are the ingredients. Hit the...
Yeah, we've got water.
Yeah, oh, there we go. Yes, we're working. Okay,
there we go.
So now I can fit the CO2 system just below here, and the bubbles will go up into the stream and just get pushed all the way around the tank. Right, I'll drop it down to you right in the middle. Scoopity scoop. Matt's got the canister, and as you can show him the condensation again, Matt. So
yeah, it's very cold.
Yeah, which means that it's just like, what's the gauge saying?
10, yeah, 10, so we're just on the lower edge, so that will go up to normally, I think about 15, just under 20.
It should go up to that green range of 20.
Yeah.
It's almost bang on most of the time when I've used it. But you can, it says not to start it now and wait till you've got the full amount. I just get it going. It'll build up to it anyway.
Oh,
we've not got enough
yeah, we're fine.
cable.
Loads of room.
So the solenoid, is that the word solenoid?
Solenoid, yes.
Yeah.
That's that bit that cuts it in and out.
Yeah, so you've got like a solenoid down there. It all comes with the kit as well, and it goes to the plug. Now you need to put a timer on the plug, and then that way it only comes on when the lights come on, or just before. You can do it and then turn it off just before, whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
Different people do different things, but yeah. Okay, let's get the CO2 going. It's the plug on, because the solenoid won't be.
Yes, plugs on in that.
No, because it'll be red. There you go.
There you go.
Now sometimes it can take a minute or two for the CO2 to get through. Unless you just blast it in, whack it up, Matt.
It's already coming through.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah, I'm just fine-tuning it now.
Oh, I think I've seen a bubble. Yeah, there we go. Here it comes, here it comes. It's going to explode out the top any second. Once it builds up in the reservoir. There we go. We have CO2. Bit too much CO2.
Yeah. There's no fish in there, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. This size tank, to be fair, it's not that bad. You want it slower, though, so that it just comes up nice and gentle and then just get flicked around by this outlet and it'll just go all over the tank. So yeah, as I say, the CO2, not an actual requirement, but it's going to give you massive results if you do invest in one. This one's a really good price, to be honest, the full kit, and you can buy those packets separately, and like, you can get a month's supply for quite cheap as well. And that's what I like. I like having it here, ready to use at any point. I haven't got to take a bottle somewhere, get it redone. I've just got the supplies, and it's as easy as we've just done there. And that goes for any tank, to be honest. Any tank will do better, planted tank with CO2. It's not required, but if you want a certain look, like you're seeing on all the sort of top high-end aquascapes and aquascaping channels, then you do kind of need it. It does give a different look. The plants are a lot more densely sort of grown, they grow faster, compact, more vibrant sometimes as well. So yeah, that's mainly because you can have even higher lighting and not get algae because the plants are growing so much. But yes, it's personal choice, personal choice. You don't use CO2 either, do you, Matt?
On one tank.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, I've just put it on because I've got a bit of a, well, I want my Amazon swords to be like really strong. So I've got one of these kits that I've just put on one of my tanks.
Oh, nice, okay.
Yeah, they're good units, really
That's
good units.
not been in a video yet of yours, is it? It's full
No.
bright. It's just like a, I don't know what that is.
That's like orangey.
Yeah.
That's really orangey. I think that's full. That's full.
That's the one.
Yeah. Oh, my eyes.
I mean, that might be too bright in terms of algae with no floating plants and that.
But we can always dim.
We could, I think, nah, screw it, we've got CO2.
Yeah.
Just whack it up.
And we'll just chuck a load of Amanos in.
Amanos will sort out the algae, wouldn't it? Well, I'm suspecting a lot of diatoms in this, if I'm honest, because that amount of silicates from the rock. You're blinded.
I can't see anything, it's just spots everywhere now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so they pack a serious punch. When you think the height we are from the aquarium with them.
I can't even look into them like that.
Oh, no, me neither. Oh, I'm blind.
Yeah.
But yeah, really good lights. And I want you guys to get good value for money, and always do. So I'd say these are the best value for money gooseneck lights. And I would say the Superfish ones are the best value for money in the sort of strip lights. There's one on there. I've got a couple on the Rainbowfish tank as well, and they look fantastic, don't they? And there's just a single one on that, and look, wow, plant growth, crazy. But yeah, that's definitely better than the strip. You can actually see some detail in the rock. It's just not blinding. It's going to grow it great. Like it. And I love the shimmer you get as well with spotlights.
That looks so much better though, doesn't it? Just being able to light up that rock.
Yeah, and it's not hidden by the light going through the middle of it. And it's part of the design feature now. It hasn't got that line. That would have just completely spoilt it because it framed it. Whereas now,
it lets escape the tank.
It's escaped. It's been a week since we first did the planting. Everything is looking so good. We just tested the water, well, Matt tested the water, the nitrite, because we're going to add a cleanup crew. And sometimes I found Amanos can be a little bit sensitive to rises in nitrite, but we're all good, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely fine.
Which you would expect, to be honest. So yeah, since that initial trim up, look, all the tips of all of this pearlweed is just bright green. It's already starting to sort of cover. I reckon one more week and it still won't be filled in, but it would have sort of spread a lot more and interlocked, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's going to start spreading out. I think we just need to almost like start pinning it down.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
We might even be able to just, poke these longer stems and just poke them into the soil next to it.
Because they'll spur off, won't they?
That's it. They'll start rooting then.
So the cleanup crew, what have we got? Like
we've got
10?
Yeah, we've got maybe 15 Amanos. And then we've got 5 Ottocinclus, and we've got a little Siamese flying fox that was hiding with the Ottocinclus.
Okay, perfect.
But yeah, we've got this algae that we can clear up, look.
So this algae on the rock is from, like, outside. I mean, there's already a snail, look, having a little nibble. But that'll clean, they'll get that very fast, won't they?
Yeah.
I don't want to put bristlenose or anything because they're just going to tear up the plants potentially as they try and dig underneath rocks. But this is more than enough for the tank.
Yeah.
Go on then, stick them in, Matt. Let's see them get to work. Temperatures all matching and everything. This, the water that they're in came from this tank, actually. That is a good number. Algae does not stand a chance in this tank, and it will start to develop soon. About this stage, about a week later, you'd normally start to see it, especially with group going on. So I've recently set up these 2 tanks up here, which this one's growing in. This one is done, it's the guppy one, the video's already been released. But it needs cleanup crew and it's been running for like a week or so now, so it's ready for it. So they're gonna go in there. Everything is caught and separated. We've got little tiddlers. Yeah. Big boys and girls, big boys and girls. Usually, well, let's just do them one at a time. But I'd like to see, should we just do them all? Yeah. Let's do them all. We never do that. Let's go for it. Let's just see what it does. I mean, at least let me set the camera up though, Matt. Before
I was just going to pour.
No, because I want to actually see. No, I want to see them flow in. Hang on.
She's here. 3 seconds banging them in.
Let's do it, Matt.
All right. Oh, do I get 2?
Yeah, you got 2.
Okay.
You go from 1, I go from this side, and then they can meet in the middle. 3, 2, 1, go. All the temperatures matching, everyone, they should know that. Woo, apart from the messy water. Look at that, loads of action straight away.
They look good in there, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. Both colours pop in.
Yeah, I think the black mollies look better in here than they did over there.
Yeah, because the contrast, you can see them against the green, can't you? The lighting in here doesn't give as much of a glow to the swordtails, but I think it looked a bit silly in the other one.
Yeah, they did look sort of a bit too far.
Like radioactive,
yeah.
Whereas now they look like the colour they actually should do. Look at this male down here.
Yeah, he is nice.
So the plan behind this one was to try and create this carpet that we have succeeded with.
We have, yeah, it's done really well.
I knew I could because I've done it before, but I did it with a different method.
Yep.
I did it with sand and then a lot of different crushed root tabs and things all underneath.
Okay, yeah.
It took a lot longer to take off.
This is certainly like boomed in growth, hasn't it?
Yeah. It shows though that if anyone can get hold of the pearlweed, which is, what's the other name? Micranthemum.
Microthemoids.
Yeah. I'll put it up on the screen.
Yeah, microthemoids.
That's
maybe.
the one.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's, if you can get hold of that and you want quick green growth, just get it in there. It works well with even minimal amounts of nutrients as well. So we've sort of turbocharged everything here just because we wanted to, show what can be done. But it's one that grows in lower light. You need some light and lower nutrients as well. But the more you've got of either of those, as with any tank, it's gonna just look even better.
And the good thing with it is the growth rates as well. If you keep trimming it and keep replanting it, it's just, you're going to double and triple your, like what you've got
your
really
investment.
Quickly. Yeah. It's not going to take you long to fill a tank with it.
You get 5 pots of it, which most people can, shell out for 5 pots.
Yep.
And within 2 weeks, you'd have the equivalent of like 20 pots worth. Another 2 weeks, you've got 80 pots worth, so it's like exponential plant growth.
Oh yeah, you just got to keep trimming it, haven't you?
Yeah, and for us, that's a big effort. But if this is your one display tank in the house...
Yeah. Oh, it's easy, isn't it?
Easy. So yeah, give it a go. Get some poppy fish like this. Couple of pop, how they pop?
I thought you meant the flower. What?
And get some big rocks, stick them in, you're away really. It's a beautiful tank. sort of one that you could have.
I still think we should have gone white and black mollies because it would have looked like a field full of cows.
That would have done.
I'm a bit disappointed we didn't.
I didn't know we had white mollies.
Yeah, white. You get Dalmatian mollies, so they're white with black spots.
Well, that'll be even better.
Yeah, they would have looked like a field of cows. Maybe that's the next one. We'll do a carpeted tank with cow mollies in.
Yeah, yeah. Do you reckon we could put some of the clowns, snowflake clowns, in here?
Oh yeah, they'd be fine.
Anyway, yeah, give it a go, guys. See you on the next one.
Phantoms look good. Oh, sorry.
Oh, we're filming. What's going on, beautiful people? Today we're building a cool tank for some special fish that we've had for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah.
We've been waiting to do this build. It's going to be really cool. We have no idea what we're doing yet, but that's...
No.
I always like to go into it like that.
There is no plan, is there?
There's no plan. Just wing it. And hopefully it'll look nice. But it will have rocks, sand, wood, plants,
yeah,
and fish, and water.
That helps.
Yeah. Okay, over here are the fish. Puffers. Amazon puffers. There is a scientific name in there, Matt?
Colomesus acylus, I think. Something like that, anyway.
And they are so cool. And they are doing really, really well for us. We've been feeding them, haven't we, on the worms?
Yeah, mealworms and a little bit of bloodworm and a little bit of brine shrimp, but yeah, mostly mealworms.
And they've always got full bellies. They look nice and rounded. They're massively active. And I cannot wait to make like a cool home for them because this is nothing like big enough. But it's served its purpose well for a few weeks.
A little bit of quarantine, perfect.
Yeah. So recently we've had a rejig in this area and we've got 2 tanks back to back and we want to have like 4 in this whole section. So we've just put some foam mats down. We're going to put the tanks on top and put a black background on. Everyone keeps moaning at us for painting the back of tanks because it takes a while and usually it's because we've got some paint available, so we just do it.
And we moan about it as well.
We do moan about it, yeah. Everyone moans. But we've got some black film. It's not completely black, like it's slight see-through to it,
yeah,
but it'll do the job nicely. And we are laid out, ready to go. Well, kind of ready to go. We just need to clean the background of the tank, which is here. Need to make sure there's nothing on the surface, give it a good wipe down, squidgy it all on, and yeah, then it'll be done. Easy. So today's video is proudly sponsored by API and AQUARIAN. Now I don't need to go into some long spiel about this. You guys know I've been using it for like over 4 years now. These are pretty much the only products I use in the whole studio. Oh, and not to forget the master test kit as well. And yeah, I think the results pretty much speak for themselves. The whole place is looking so good at the moment as well. Obviously, I mainly focus on planting tanks and I put it down to leaf zone combined with the root tabs as one of the main reasons why the tanks just look so good. The plants are growing so healthy. And the foods from AQUARIAN are absolutely great as well. All fish are looking real healthy and great at the moment too. So thank you guys so much for sponsoring this video, many of the other videos, and just supporting this whole project, which is continuing to grow. And we have got some fantastic tanks lined up for you guys in the future as well, which these guys are going to play a big role in. Throughout the video, we're going to be using these products, more details as they happen. But for now, back to the video. Absolutely nailed it. As you can see, there's like, you can still see a bit through it, but you know, there's gonna be so many plants eventually in this tank. It won't matter.
You won't see it.
It's more for the start.
Yes.
So we've got a backdrop.
Yeah.
We can move it now to where it's supposed to be, around here.
Have we checked mics are working?
Yeah. He'll be in soon.
Oh, cool.
Oh, hang on.
I was going to tippy tip a little bit. Oh, they're quite heavy, aren't they?
Yeah, not too.
And the fact that we've made them wet with washing up liquid really helps.
My fingers. Let me spread it about. There's going to be a lot at the sides for sure. So predominantly there. And I'll bring a little bit forwards for the sand as well, but not too much because I want it to stay quite clear. All of this stuff, it doesn't actually matter if a little bit of it leaches into the water column, I found either. So it's not like it's a disaster if any pokes through.
I think as long as you've got...
Except for that.
Yeah, maybe not the compost, but I think as long as you've got good, fast-growing plants, I think it will use it up, won't it?
Yeah, I've never had a problem. And then on top of that, to create some height underneath from some of the tanks that we've just broken down, I've got a load of material. What's that? or foam. We don't want that. There's a load of mixes of aqua soil, sand and gravel in here, and we could just use this to bulk up the back area. So there we go, don't focus too much on that bulking up stuff. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be a specific mix, percentage. There's rocks, there's gravel, there's some aqua soil, there's some dark sand. It's literally to build height. Now on top of all of this, I'll just cap it all with sand and that will lock down all the nutrients, and we'll have our area in the foreground that's decorative as well. So we've got this inner sand to go on the top. It's a really nice colour. Aquarium sand. I think it's from like some building contractor people.
Do you want a nice little close up?
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Yeah. What's it smell like, Matt? I caught Matt sniffing it just a minute ago.
Just want to see what it smelled like. You've got it, haven't you? You just like, oh no.
First thing you did was picked up and sniffed it. I was like, what are you sniffing? What are you expecting to smell?
Well, I didn't know if you'd used this yet, so I was like, yeah, that stank.
Yeah, that did stink. Anything that's sort of organic, been piled in a bucket, it's going to stink, isn't it? So just shows there's nutrients.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now let's lock those nutrients down. So yeah, you want to start at the front so that you don't push this. If I start there, it's to push this loose stuff forwards. We don't want that. So start at the front, work our way back. Like I say, I'm not too worried if a little bit creeps in. It all adds to the detail, doesn't it?
Yep. Makes it look natural.
Now you may have seen on some of the like high-end aquascaping channels, and I've done it myself as well, quite recently to be honest, where you put like aqua soil in the background, your rocks, they lock it all in, and then you just have the decorative sand in the foreground. It's a perfectly legitimate way of doing it. I just find it such faff that's not necessary, not for the sort of look that we're going for anyway. I'm going for a jungle-themed tank here. I don't need it all to be absolutely precise and perfect. This way is so simple because it's a nutrient layer at the bottom, a gravel on top, cap it with sand. It keeps the cost low. It makes it like much easier and less confusing to do, but you still get great results. So that is basically what I did with this tank, which we're trimming actually later today, so cutting it right back. But it's been running now for months and months, and like 8 months probably. And exactly the same thing. We just had the sand down here, nutrient layer underneath, capped the whole lot off everywhere. And I think, yeah, the results, they speak for themselves in terms of plant growth. It grows too fast, if anything. There we go, substrate is, well, decorative sand is all down. If we come to the side here, you see that everything's capped. But now it's this time to decide, lots of you are asking, why is it still purple? Why haven't I had a chance to, you know...
Because he's not good enough.
Because we took out the racing chair and the PlayStation. We didn't have any time to play that, do we?
We haven't played it in ages. Maybe we'll get
the sand area clear, but you know where we've got all the gravel tying it in? Little things like S-repens and stuff.
Nice, yeah.
Not completely in the dark. In the dark bits we can put some crypts, can't we?
Have we got any Liliopsis? Like little grass plant?
Got loads.
A few little plugs of that as well, because that'll creep out.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
nice.
that's basically what I did over here for the angelfish tank. This was all sort of like a tidy sort of planting scheme, but it all merges in together and gives that real natural look, which I really like.
Looks like a flower bed.
Yeah, more of a chaotic look, but that's just my favourite kind of tank
nice.
keeping.
Yeah, tank.
Yeah, and I feel like the fish will just enjoy it more. It's just going to be awesome. Let's just crack on. So this definitely isn't going to be like a cheap build. I mean, there's quite a lot of plants there. It's a decent amount of cost, but if you're doing one tank in your home, it's definitely worth the investment. And this isn't even all of them. We haven't got to ferns, bobitus, Hygophilipinata feeder, that kind of thing yet, but this is a good start. More of the shorter plants. Well, some of these ones, these background ones will grow taller, but yeah, it's a good start, I think. Just get those going. And we know where we stand. Well, we're standing here. No, don't even do it, Matt. I know something was coming then. So that is all those plants in, look, tons of detail in this foreground area, I'm loving it. Some big feature plants as well with the Echinodorus there. All the stems at the back are quite low at the moment, they will grow very tall. I've got other stems dotted around that we will place in to sort of fill it out, that are already grown in, just to give it that sort of finished look. Now we need to add in some ferns to these areas. Not too much, I want to be able to see the wood, but ferns are great on the wood because they can bring so much height to the tank, or to the scape itself. The tank is the same height all the time.
I'm not saying anything.
Every time I say something stupid, I'm always thinking out the corner of my eye. What's Matt?
What
How
silly
does Matt
comment's
look?
going to come in now? Nothing. No,
It's fine, it's fine. You know what I'm saying. So like this area is great for ferns. You can attach them up higher as well. You can place them in, like dot them in there, and that just adds more greenery in that upper areas. Not too much, I say that now. We've got some cool ferns from the tank we broke down over here in the Malawi tank, see? So we've got loads dotted on bits of wood at the background there. They're not as dark as they look, but there's quite a lot of floating plants in this tank at the moment, but that's keeping everything clean for these fish because we're hammering the food in there because we're growing them up, so more floating plants the better. We've also got this clump here of Hygrophila polysperma, so that will go in at a later date when the water's up, but for now I'm going to get some of those ferns out, organise them and put them in. So I've got some beastie bits of Hygrophila pinnatophyta here, and they're quite long, but the perfect thing is I can find small gaps like here and literally just poke them. It's been running on another tank for a long time, so it's actually ready to go. It's been sat for a bit, so we will need to add some products as well. Okay, so we've got our products here, and now every single time I set up a tank, I basically use this system. Lots of you have seen it before, but for those of you that haven't, first thing we need to do is purify the water, because most of this was filled up from the tap, not our water butt, because we ran out. So it's a little bit off temperature at the moment, but it'll get there, it'll be fine, the whole room's heated. First thing we need to do though is add in Aqua Essential, which makes that tap water completely safe. So it detoxifies ammonia, nitrite and nitrate. Now we won't have anything like that in at the moment, there's no life in the tank. But what it does do is remove chlorine, chloramines and heavy metals from the water. Every tap water's different in the levels it has. We're pretty good here, but still, better to be safe than sorry. So I add this in first. So any bottles that you get from any company or product, they're gonna be sat for a while, so you always need to make sure if they're new, that you give them a good shake up, because all that sediment then will go back into the water. Which means that when I add this, and you do not need a lot of it just to purify your water, you get that sort of white misting. So that there was, I should have checked, I've done this so many times to be honest, but that was, the right amount for this tank, look at that. So one capful does that whole amount of water, plus the water that's in the filter as well. That's all you need. So a bottle like this, it's going to last you a long time, so it's like really good value for money. So next up is the leaf zone. Now a lot of the plants that we put in there were from pots, so they're used to a nutrient-rich sort of environment around their root systems. They've just been disturbed, they're not settled or anything yet, so we need to make sure at least the water column is dosed. We've got the root tabs, but it's going to be a good week or so before those roots work their way into that. So I always, when I set up a tank, straight away add in leaf zone, and I'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a big squirt like that. That's literally what I do, and that should be enough to get the whole thing going. And then the last one we're using for this segment is going to be the AquaClear. So there's a little bit of misting to the water. It's just going to be some of the dust from the sand and all the rocks and all of that. AquaClear, small bottle because you need a tiny amount of this. So basically what it does is it binds those little particles together. That's it, that's all I need for that whole tank. It binds the little particles together, they become heavy enough to sort of sink down, and the filter will take them out. Now make sure the filter you're using, if you've got like an internal or something like that, you need one that's got a fine bit of, like filter floss, isn't it, Matt?
Yeah, filter floss, yeah.
So if your filter's just got like the big black sponges that aren't that are quite coarse, you need to add something in that to catch all of this out of the water column, otherwise it will just keep circulating. I've had people say before, it didn't work for me. It's like, well, you didn't have enough fine capture of the dust. It's just microscopic dust, so it needs to have filter floss in the filter. The filter we've got has already got that built in anyway. Most do. It's just some of the little internal ones they don't. So you just buy some. It's cheap filter floss. Put a little layer in there, and it'll catch everything. Right. It's been about an hour or so. Look at that. We are crystal clear. We're not even leaching tannins. Might be a little bit more tomorrow when we come in, but at the moment it's looking perfect. Now Matt has brought in So, where are they, Matt? Oh, down here.
Yeah.
Matt's brought these little clips in, which mean that we can put, like, top plant, what am I trying to say?
Terrestrial
plants.
Yeah.
Plants coming out of the top, which will give it even more of that jungly vibe. I absolutely love doing that. It's really beneficial for the water quality, but it just looks cool as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, yeah.
So we've got that ivy, haven't we? Devil's ivy.
Yes, over there.
Which is also known as pothos, isn't it?
I think so, but I think that one's got a different name, but yeah, they're all the same sort of thing.
Similar, yeah.
Some sort of viney growth sort of thing.
Okay, so we've got that one, which, to prep it, all we've got to do
Sometimes I've heard stories, I've never suffered it, but I've heard stories of them getting stuck, like with inflated. So yeah, I've never seen it personally, I've seen it in videos. So yeah, it's just easier to take the precaution. What harm does it do?
No, just scoop them in the water.
Exactly.
With a cup, not a net.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that much, it's not any more effort, really,
No.
is it? A little bit more fiddly, but...
And
so
that's
what?
it. It's one of those things. You just take the precaution, even if it's not a thing. At least if you take the precaution, you're covering yourself, aren't you?
It's not going to do it. Yeah, it's not going to get that air trapped or whatever. Okay, Matt, are we ready to put the puffers in?
We are. They're a little bit jumpy.
Jumpy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're not liking it. Let's get them in. All the temperatures are all good, guys. By the way. No, you can do it. You can do it.
You sure?
Do the honours. I'm just happy to sit back and watch. Oh look, they look well cool even in that. Look. Oh, they look so good in there. Colours. Look at the colours, Matt. Really coming through. They're awesome.
They look great.
Oh, exploring straight away. Because you were a little bit worried, weren't you, that they're just going to hide for a bit to start with?
No, they should be all right by the looks of things. I think they'll be okay. They're fairly inquisitive, so...
Yeah, they are, aren't they? They're literally like puppies that when they go in the house for the first time. They've just had some food as well, so they're all good. We wanted to feed them while they're comfortable, let them get settled to the tank, and then we can feed them again, like tomorrow or whatever. Right, so now that the puffers are in, it's time to add in some quick start. Obviously, we've got a cycled filter, but it's been sat about, new fish going in. I always do it as a precaution anyway. So quick start is a sort of seed of bacteria that cultivates the new tank and just sort of multiplies as time goes by. It's going to go in all of this gravel substrate that we've made, all of the filter as well. So it's just going to boost everything. I mean, the bioload of these guys in this size tank with this amount of plants, it's not going to be huge anyway, but always do it just as a precaution.
Squishy.
I literally thought they were going to go back and hide. I honestly did, but they're not. No. And even with you right up to the tank like that.
You just want a bit of plant.
Do not bite the plants. They didn't chew up the plants in their temporary tank, did they?
No, I don't think they will, but he just...
Oh, see this? They like doing this, don't understand. And it just scuffs it all up. Well, that's okay, because there's nothing in the foreground, is there, nutrient-wise?
No, nothing in that front part.
But what I'm seeing now on them is this sort of green tinge as well, which I didn't see in the other lighting. Obviously, the Chihiros has got like a sort of slight greeny hue to it anyway, which makes the plants pop even more. But yeah, they are so cool. Right, it's now the next day. The puffers seem to have settled in really well. They're all out and in the open. I'll just show you in a second. Wanted to ask Matt a few questions on camera first, because it might be the sort of thing you guys might ask, and he will know the answer. Okay, two things. One, I think we've already discussed, but I really want to put some cories in.
Yep.
Agreed?
Yep.
Okay with the fish?
Well, they should be. There's no reason why not. You know, we tested it a little bit with the bristlenose and the Siamese flying fox in their tank. Obviously, Adam up at the Cadbury store had them in with some plecos and some bits and pieces. So, yeah, I don't see why not. You know, keep them well fed. I think they'll be absolutely fine.
Okay, cool. And the other thing was, yesterday, we were like, really like this tank with just these fish because it showcases them quite well. And although they're quite small in there, it's quite nice seeing them buzzing around. If we were to add a school of something, wouldn't it be better now when they're new in the tank and small and pose less risk? Or is it something we could maybe do later on or something we don't do at all?
I think we could add to them later on. I think it's one of those things. If we pick a fish that is that shoals really well and is robust, you know, I wouldn't pick anything really sensitive. But yeah, I think they'd be absolutely fine. I've seen these...
They sink, obviously, just a little bit of surface tension holding them on. There we go. A little bit in the foreground. And even though albino cories are not great with their sight, they do find it all right. Let's see if the puffers are interested. No, that's not our food. We're not eating it. Yeah, so that's perfect for the cories. And then it's a little bit different, isn't it, for the...
a little bit, yeah.
For the pufferfish. So when we saw the puffers when we went to the shop, first thing was like, oh, we need to talk about the feeding because I'm not sure. And we didn't want to have anything in here that was just going to get skinnier and skinnier. It's just not a good look for the hobby as a whole and not a good look for us too as fish keepers. So when we found out that they'd been in the shop for a while and they'd been feeding them these. mealworms. So that you can gut load them as well, can't you?
Yeah, yeah. So a little bit of pellet or flake food chucked in there, they go mad for it. So then you're getting the food into the fish that you want in there.
Yeah.
But you're doing it via something that they'll actually bite and eat.
Okay. Which we've already gut loaded them, so they're all good. In the other tank, the little one, they come straight to the top for feeding. This is a lot bigger, so it's going to take some time, I think, before they like go for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this will.
They're probably going to float around for a little while. Let's get them used to a tap. Always love to do a tap when feeding. Just primes the fish a little. Oh, look, that one's sinking. That's good. We've got a sinking mealworm. Oh, no, yeah, there we go. There we go.
No.
Now, the thing is, like, the puffers are quite derpy, aren't they?
They are.
So for them to... I wonder if they can smell it in the water.
Possibly.
This one looks like he's hunting for something. But they... We're almost going to have to put a whole pot in to ensure.
Yeah.
But they will get it eventually.
Oh, yeah. It's a bigger tank. It's a much more sort of... They've got to swim up to the surface a lot more.
We're stood here.
Yeah, this is it.
All
So
those
they are
things.
going to... It's going to take them a while to get used to, but they'll get back.
We'll come back in a little bit and see what's going on, see if they're eating.
Yeah.
There we go, look. The little guy found it. I was just waiting with the camera, just perfect timing. So at the moment, they're only going for the ones that have sunk down. Now, most of them don't sink because it's got like a air trap buoyancy thing.
Another one there.
Oh, yeah, he's got that one. Oh, look at that. No. The other one's coming. No, don't spit it out. Oh, look, yeah. Okay, now they've got a taste for it. They're going to go looking for it, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's what normally happens when one of it, he spun it back out again. Don't take it all in one. There we go, all good. So that's good to know. They're definitely going to be fine with that. Cories are sorted, successful tank. There's going to be updates on this, loads of updates, because it's going to grow in so much more. You won't be able to see any of the black in the background eventually, but that's the look I want. I just want that big jungle vibe. All these plants at the top are going to get really, really big as well. Yeah, we might have to train them up something at some point, Matt.
Yeah, I was thinking that. We're going to have to like try and grow them along something. That'll be fine. We'll work out a way.
Like build a trellis or something.
Yeah, I was thinking that, to be fair. It's not hard, is it?
No, and it'll look great, because initially it'll look a bit funny, but once you've got, like, because this stuff grows so fast, doesn't it? Especially with the amount we've got, it'll cover like a whole section. Look great.